One dynasty ends, then a new one begins.
Every chess player has one goal in mind when it comes to classical chess: the FIDE World Championship. But before you can take a shot at the king, worthiness must be proven. 8 for the open section and 8 for the women are in Cyprus to do just that. First chances for some.
What a moment!
Last chances for others.
Whether or not he gets another shot at the world title, his career will be defined by resilience.
But all with just one goal in mind.
He will be the youngest world champion.
World champions Gukesh and Wenjun await their challenges, and we wait with them. It's time to let the games begin.
Welcome to round 7. Sindarov has stormed to an amazing lead and now leads the field by quite some margin after another win. Behind him, the chasing pack is running out of room, and today the leader faces Giri, while Caruana has black against Pragg. In the women's, Anna Muzichuk now stands alone at the top after beating Zhu Jin'er, but with the gap from first to last still only a point and a half, the fight remains completely alive. Welcome to round 7 of the FIDE Candidates 2026. And happy Easter as well. My name is John Sargent. I am joined by 2 fantastic experts once again for this wonderful broadcast. First, someone who once a year dresses up as a rabbit and gives the rest of the office clues while they do Puzzle Rush. Please welcome Tanya Sachdev. How are you doing, Tanya?
John, I'm doing good and I'm super hyped about today. I mean, this candidates has just played beyond anyone's imagination. And today, traditionally, the halfway mark, round 7, is a very pivotal point in the tournament. Yep. And, you know, it's that moment where pressure changes shape, patience turns into urgency. And when there's one player in the speed run, everyone has to respond. It's now. I
like that. I love that. Patience turns to urgency. Hold on to that thought because I think it's going to be a bit of a theme for today. Speaking of patience, alongside myself and Tanya, we're also joined by a man who grinds so hard he once had a position die on him and revive itself 3 days later. It's David Howell. How are you doing, David?
I'm good, John. Happy Easter. Happy Easter, Tanya. It's good to be here, and we're going to learn so much today. We saw some crazy chess yesterday, especially from Sindarov. It's round 7. I'm reminded of my favorite chess book, The 7 Deadly Chess Sins, The 7 Deadly Chess Sindarovs, maybe, as he goes for even more glory. But yeah, I'm expecting maybe players to slow down just before this rest day as we reach the halfway mark. But there's a couple of players like Caruana who really cannot afford that luxury. So it's going to be fascinating today.
Yeah, the truth of the matter is, because the open section is so much more spread out, it means that the players who aren't at the top are really feeling a little bit more pressure to try and get their tournament back on track. We'll talk about that in depth in just a moment. But for now, let's go ahead and head over to Mike Klein for his start of day roundup of what's been going on the ground.
Hello, and here we are nearing the halfway point in round 7. I am at the press conference station. This is where the winners come and talk about their game. So let's just go ahead and get this seat ready for Vachier. We pretty much know he's going to be sitting here in 4 or 5 hours time. Pretty much nothing has stopped him. 5.5 out of 6. His tournament performance rating is 3150, and that's actually higher than his chess.com bullet rating. And by the way, if you want to count bullet games on chess.com, he actually played 2 of them after his win against Nakamura 2 days ago. He won them both, so he's kind of sitting on 7.5 out of 8. Now, before we go into thinking that this is a runaway train that can't be stopped, remember, if he were to slip and lose a game and Fabiano were to win a game, Fabiano would actually control his own destiny still, because there is a head-to-head matchup in the second half of the tournament. But what are we going to see today? Well, Vachier gets white, as if, you know, the rich getting richer isn't something we need. He's going to take white against Anish, Giri, and Fabiano gets black against Praggnanandhaa. Over in the ladies section, Anna Muzichuk is all clear on +2. Her 4 out of 6 is actually double the number of points she had after 6 rounds in Toronto. There are no less than 5 ladies on even scores chasing her. One of them is her opponent today, Bibisara Asabayeva. So Anna in the driver's seat, Vachier in the driver's seat. Let's see how things shake out here on this Sunday in Cyprus.
Thank you very much for that, Mike. And Tanya, I think Mike teed us up perfectly for this. Yes, there is a sole leader. Muzichuk, the last-minute replacement, leads the tournament after round 6, which is fantastic stuff. But look at that chasing pack. And even the bottom of the order is only another half a point behind. Even though there's shape to this, it really is still wide open.
1000%. I mean, there's just a point and a half separating the entire field from top to bottom. 5 players in the chasing pack as well. Anna Muzichuk is happy today going into this halfway mark, and I think a solid result serves her well. But this tournament wide open, like you're saying, and you've got some incredible pairings as well. Now, I think for Anna, this is a key day because she's playing a player who started hot. Bibisara did, but then 2 back-to-back losses. Can Anna monetize on that and make it maybe 3 in a row for Bibisara and get that lead going into that second half even bigger and wider?
That would almost be unthinkable. Bibisara losing 3 games in a row. She's such a strong player, so fierce over the board. David, we have to entertain the possibility, though. Muzichuk really coming into her own.
Exactly. And I think she just feels that fate is on her side, this last-minute ticket. The way it's been going, so smooth. Not only is she in the lead, but she's maybe the player who's been in trouble the least. It looks like she's in control. A lot of the other games, topsy-turvy, roller coasters, up and down, players taking their chances, players blundering, but she's been consistent, just like Sindarov in the open section. So very well-deserved lead for Anna. All eyes on her today.
Well, let's stay with you for a second, David, while we go ahead and take a look at the standings in the open section. It's a bit of a different story here. 1.5 points clear. Now, that's not necessarily, how do I put it? That's the kind of score where at the end of the tournament, if someone won with 1.5 points clear, you go, wow, that was a really good tournament. Well done. We're not even at the halfway point. What the hell is going on?
Exactly. It reminds me of the tortoise and the hare. You know, sometimes you start fast, but you still have to keep it up. That being said, the 1.5 point gap to Fabiano is impressive. Sindarov off to this crazy start. But if we look further down the pack, he's 3.5 points above the tailenders that include Hikaru Nakamura. So that gap, it's got to close at some point, you would think. But Javokir does start with white today against Anish Giri. Anish is at 2.5 points behind him. So despite having black already, you've got to start thinking that these players must feel they're in must-win situations against Sindarov. And yeah, not easy for Caruana either, black against Pragg. I think those two are the ones that we'll be focusing on today.
Well, Tanya, let's talk about that because Fabiano, 1.5 points behind, black against Pragg, maybe feeling like a little bit of a must-win game. What a strange position to be in, and against someone like Pragg as well, that's going to be very tricky.
You know, while everyone's going to be talking about the Sindarov-Anish clash, I'm going to say I think this is really the big one because it's the big fight between the two chasers, right? They're the ones who want to stay relevant, want to stay in the hunt. Now, Pragg with the white pieces, I believe he will try to push in this game. A draw serves neither. Yes, it won't be a big setback, but in the big scheme of things, you know, when you've got Fabi at 4 out of 6, which given any other tournament, any other candidates would put him in the lead. But there's one guy with 5.5 out of 6. I think a decisive result is very important for these two players, whether it's a win by Fabi with the black pieces or Pragg pushing and making it, which means that we'll see a game where both players are taking chances. So very likely, at least in my head, this one will be decisive.
And I've got one more question to ask. I'll say both of you. I'll ask David first. We have Hikaru playing Matthias today. Bluebaum has been unbelievably solid. Hikaru, obviously, the pressure is a little bit off. He might be playing a little bit more freely. Does he break through today with black? What do you think, David?
I'm going to say no, just because I haven't seen yet from Hikaru that fire, that energy, that passion, and just that creativity on the board. And Matthias has been so impressive. It's hard to see him being defeated with white at this stage.
Your thoughts on the same board, Tanya?
Yeah, I'd agree with David here, and I think Bluebaum has just been so incredibly solid. You know, he had one blip, one loss, but otherwise well on the course of the great Bluebaum streak there. And with the white pieces, I don't see him losing control in this one. But I will add, you know, we've been talking about Fabi and Pragg being the big chasers, but even the rest of the field, the volatility still exists because one blip from Sindarov, one loss really compresses the margins. So while, yes, improbable, but not impossible yet for anyone, even in the open.
Righty-ho. Well, the clocks are beginning to tick. The games have started and the first moves are now on the board. A lot of eyes, of course, on Sindarov Giri, but I think I agree with Tanya here. I feel like Pragg Caruana could bring us the fireworks in this round. I am looking forward to seeing how that plays out, as well as Muzichuk Asalbaeva as well. So I'll leave it over to you guys to decide where we're going to start. David, Tanya, let's go.
Let's do it. Let's get into round 7. And Tanya, this game starts as a Queen's Gambit declined. And Giri does a bunch of moves he could have chosen from, but he chooses the Rogozin. And that's the bishop landing on b4. A lot of theory here. He's played it before, Anish. This is maybe the most topical line at the highest level. And we'll find out a lot now over the next few moves. Sindarov brings his bishop out. This is the main line. If he takes this knight, we could see some quieter lines where he hedges his bets. There we go. Still mainline stuff, Tanya, but solid from Sindarov. That shows that maybe he's not going to push too hard in this game.
Completely agree. And there are some ways in which white can proceed, bringing the queen out as well to defend that knight on c3, which leads to such equal positions in the middle game. Instead, Sindarov, after that trade, opens up his own bishop. I think being solid for Sindarov at this point with the rest day coming up tomorrow, David, does make the most sense. He mentioned in his interview yesterday that given his tournament situation, he fully realizes that being solid is what is demanded of him. I mean, let's remind everyone, 5.5 out of 6, never been seen before at the candidates. In fact, at the halfway mark in the candidates, with the way it exists, the format that is there right now, the highest score we've seen so far has been by Jan Nepomniachtchi in Madrid in 22. Where it was 5.5 out of 7. And here's a guy who's already reached that point with a round to spare. There's just no need to go into any crazy variations, any crazy lines where if maybe you can show it, if the bishop would have retreated, black can even push the g-pawn forward, bring the knight to the center of the game, and things would have gotten incredibly wild.
Yeah, I'll do just that, Tanya. So we see most likely pawns, pieces start to leave the board. Here we go. The center is disappearing now. But if we just jump back a few moments ago to this position, there is a bit of a crossroads here. Often you can give a check with the white queen. That's another line, but the white bishop dropping back, as you mentioned. This comes with some risk. Black can start pushing things forward, start jumping with the knight. The h-pawn often starts mobilizing, and this gets a bit fiery. So very interesting bit of information here that we see Sindarov finally happy to take his foot off the gas pedal a little bit. And okay, I do slightly fear that there are some famous drawing lines in the system. Tanya, I'm not sure we'll see it, but okay, knight to e4 now. We'll figure out what Sindarov's doing next. If he takes with a pawn, gives himself an isolated queen's pawn. He wants to keep some tension. If he takes back in the near future with a knight, symmetrical pawn structure, my bet is that this might be a bit more peaceful than some of the previous rounds.
But I do like this approach by Sindarov. I think it's super professional, David. It's the kind of opening where you early on start to get the feel that you're playing for 2 results here, even if you capture with the knight. Going into that symmetrical position that you're talking about, simply compare all of white's pieces to black's army that is yet to develop, finish development. He's reaching for the pawn, and I believe it will be the knight that'll step into the center of the board. He, in fact, takes it with the pawn. So Sindarov is ready for a fight today. He takes the isolated queen's pawn. The knight might jump to e5 if it's allowed to do that. David, while a solid approach, but keeps the game alive, this last decision does.
Wow. I eat my words. I admit I was wrong then. He doesn't just want a symmetrical position that's going to fizzle out very quickly. He wants a little bit of life. Black, of course, should be fine objectively. Black's done nothing wrong. But I must admit, Tanya, I've looked at this position a lot myself, and I never really took pawn takes pawn seriously. I think a3 was the main line there. And knight takes d4 were the 2 moves I was focusing in on, because I thought, okay, this whole approach, you want to minimize risk, but he doesn't care. He wants to attack while the black pieces are still at home asleep here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I wanted to play this line with the white pieces, and usually I do take that pawn with the knight and just either usually ends in a draw, or you've got something to play for with the piece activity that you have. But Sindarov, now his ideas are to start even pushing the black bishop back. And I'll point out why the move knight to c6 is the most natural looking move, but I've never liked it for black in this particular position, David, is because then a3, b4, b5 just comes with the tempo, kicking that knight away. And then eventually the white knight does land onto e5. So still not very easy for Anish to finish development on the queen side ideally. And look at that. I think he's equally surprised with Sindarov's last decision of pawn takes pawn.
Yeah, the body language tells us everything. We don't need to be experts on body language to understand the fact that Giri is surprised as well by this move. It looks like it's the third most popular move in the position. And that's often how modern opening preparation works, right, Tanya? Like the players, they don't want to play the top line, the most popular, well-explored variations because the opponent will know what to do. Often they look for the third move according to the computer. Still fine, still logical, still purpose to it, but gets the opponent thinking for themselves.
It's very interesting because, as you mentioned, and I just did a quick check on that, David, over 100 games have been played with the move a3 instead of capturing immediately in the center. And then white goes on to pick up the pawn. Just a move ago. Right here. So a3 is the most popular move, at least according to my database. And even now, like queen takes pawn, knight takes pawn is preferred to capturing it back with the pawn. But if we go back, the second most popular move is knight takes pawn, and only about 20 games with it being recaptured by the e3 pawn. So that's what we have on our board. And Giri does take a decision. He doesn't go for the knight move. He brings the rook to the center file, so still discouraging the move knight e5 by putting pressure on that d4 pawn. I'm expecting Sindarov at some point to push back the bishop. Regardless, he first gets the queen out of the way, eyeing that square which has just been vacated for his rook. Rook d1 coming up.
Yeah, and Tanya, yesterday we saw Sindarov just blitzing, even after the opening, in the middle game, deep into the game, like 3-4 moves away from delivering the killer blow. He was still blitzing, trusting himself, just in the flow. What do you think we'll see today? Do you think we'll see him just blitz Giri the whole game again?
Well, so far that's on point, right? That theory that this is Sindarov's preparation. I don't know how many times we've said that in the last 6 games that we've had of the candidates. I mean, the performance that we've seen by him, 3 massive wins with the black pieces as well, showing incredible prep, incredible ability to take the game into fighting waters there. I think for Sindarov, this tournament is not even about being in control right now. It's about psychological dominance over the others, which of course, anyone facing him, including, an elite player like Anish Giri, will also be feeling. And when Sindarov makes a move early on, gets up and leaves the board, takes that pawn with the third most popular move, which perhaps Anish Giri didn't study today, I am with you on it. It's a statement by Sindarov, and Anish goes for a second think now.
Yeah, at this point, the chess is one thing. I mean, his chess has been another level, Sindarov, but this psychological pressure he puts on opponents, not just with the streak, the confidence, but the clock as well. It's it all adds up. It all adds up to just a really scary opponent. So maybe we leave Anish to this think, Tanya. It's still early days. Most likely he'll, as you say, bring the knight out. The most natural move would be knight c6, for example. But he has choices, and when he gets a bit of time to think, to come to terms with the fact he's been surprised, I'm sure Giri will find something solid to do. But here we see the 8 boards, and what catches your eye at this early stage?
So 4 brown boards, that's the open section. The 4 red boards is our women's section. Let's start with our open boards for the roundup here, David. We've had 3 queen's pawn opening, and that 4th one on the bottom row, Esipenko versus Wei. That started with the king's pawn opening, and very symmetrical copycat chess there between Esipenko and Wei. But the other game that we've been talking about, which is, I think, one of the more defining games of the chaser pack right now, Praggnanandhaa versus Fabiano Caruana. I see that Fabi already has an extra pawn. That c4 pawn for now has been picked up. And I believe this had to have come off a Slav defense.
Let's jump in. Our second marquee matchup. I'm not talking about Esipenko against Wei, unfortunately. I'm talking about this one. And Pragg is at a bit of a crossroads. Tanya, we'll just do a very quick action replay. Like you said, the Slav defense, one of the main lines, d4, d5, and Pragg not playing the exchange variation, so doesn't want to resolve the tension too early. He keeps that tension alive, and semi-Slav now would be e6, but he goes for the main variation, takes on c4. White plays this move a4. This is the main line just to stop black expanding, and after the bishop comes out, knight e5. I believe that knight to d7 is the main line here, Tanya. And after knight d7, knight takes c4. Only now queen to c7 to try and force through the move e5. Black actually castling queenside quite often. So it looks like Fabi surprised Pragg by playing maybe the same idea, just a different order. What do you think might be the difference behind starting with the queen move?
I'm trying to work this out because in my head, I'm looking at the move g3 here. That's something that we do see in the other move order to try to bring the bishop out to f4. And then if the black knight was to come out to d7, David, knight takes pawn. I wonder if that converts directly into that main line. I don't know, thousands and thousands of game theory at this point. Knight takes pawn, and now the move e5 would take us right back to where you were pointing, the direction you were pointing at.
Exactly. Like you say, thousands of games on the chess.com master database alone. It's 1.9k, so nearly 2,000 games just this position. And that's super strong players. So maybe Pragg's prepared this. If you're right, and this is what he was angling for anyway, then he might start with g3 just to try and transpose. But what's the difference if he takes the pawn? Like, is black just going to go back to the main line anyway, or is there something more clever that he wants to do here, Fabi?
So again, if the knight comes out, g3, mainline territory, heavily studded. So coming to your question, what are the options, or what is the difference that queen c7 allows black to go for in this position? And the only thing that I feel is that if it keeps the knight development flexible for black, could there be a possibility, especially considering that white pawn is on a4, that knight might land on a6, eyeing the b4 square as well? Is this something that could be on Fabi's radar to try to confuse Praggnanandhaa in this game?
Yeah, very possibly. Maybe it's just a psychological trick and it's going to transpose and he's forced Pragg to burn like 5-10 minutes. Maybe we'll just go back to the main line. But this is an interesting one, Tanya. And normally white has two plans, like the g3 plan you mentioned with bishop f4, bishop fianchettoed. He actually does take the pawn Pragg, so we're headed this direction. But g3 here is too slow because of I guess knight to b4 coming in, or at least it feels a bit scary. But the other plan is like f3 to build with e4. This is quite a regular one as well in the Slav, and the black bishop gets a bit stuck. There were some World Championship games, Vachier-Lagrave against Topalov, with the black bishop stuck on h7 in this type of variation. So we'll figure out what's happening. But you're right. Great prediction, Tanya. Knight a6, and this is extremely rare now.
It's extremely rare, and that means that Fabi wants a big fight right now. He doesn't go for main theory. This is quite offbeat already. Knight a6, and I'm expecting Pragg to go into a bit of a tank in this moment. Definitely not expected by him. Now, I will say that Slav is considered to be such a solid opening by black. So to choose this line, knight a6, with the idea to jump onto b4, coming with a big fork on that c2 square, things are going to get pretty fun, because even the points that you made with f3, e4, you know, that does in a lot of lines leave the d4 pawn tender for white very early on, which can start becoming a target once the rook lines up against it. I am very excited to see knight a6 on the board, David.
Wow. And Tanya, this is fascinating because, like we said, the position after knight to d7, if I just go back one move, knight d7, thousands of games, literally thousands and thousands, deeply analyzed. I remember looking at some lines to move 30, move 40 in these forcing sharp variations. And here, like, white has many moves: queen to d4, knight to e3, bishop to g2. Like, there's so much choice here for white, and Fabi might well get surprised himself. But knight to a6 in this position, it's only been played, I believe, a handful of times. And Tanya, I'm going to put you on the spot. Guess who of the candidates has played this twice with black? He is the expert in this line. It's someone who isn't playing this game. It's one of the other players.
With the black pieces?
Mm-hmm.
Is it...
It looks like...
Sindarov?
Maybe the... No.
Knight a6 is such a new offbeat line, and I'm just wondering who that could be. All right, let me take one more guess, David. I don't think it's Hikaru. I haven't seen Hikaru play this. I don't believe it is Matthias Bluebaum. It doesn't feel like a Matthias opening to me at all, knight a6. Oh my god, is it him? I don't believe it.
It's the great sweeper himself. It's Matthias Bluebaum. He played this over 10 years ago. He played it in 2015 for the first time. I think it was almost a novelty at that point. It had also been played by famous Slav expert, English Grandmaster Nick Pert, former World Junior Champion. But Matthias Bluebaum was one of the highest rated players to pick it up, and he's played it twice. He played it in 2015 and 2020. this knight a6 move. So Fabi's been doing his research.
Wow. But one thing's for sure, that this is not something that Praggnanandhaa was expecting to be on the board. And while Matthias, I think we've seen him employ the Slav defense several times, knight a6 was not on my radar because it just feels so much more combative as a move, taking the fight to the edge of the board, the flank of the board, rather than the central fight with that e-pawn moving forward if the knight would have landed to d7. Now, I think in this position, if you're faced and you haven't prepped, you know knight b4 is coming as a threat. Is it fair to say that f3, e4 is the most logical human response as well to that idea that's being set up?
Yeah, 100% agree there. Like, it deals with the threat. It's a common idea in other kind of very similar positions in this whole opening. The one thing I would say, Tanya, psychologically, if it's the most logical move, also Pragg will know that Fabi has looked at that and spent most of his time focusing on f3. So it's kind of mixed. It's mixed feelings. It's like f3 looks not logical, looks best, but your opponent studied it with Stockfish, with probably super computers. It's scary psychologically to walk further and know that your opponent's going to blitz it out. So he might be looking to surprise Fabi back, but if not f3, then what else?
That's a fantastic point, because very often when you're faced with such a dilemma about how to respond when you walk into your opponent's prep, is the first thing you want to do is get them out of their notes. The first thing you want is just, even if you think objectively not the best move in the position, at least leave your opponent on their own to think and work it out. And that sort of compensates for not making the best move. If it's not f3, e4, the only other idea I see David trying to fight this point is if Pragg decides to get the bishop out. I don't know what's the right square. Is it d2 or is it g5? One of the two. And then plant the rook on c1, taking control of the c2 square. And you say you haven't weakened any of the pawns on the king side.
Yeah, I like this one as well. And bishop g5 has been played before, I believe. And it was actually in the first Bluebaum game I mentioned against Igor Kovalenko, a very strong Ukrainian grandmaster. And just to play through a few moves there, bishop g5 was met by knight to e4 from Bluebaum. And okay, we saw some crazy stuff, Tanya. White didn't take it. White just moved the bishop back. Now the knight came into b4, and already, actually, Bluebaum had something even stronger here. But in that position, apparently Black is already quite a lot better by playing the move g5 and chasing the bishop around the board. So, I mean, this is crazy stuff. I also noticed just before we kind of leave Pragg to think, but g3 allows a crazy move, Tanya, that gives Black the advantage. And this has also happened in a... well, actually, this has been analyzed, but I don't think it's happened in a game. Black would play the pawn sacrifice e5. And I'm struggling to understand it, Tanya. It just looks like a huge initiative. I guess the idea is to block bishop to f4. But when I get control of the mouse again, e5, with the knight coming to b4, and this is going to become crazy.
Very interesting. So not rushing with the knight jump to b4 because the white bishop develops with tempo, hitting the black queen from that f4 square, and then the rook lines up to c1. So g3 would be a very interesting take here, but e5 by Fabian, considering that he's prepared this, I think he will know that pawn sacrifice works. And I'll also add, g3 is a natural move in this position. It's an idea that you want to play to get your bishop out. So Pragg needs to be just a little careful, and to demonstrate that line, you've taken away bishop f4. And after pawn takes pawn, how would that continue? Because knight takes pawn, I guess, knight b4, and you're super happy.
Now knight b4, and a check is almost unstoppable unless white damages his own pawn structure by going back to d3. And I mean, this is so ugly. Ugh, pawn up, but is that a pawn really? And yeah, as you say, Tanya, the whole point is that knight b4 immediately is met by bishop to f4, hitting the black queen, and then your rook c1 move covering all the key squares. So e5 is just to blunt that diagonal, and pawn takes pawn, rook to d8.
B4.
I don't think, yeah, knight b4 as well next. I don't think I would want to be white in this position, especially knowing that Fabi's well prepared.
Oof. Wow, so first big question by Fabiano Caruana in this game. And to me, David, knight a6 just screams tournament situation. It's mind-boggling to even imagine that a player at 4 out of 6 at the candidates, which, by the way, was exactly Gukesh's score in 2024 in Toronto. He went on to lose round 7 and end at the halfway mark with 4 out of 7. Fabi at 4 out of 6 is nowhere close to the leader. Yes, he's chasing. He's at second position with a 1.5 points differentiating him and Sindarov at this point, which means that, we spoke about this at the start with John, that at this point, you can't play the waiting game anymore. You can't wait for the opportunities to come for you, to come to you. You have to kind of create them on the board. And knight a6 going for this opening by Fabi, I think, is a reflection of exactly that. He wants a game, it's with the black pieces, but he knows that a draw will probably not serve him well in this one.
Yeah, and I fully agree. Normally, 4 out of 6 would be a fantastic score in the candidates, but it's all relative. And if someone's running away with it, it feels like you're lagging behind. But here we see Fabi make some moves and leave the board again. That tends to be what happens when the top players are well prepared. And Tanya, we saw the f3, e4 center building.
This is getting incredibly fun right now. f3, e4, the move of choice. Fabi blitzing it out, putting the pressure on Pragg. And I want to get John back with us. John, we spoke about this at the start, that yes, it's all eyes on Sindarov, the headliner, but this one, a key defining game, and it's lighting up early on.
Oh, it absolutely is. This is fantastic stuff. Guys, we have seen the start of some incredibly tense lines on the board, and I cannot wait to see how this game continues. If your heart rate is getting as high as mine when the action kicks off, you're going to need a little bit of a reset. So before you grab your tea or coffee, take a look at the new plushie collection that we show you on your screen right now. That pawn on the dog's head is exactly the level of peace I'm attempting to achieve today. I should point out, I'm not doing a very good job of it so far, but we can but try. Go to go.chess.com/plush toy or type !plush toy in the chat to choose your favorite piece. Love that Caruana Pragg is now starting to light up. We continue with that game straight after this.
Did you play any secret matches in classical time control just to, again, retain that feeling of what it's like to play at a slow time control?
No, I didn't. But if they were secret, you can't really trust my answer, can you?
Well said. Most players have you pegged as one of the favorites. Have you been following any of the other competitors' tier lists?
No, not their tier lists. I think there's also this obsession with tier lists in everything. I don't know if it happened, if we're going back, a decade or two, that like every time I look up, basketball, tennis, everything's tier lists now, and who's the greatest of all time. It's like some kind of global obsession with, I don't know what it matters. I mean, we'll find out at the end. You can come back to me in 3 weeks and I'll tell you for sure who wins the candidates. I don't see the point in, I understand it's kind of fun, yeah, sure. But the point in speculating. So I don't know what people have said in terms of who's the favorite and who isn't the favorite.
Not talking about lists, but talking about numbers. Our statisticians inside chess.com have you at 24.5% to win, basically 1 in 4. Does that sound about right to you?
I mean, I've won 1 in 5 before this, so I guess close enough. Hopefully I'll make it 2 in 6. Increase the odds slightly.
That would be great. There's been a couple of distractions surrounding this tournament. Have they bothered you in any way?
Yeah, this of course I have kept up to date with, and I was sad to see that Humpy Canero withdrew from the tournament. Although I understand, I mean, her reasons, safety is obviously the top priority. Like if you really don't feel safe, then that should be your priority. I don't think that she had a good reason not to feel safe. I mean, I thought about it. I understand that it's a very serious conflict in the region, and we are quite close geographically to it. But Cyprus is not involved, and there was a drone strike. I guess it's already quite a while ago that it's been. Maybe it's been a month ago or so. But it's like a solitary incident, and Cyprus itself is neutral. So I feel pretty safe here. I hope the other players who decided to play are also feeling safe.
according to you, is the most important factor in winning a tournament like the Candidates?
It's about a lot of factors together. I don't think you can name one, but pick one, like never give up and yeah, believing in yourself till the end. I think at some point usually what happens is like things can go a little wrong and sometimes you try to push harder and can backfire and all these things, but you just have to play your best till the end and the chances will come your way.
Is there anything you did to prepare for this Candidates differently than Toronto?
Yeah, I have more experience. I think I'm a better player 2 years than 2 years back. Yeah, so things, the way I look at things now is much different than what I did last 2 years back.
From an outsider's perspective, when we hear you say you're a better player, we mostly look at your rating compared to 2 years ago, but obviously getting better is a lot more than rating. So how have you improved? What aspect of your game?
Yeah, it's funny. I'm probably less than what I was 2 years back. I need to check, but I could be. I mean, I don't think that really says what happened in the last 2 years. So yeah, I've had some good performances, which has given me a lot of confidence. I've won top tournaments. And I think I've had more experience playing all these players in the last 2 years, and that has helped me to grow as a player. Yeah, I think I just feel like I'm more experienced and a better player. So.
That's good to hear. Now, of course, you're the only family where there's another Candidates player at home. How has Vaishali's participation in this Candidates and the preparation for it helped you prepare?
We have had some training camps, but we have had like different teams and everything different, so it's not really affecting each other's, but sometimes you can steal our idea. That's one of the ways to ways it can help. But in general, I think to have someone who's playing at the highest of level at your home to discuss certainly helps. I think we both understand what we are going through and always have each other's back. So that's that helps both of us.
That's kind of a funny situation. Has there been a time at home where you're looking at a position, or your sister is, and you have to turn to the other one and say, don't steal this idea?
No, I think it happens. It happens a lot. And especially like don't play it in some Title Tuesday games. That'll be the most funniest one. But we do share a lot of ideas. I mean, not just about openings, but in general, we do discuss a lot about chess. And I think, yeah, that does help both of us.
We're back with round 7 of the FIDE Candidates 2026. As promised before the break, Pragg Fabiano is really starting to heat up, and we have a couple more moves on the board as well. This position went from, okay, let's see what's going on, to, oh goodness, this is getting real interesting really quick. Tanya, let's have the update. What's going on?
Well, a lot has happened pretty much from the start, John, with Fabi's choice of going for the Slav. And it just felt like, what's the idea with this? This opening theory has been studied to the T, just maximized everywhere. And then Fabi throws out a knight to a6 on the edge of the board, forcing Pragg into a think pretty much every single move. But so far, Pragg has been able to navigate the waters. But that means he needs to be precise, because David, his choice of moves is the kind where you get space in the center, but still undeveloped on the king side. d4 under fire, knight b4 still an option. There are also threats of grabbing that knight on c4 at the center of the board, and Fabi throwing in an e5, taking advantage of that pin. I think critical decisions, pretty much every move of the opening for Praggnanandhaa in this one.
Yeah, it's a fascinating position, because this knight in particular has already done a lot of work. It's already moved out to f3, e5, c4. It's made 3 of the 9 moves so far for white. But paradoxically here, Tanya, I've been looking a bit in the break, and it needs to be a novelty now from Praggnanandhaa if he wants to fight for an opening advantage. And that all revolves around moving the knight for a fourth time. So breaking all the opening principles. I would say the most natural move maybe is to develop the bishop, defend the center. You mentioned that pawn is a bit weak, a bit tender. And that would be kind of, if you gave me 10 seconds, that would be my move. Maybe Pragg is also looking at that one. But by process of elimination, he needs to realize that that last threat you mentioned, bishop takes knight, and then breaking out with e5, is actually going to solve all of black's problems. For example, if the bishop does come out, we would see a capture, take, and e5, boom. Not only exploding the center, but the bishop will develop, maybe with gain of tempo. Bishop c5 is quite a cool idea in a lot of lines, a bit of a threat now. And Pragg would be on the back foot. Maybe he could still kind of equalize here with white, but he wants more than just equalizing. He can wreck the pawn structure and then maybe defend everything, but I don't think he wants to play on the back foot. So moving this knight to either e5 or e3, which have never been seen before, those are the key moves right now.
95 does feel like the more natural move. Not only is it a forward move, it doesn't come in the way of the bishop development. For me, knight to e3 feels extremely counterintuitive to find, especially if you haven't prepared this at home.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Playing it over the board, you kind of think, oh, I'm a genius, or you might think, oh, this looks so silly. Like, it's nothing in between. You just think, okay, I've just moved my knight for a fourth time. I've blocked my own bishop's development. Where's it even going from here? I think the answer is actually back to c2, which is a bit of an odd one. But yeah, this is very difficult, I think, for Pragg to find. And Fabi might be relying, Tanya, on Pragg not finding these moves. Knight e5 more natural, maybe, but it did just come from that square 3 moves ago. So I think psychological big moment now for Pragg.
And Fabi, of course, the one who's prepared this whole idea, starting with the knight coming out to a6. David, this position pops up. And if anyone's watching, really the move they want to make is bishop to e3. That's the one that's screaming to be played, right? You develop, you take control of the d4 square, and you feel relaxed about it. And the one game that you mentioned has been played. In fact, that was the move of choice. And it kind of ended in the next 3 moves in a draw.
Yeah, I think this one will go longer, if only because there are some rules in place to prevent such a quick draw. But yeah, bishop e3, I wouldn't be shocked if it's played, Tanya, but I think white would definitely have no advantage there, and Fabi would know what to do. Also, Pragg probably wants to surprise Fabi back at some point. So yeah, it's a difficult moment. I think he might find one of these 2 moves just by process of elimination, but it's already cost him a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah. 2 hours is what the players start with no increment until move 41, move 40 to be reached to get that extra 30 minutes with the bonus time. But Pragg burning the clock right now. And I think it's kind of important because, of course, he's surprised with Fabi's approach. And David, that's also something hard to deal with, right? You come into the game, you know this is a crucial one, a critical fight in the battle, because Pragg, while he is in the chasing pack, he's 2.5 points behind. 2.5 points behind Sindarov even. So for Pragg to even get into the conversation between Fabi and Sindarov, it's extremely important to try to win a game right now. They're kind of running out. It's 8 games to go, but with the margin, the lead margin that's there, they're running out of number of games to play. And I'll point out, like at this point, nobody's just playing their own tournament. None of these players are just by themselves playing their own tournament. Each of them are now responding to Sindarov and his lead.
Exactly. It feels like they have to like climb over each other to get to the top, to get to the to Sindarov, who's almost untouchable up there. They're just scrambling already. They're getting nervous. Both sides will be playing for a win for sure. I think in all of the games right now, which is nice to see. Like that's the upside to the runaway winner, that everyone else has to go up a gear and take those risks. But maybe we leave him to think here, Tanya, because big moment for Pragg. And even if he spends 30 minutes, it's worth the investment if he finds one of those knight moves.
Let's do it. And there we go to our 8 board view. And wow, David, look at that top left board. Our actual marquee matchup with a 5.5 out of 6 for Sindarov playing against Giri, who has had a win in the tournament. But the queens are already off the board. And I look at what we've got, at least in our bird's eye view, it does appear that Sindarov, he has an extra pawn for now. That knight, I think we have to jump in because everything feels like it's hanging currently. The knight on b7 hits Giri's rook on d8. The bishop on a5 is hanging. What on earth is happening? And at some point, I'm going to ask you to do an action replay as well on this one.
Yeah, I'm going to start with that, Tanya. I think that's the most important thing because I'm as confused as Giri looks right now on the camera. How did we get here? And we left it a while ago. We left it about 20 minutes ago, but all of that time was eaten off Giri's clock. We saw the rook come to d8, putting pressure on the IQP, on the isolated pawn. Queen e2, knight c6, rook d1, natural moves. And after bishop a5, it started getting a bit weird. I guess this is preemptive. Like you said, Tanya, a3 would have come with tempo, b4 would have come with tempo, and b5 as well. So he's getting out of the way. Maybe a3, another candidate move, but bishop b5 was the choice. Sindarov must be in prep. The clocks tell the whole story here. Bishop to d7, defending the knight, knight c5, hitting this pawn, bishop back to e8, and now, boom. This is so thematic, right, Tanya? Isolated pawn, marching forward, explodes everything open, and this is how we got the queens off the board. d5, capture, queen takes e7, and what do you make of this? How nervous is Giri right now?
The camera tells us quite a bit, right, of what we want to know. It's head and hands for him. He has questions to answer. I will correct myself, though. I thought b7 was just a pawn, but of course it came after a sacrifice on d5. So material balance has been restored. But look at the position. So many things are hanging. The white bishop on b5 undefended. The black bishop next to it as well. And the rook hanging as well. This is the kind of endgame where you can't play on feel. You have to sit down and calculate all the lines. You know, for Giri, first he has to work out with Sindarov, 1 hour and 56 minutes on the clock. I mean, he's barely used any time. You're facing a monster in Cyprus who's, you know, just demolishing the whole field. And here he comes into the halfway mark, into round 7, and just comes out with another great prep. It might still be level, and it might still be within, you know, balanced territory here for Anish Giri. But the thing is, the problems are there. The questions are all there. And it starts with a very direct one right now, David. To me, it looks like Anish might be forced to give up that bishop on a5, maybe capture white's bishop on b5. But I have to say, white has the healthier pawn structure. A beautiful square on d4 for his other knight to land on. Let's say bishop takes bishop, knight takes bishop. Eventually, the white knight getting to d4. The white rook jumping onto c7. A healthier pawn formation, a direct target on d5. It appears, at least in my head, to be a position where white is fighting for 2 results. And that is an ideal scenario for Sindarov in round 7 right now.
Yeah, Giri would love to be on the opposing side where he plays with a small advantage, risk-free, positional, kind of trumps positional edges as well. Giri is really uncomfortable in positions where the shoe's on the other foot, where he is the one who has to dig deep and just kind of suffer a little bit. Probably still a draw is the most likely result, but I agree, Tanya. White is the only one having fun, and that's why Giri looks pained right now. This is move 19, Tanya, but incredibly, this has all been seen before. This is not a new position. This is incredible.
Tell us more, David Howell.
Okay. And yeah, I don't want to go too kind of full nerd mode yet, but I have to as a big opening theory nerd myself. Rook to D to B8 is the only other logical move here, due to the kind of double attack on the rook and bishop. Like you said, Tanya, like bishop takes bishop is fine as well, but after the knight captures, it's just too easy for white. I think it's going to be good knight versus bad bishop. Like I could see, okay, not by this exact move order, but just for an example on the board, let's say something like this, take, and I could see white having a dominant knight versus a bad bishop, outside pawn majority. I think this is just one-way traffic. A lot of fun for white. So rook to b8 was rook d to b8, sorry, was played in a game between 2 grandmasters, Goran Dizdar and Robert Ruck. I think I played Robert Ruck a few years ago, Hungarian grandmaster. I think I was like 15 at the time, or maybe even younger, but long time ago. Rook d to b8, and in that game, white took the bishop.
But I thought that was 3 birthdays ago for you, David. What are you talking about?
Exactly, it was just last month. Knight takes bishop was the move, and after rook takes b5, black solved most of the problems by throwing the pawn down the board, and the b2 pawn was quite hard to protect long term, and this fizzled out towards a draw. But I do see that the computer points out a novelty if rook d to b8 happens, Tanya, and it's to play this weird looking move, bishop to a6, defending the knight. And here playing this move, knight to d6, threatening to trap this rook in the corner. And white has a small advantage that continues.
I actually really like this for white, this line that you're pointing out. It feels like Anish hasn't completely equalized the position. d5 weak, an immediate threat of the rook on a8, the double bishop pair about to be neutralized whenever white wants to do so. The other knight jumping onto e5 in case you try to run away with that bishop. f7 will be weak as well. Bishop d7, knight e5 ideas, apart from bishop b7, of course. Bishop c6 as well runs into knight e5. So definitely something that Giri needs to be careful about. And the clock situation, the fact that he's on an over 7-minute think right now, Anish has to work this out by himself on the board, knowing that he's playing an exceptionally well-prepared Sindarov. I saw a feature chat there, David Howell, saying that Sindarov playing for the memes, trying to get to 6 out of 7. The internet will have a field day.
Tanya, are you going to do it or should I? It's likely, no? It's draw still the most likely result here, but
we'll do it when it happens. When and if it happens.
Exactly. He wants more. Sindarov wants more, and I just can't get over the level of preparation. Like, Sindarov's preparing super sharp stuff, as we saw against Hikaru Nakamura, where greed is good, grabbing 3 pawns, clinging on. He's preparing like huge attacking stuff, like he did against Fabiano. I mean, here he's preparing grindy stuff against Giri with minimal risk. It's all sorts of different openings, and he seems to have ideas in all of them. Whoever is in his team, whoever the seconds are, they deserve a raise, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I have to say, for everyone has been wondering who's Hikaru's second and who is on Hikaru's teams with everything that's been going on. Who is that second who Hikaru is referring to? But I think the real question and the one that really matters is who's on Sindarov's team? Who are these guys who are coming up with this incredible opening prep? Because, you know, it's one thing, David, to go rating farming to get to the candidates. And it's a whole different thing to farm rating points at the candidates.
Exactly. Sindarov looks like he's farming some world-class players right now. But, I mean, the most impressive thing is every opening, he's up. By move 15, move 20, he's up by half an hour or more. In the case of Hikaru, he's up by an hour. Like, that's such a huge head start, and it can't be underestimated at this level where everyone is so good that he's getting the first blow in psychologically and objectively on the board. It's just, yeah, I'm running out of superlatives, Tanya. Oh. Stop me now before I start ranting about how incredible he is.
It's on everyone's mind. I think everyone's absolutely shook. I don't think it's that shocking that if Sindarov would be in the mix, would be one of the leaders, but just what he's demonstrated in the scoreline, in the quality of play, in the range of his play, handling different positions with his opening prep, and even the times when he's had to be on his own, how he's navigated everything so far, halfway mark. It's just been incredible to watch him do this. It's you know, it feels like a generational performance. Sindarov said it himself that this is maybe the tournament of his life, before he added that he has a long career ahead of him. So the maybe is very important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is this is going to be an interesting one to follow. I still think a draw the most likely result. I trust Giri's defensive skills. He tends to be quite good technically, but he's definitely not enjoying life. And it's almost zero risk at all here for white. I don't think Sindarov's ever going to lose this game. Maybe only 2 or 3 times out of 100. So, okay, we'll see if Giri can stop Sindarov's great sweep as we leave him to his suffering at the board, Tanya.
Let's do it. Let's bring up our bird's eye view again as we zoom out of Vachier Sindarov for now. Anish, Giri trying to keep things under control in that one and continue our tour right there. I think we've done a lot on the Pragg Fabi board. We'll check in with that in just a bit. Just another move has been played. By the way, I do see bishop on e3. The knight did arrive on e5. So not allowing Fabi to break in the center after the trade. Meanwhile, for Bluebaum versus Hikaru Nakamura, now that's a game we haven't yet checked in with, but it looks quite balanced with symmetrical pawn structures for both. So I'm expecting a Bluebaum streak to continue in this one, David. As we go into that position, we've got the queen out in the center, but it does appear to me that this can't be all that bad for black. You know, you don't have any big weaknesses, but I see the blue arrow pointing out that knight on e5 is the only move to keep the balance.
Yeah, that's wild. It doesn't look like he's done much wrong, Hikaru. So the fact that knight e5 is by far the best move is slightly surprising. Maybe I can just very quickly take us back, Tanya, just to show the opening, because it was quite an interesting one. It was also a Queen's Gambit declined. We've seen a few of those in the last few days. And in this position where Giri played the more trendy bishop to b4, Hikaru played h6, which is known to be a bit of a winning attempt. It doesn't look like much, but it's just a way to get the game out of known waters, get a position, stop white from playing bishop g5, bishop takes f6 like we saw Sindarov do. And after a3, mimicking Hikaru here, saying, okay, no goes in for you. Now the play transposes more into semi-Slav waters, and after pawn to e4 from Bluebaum, blowing open the center, it was Hikaru who's just in time to play the move e5. If he doesn't get this, he might be struggling for space. e5, now at least his bishop can breathe, and I wonder how much this is prep, because I see the clock time, and Bluebaum's barely spent a second on the clock, but objectively, after knight to e5, it does look dead level. I think, just to show everyone at home, knight e5, the fact that knight takes f3 comes with a check. White cannot get away with taking this, as the queen would drop. Can't take with a rook either, as white would lose the exchange. So this looks like it solves everything. Knight e5, and actually queen takes queen. Black might be better, Tanya.
An in-betweener trade there to destroy the pawn structure. While I hear you, David, and I understand how powerful knight e5 is, I think the bigger question in my head is, why is everything else so bad? Why is the blue arrow appearing right now? I don't have any weaknesses if I'm black here. Yes, I'm behind in development. I'm trying to think of, okay, what could be an alternative move? Maybe bring the knight to f6 to offer a queen trade is something that comes to my mind here. And there we see, for me, a natural move. I want to develop my bishop, but the bar just rises up significantly here.
Yeah, this is crazy because it looks so innocuous. It looks like the queens are coming off almost symmetrical. I agree. Like, this looks like, first glance, it looks dead equal, but white here probably keeps the queens on and actually has a big attack with these bishops on the diagonals. White's ahead in development. Bishop takes h6 is such a big threat. And boom, we would see Bluebaum storm to victory here with the knight coming, the bishop coming, more than enough attacking forces here.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
The fact that queen h4 would be this strong, and the time that Matthias has taken to get here, he obviously understands the importance of knight e5, right? This has been in the book for him. He studied this. So he knows knight e5 needs to be played, but the clock tells a different story for Hikaru. Hikaru needs to work that out on his own. It's, always these knight moves at the center of the board for Hikaru that he needs to find for some reason, David. Knight e4 when he's white, knight e5 when he's black.
What do you think, Tanya? Is this one even on his radar, or is it too difficult, just like knight e4 was the other day?
Depends if castle was in the files, right?
Exactly. Oh, those seconds. I mean, he's now down 43 minutes on the clock, Hikaru. And I don't think those seconds are getting a raise in this case. Like, I mean, knight e5 is fine, but Tanya, I think psychologically as well, Bluebaum is risking nothing. Like, he'll probably after knight e5 put his queen on e4. Let's say something like this, threatening checkmate. And I mean, this type of position just looks dead level. I think Hikaru won't be happy here. Like, the maximum he's going to get is a draw. It just feels like Bluebaum is using the fact that he's the underdog to provoke his opponents, to try and frustrate them. And that's why Hikaru's spending so long now.
I do think that Hikaru finds knight e5 in this position. Very important to be played. Otherwise, Bluebaum goes on the hunt in this one. We saw the line with the queen sliding over, and it just becomes any other move for black. It becomes incredibly hard to finish development. I think Hikaru finds knight e5. It's a very direct line with the trades that you pointed out. You have that check on f3. That knight on e5 cannot be captured because the queen on d4 is hanging. And I would also say that it's easier to spot knight e5 than it was to spot knight e4 because it's sort of very direct trades and tactics on the board. It feels like you're solving all your problems. The question is how quickly Hikaru finds this. We know he went into a massive 67-minute think last time and then chose h4. So hopefully this time it will be sooner than that because the clock does play a role. And as you said, after queen slides over, there's no trades. The game goes on, so you still need time on the clock.
Still need time on the clock, and I think he'll get there just process of elimination because knight f6 looked clearly bad after the white queen stays on the board. Queen h4, big attack. Maybe the only other logical move, well, maybe two, would be bishop to b6, attacking the white queen. Now, at least the white queen can't use h4, but apparently this is super bad after bishop to b6 because of white just dropping back, and the bishop now comes out. White will maybe play b4, c5, lots of space. Yeah, I think he'll play knight e5, but Tanya, just like in the other game, there's nothing new under the sun, and this position's actually been reached between two Indian players, Aradhya and Ghosh. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but knight e5 was played in that game as well.
Done. Yeah, both quite strong players. Aradhya, Garg, and there are a couple of Ghosh, so I don't know which ones you're talking about, but all of them are grandmaster level. So I think one thing I do feel though is that Hikaru isn't aware of those games, because if he was, then I think the move would have been played sooner, especially considering the difference that there is. It's clear that this is a new position for him. Look at the clock, that tells you the whole story. So Hikaru on the think in this one. Chat, will he find knight e5 and will he equalize the position on the spot, or will he go on the defense and have to suffer for a while? David, should we leave Hikaru to navigate his way through this one and bring up our bird's eye 8 board view one more time as we continue going around the horn? There's one game remaining in the open that we haven't checked out with. So David, I'm going to ask you to take us to Esipenko versus Wei Yi before we move on to the women's boards.
Yeah, let's do that, because this round has so far been all about brand new opening ideas, or at least very rare opening ideas. And in that final game we haven't touched on, I've studied the Petrov for far too long in my life to be proud of, Tanya. But if we show what happened, knight f3, knight f6, the Petrov defense, this is a Chinese speciality. All the top grandmasters in China seem to play it, other than Ding, interestingly. But d4, knight takes e4, and I've never ever seen the move queen to e2 here. D takes e5 is a move, bishop d3, knight takes e5, they're all well known, but queen to e2, given a miss already by the computer, and evaluation says, well, just dead level already, but the queen just seems to get in the way. And knight takes e5, playing for some kind of beginner tricks, like if the black knight ever moves, then there's always this knight c6 type of idea. This happens in some other variations. One of the first tactics I ever learned in chess. But bishop to e7 instead, much more logical. f3, kicking the knight back. And to catch up with the live position, the queen moves again out of the way, defends this pawn. Bishop f4, we're going to see opposite side castling maybe. But first knight c6 hits in the center. And okay, it just looks like a very tense position.
It really does, right? Because we undoubtedly are heading towards kings on the opposite flanks, and it also looks like d4 under pressure. So right now, probably going long castle. I don't know if there are tactics there with d5 and the knight on d4 being on the same file. Maybe it's still possible. Because, David, if you need to defend that pawn, I'm not finding a happy way to do it. Knight b5 might be a move here. I'm attacking c7 and also protecting d4.
Yeah, I like it. There's only two ways to defend the pawn, or kind of happy ways. Knight e2 looks passive, defensive, but knight b5 is interesting. And this is probably the move he wants to play, but for the bar drops, Tanya, that's mysterious.
Yeah, knight e2 completely missed my radar as a move. It just felt like I'm putting my knight in front of the bishop, but I do see the point of it. a6 you're pointing out, so you're just allowing the c7 pawn to fall, and the idea is that if I take with the bishop, the queen moves to d7, I lose a piece on the spot, too many hanging pieces in this one. And if I take it with the knight, and as we're analyzing this, knight e2 has been the move of choice by Esipenko, so he finds the right square for the knight, and suddenly the knight on c7 would have found no way home.
Yeah, and black's just going to take that piece off the board and get two pieces for a rook. Even g5 might be a threat to destabilize the knight, and the knight's traveled too far from home. So like you said, knight to e2, once you see it, maybe is the safer of the two. But instant move from Wei Yi, knight to b4. He wants to release some tension, trade off some pieces.
And for Wei Yi at 2 out of 6 alongside Andrei Esipenko, currently at the bottom of the table right now, David. I think for both these players, the big question is how motivated they are at this point, but they completely understand and realize that for any real chances, this one has to be a decisive game. If this ends in a draw and both of them land at 2.5, then you're just looking at playing spoilers for the rest of the tournament. There's pretty much no hope left for either one.
Exactly. Like, even if Sindarov has a total nightmare of a second half of the tournament, like, they still have to catch up the likes of Fabiano, maybe Pragg, maybe others. Yeah, I think a draw suits neither of them. And unfortunately for them, Tanya, it looks like a very drawish position, especially if White just takes the knight, takes these off. Let's say White blocks, bishop back to d6, and I don't think this game goes on that much longer. It's so symmetrical, no pawn breaks. I think this is the worst. Yeah, the worst scenario for both. And knight takes knight just looks totally.
You know,
equal.
David, how I'm going to be more optimistic about the fireworks in this one. Wait until White goes long castle eventually. Black pushes the B pawn with B5, B4. Thank you for giving me a hook on C3. White goes G4, G5 on the other side. I believe fun remains to be had here.
Okay, I hope you're right, Tanya. I've never wanted so badly to be wrong myself. I want this to be a fight. I want both, or at least one of the players, to feel like they have a fighting chance in the second half of the event. But it feels very, very close to dead equality right now.
All right, so in the balance so far, more minor pieces about to come off the board. Let's bring up our bird's eye view and do a roundup of our women boards next. Anna Muzichuk with a 1-point lead ahead of 5 players chasing her. She's playing against Bebisara Asubaeva. That's the red board on the bottom row, the second to left here. And it's already a fun one. That started with 1e4 is what I want to say. And I'm struggling to understand which opening Black chose in that, David. It's been a mix of openings. I see the bar remains level pretty much across our 4 boards in the women, especially in the first 3. Meanwhile, Vaishali versus Tanzongi. For Vaishali and Divya, it was their first win yesterday. So they're trying to find that momentum to take it forward. Vaishali against Tanzongi, but it's Tanzongi who has a slight edge in that, at least if the bar is to be believed. Meanwhile, Goryachkina Zhuzhina. David, I just want to talk about one thing here. You know, we've been mentioning the great Bluebaum streak. I think it's time to talk about the great Goryachkina streak. It's been 6 out of 6 draws for her so far.
Exactly, and I think she's the only one we can say that for across the 2 sections right now. She's the only one who's drawn all of her games. Everyone else has either won 1, lost 1, and maybe she'll do what Giri managed to achieve all those years ago, back in 2014, I believe. And okay, do we check in on that one just to kind of get it out of the way, Tanya? It's not the most thrilling of positions, but maybe that's where we start the roundup of the women's boards.
Let's do it. Then we can work our way up to more fun stuff. And there we have it. A lot of pieces have gotten off the board. It's 6 versus 6 when it comes to the pawns as well. David playing against Zhuzhina. And Arjuna lost her game yesterday. She's on a 50% score right now. But I think with the black pieces going into the halfway mark, this wouldn't be an absolute disastrous result for the world number 2. For Goryachkina, though, is there anything to fight for? There's one imbalance on the board that I see apart from the pawn formation. That's a knight versus bishop dynamic. What are you picking if you have to take this position? The queen and the knight combo or the queen and the bishop combo?
Yeah, I think I'm just very biased by what I was taught as a youngster. That queen and knight work so well together. Like, they complement each other. They do kind of totally different roles. I think especially here, Tanya, just because the white knight has potential. If you could move forward 2 squares without having to turn as a knight, then if you could plant yourself on the c5 square, that would be beautiful. Dominate the bishop. Black's bishop doesn't really have much to do. So I think I would take the queen and knight. But that being said, Black doesn't have too many weaknesses. Black probably gets rid of the isolated pawn at some point by playing a4. And maybe it's just not enough material. 99.9% accuracy I see for Zhuzhina after the opening. So there we go. Oh, 99.8, pardon me. She's slacking. How about you, Tanya? Can you see anything other than a draw?
I'm going to be honest, I completely agree with the Val bar. And I have to say, I think this one does end in a draw. And Goryachkina will get her 7 out of 7. So a perfect streak at the first half of the tournament. David, this one in the balance, the queen and the knight, I don't see combining for a massive attack here. Let's go back to our bird's eye view as we continue our tour, because exciting stuff is happening all around. What catches your eye next?
Ooh, a few things. I should also mention that Zhuzhina, she still had the 1.5 hours that she was given at the start of the game. She still had it on move 22 in that position. So great preparation But talking of great preparation, it does look like Tan Zhongyi, you mentioned that game, she's the only one with an objective advantage. And it would be great for her to get off the kind of break the curse, win her first game of the event. And yeah, let's just trace it back, Tanya, because only 9 moves in, but I have to be slightly critical of Vaishali's last move. So e4, d6, this is a must-win game, Tan Zhongyi feels, therefore. She plays the Piet's defense, the Piet. And okay, bishop to d3. All I know about this line is that after knight to d7, if white plays knight f3, there are sometimes ideas of black breaking out with d5. And yeah, it goes into very concrete lines. So white drops the bishop back. Vaishali well prepared. But b6, I've nearly never seen this before, to fianchetto on the queen side before the king side in the Piet defense. Knight to e2, and a few moves down the line, we see Vaishali doing Vaishali things. And Tanya, I have to say, this is a very Vaishali move, but probably not the right moment for it while white's minor pieces are so passive. No reason to go on the attack when black hasn't done much wrong.
But you framed it perfectly, right? A very Vaishali move. I think she's always looking for ways, very direct lines, something that she believes poses immediate challenges to her opponent. F4, it's given a question mark as well. Though I have to say, from a practical perspective, David, I'm not really sure why it's so bad, because I do feel it comes with the idea of pushing that f pawn further with f5. I would be tempted to go with it straight away, to go f5 and try to create some weaknesses on the king side. I see it's a bad move, but I'm going to ask you to break it down, because it's also one that I think a lot of us would be tempted to play. I've castled if I'm white, my pieces are out, I'm looking for those opening diagonals. F4 would be on most of our radars.
Yeah, I can see the logic behind it, but I just think her pieces aren't quite ready. Like, if you could put the white knights, if you give white 2 moves, I'm going to make that happen, like rook b8, and let's say black does nothing. If you put the white knights on more active squares, then I could definitely see like f5 and some kind of attack brewing. I'm not sure whether we take on e5 first before f5, but f5, bring the bishop out, and great chances. But in the current position, I think she's a bit slow. e4 is a bit of a target for the black pieces, and if she does start with f5, I do think that black, firstly, first move that comes to my mind, maybe there's something stronger, but d5, she can blow open the center, and flank attacks rarely work when the center is so fluid like this. So if the whole center disappears, I think black is for choice. The 2 bishops fianchettoed are going to be better than white's bishops, the black knights more active than the white knights. And yeah, I think, sorry, if we go back to the live position, same if, for example, white takes first and then f5, which is quite tempting. I think she's just not quite in time. The black knights mobilize. e4 is now an overwhelming target. And I mean, knight to d3 is coming. It just feels like she's not quite in time to launch that attack. So I think right idea, maybe just slightly premature here, Tanya.
Yeah. And I think that's been the storyline for Vaishali across not just this candidates, but even in Toronto as well, where she's just rushed in with these direct approaches, trying to get that aggressive play into the game, but not fully being prepared as far as the pieces are concerned. So we'll see if this one becomes fun and who is the player who's having more fun as we get our featured chat saying that this will be an interesting prep battle. I think the only one in prep has got to be Tan Zhongyi. Look at the clocks as well. Vaishali has also suffered on the timer throughout, so she needs to be careful with that. Meanwhile, we see that Divya versus Lagno. David, this remains in the balance. I want to check with our tournament leader, Anna Muzichuk, against Asubayeva, because I see the G-pawn has moved forward. Yes, the queens are off the board. The king's in the center. Is this also very much in the balance, or do you think white having that more space, the knight jumping onto f5 might give something to Anna Muzichuk to play for before we circle back to our open?
Yeah, very interesting position. Like there are imbalances, like you said, the pawn structure, white with a bit more space, white with the extra central pawn on the light squares. Black has the bishop pair, and I wonder whether that survives. Like taking on g6 is never very desirable, I would say. Like if black, I don't know, forces the decision before the black bishop saves itself, if white ever takes, then the h-file opens and there's a bit of a backward pawn here. Unclear who this favors. I don't know. Normally, I like the pawn center. I like having kind of extra support in the center. The levers here all belong to white. f4, d4. She can choose when to break. But it just feels like black has 0 weaknesses. I think it's just objectively balanced here, Tanya. I would think if you gave me this with white, with black, I would say I don't mind. Just happy to play any endgame once the queens are off.
Yeah, I think the one suffering will be on the other side, whether playing with the white pieces or the black against you, David. You'll be grinding down this one for the next 150 moves. Not going to be fun for your opponent. All right, this one is strategic endgame fight. We'll come back to it, but let's go to our open section because so much has happened on our two marquee matchups in that one. As you can see, those are the top two boards on our top row, even. And it looks like Anish Giri has managed to navigate his way. More pieces have been off the board since we left it last. And a lot of the same has happened between Pragg and Fabi. What do we check out first?
Oh, it's tough. They both look very, very juicy right now. The Sindarov against Giri game has gone roughly down some lines that we mentioned earlier, although Sindarov didn't play that concept that we mentioned of the bishop to a6. So we've actually seen this position, I think, in earlier analysis. We will dive a bit deeper later, but I think the most important thing is Sindarov is finally thinking. Giri's 40 minutes down, but at least he's got Sindarov out of book finally. But it does look like fireworks on the Pragg against Fabi board, Tanya, because there is a material imbalance, if I'm counting correctly, at least for now, just for this one moment. Pragg has sacrificed a pawn, and Fabi just took it willingly, quickly. Only spent 8 minutes on this clock, and we're currently on move 17. Should we do a quick backtrack?
Let's do it, David Howell. Let's do it. Let's take it from where we left it because it felt like Fabi was coming out with all the prep and it looks like he's still on it. He's gotten up and left his chair every single move. So he did move the knight to e5. We spoke about how that's the more natural choice than retreating the knight to e3.
Mm-hmm. And unlike Hikaru Nakamura, he keeps finding these knight moves, centralized knight moves. Actually, Hikaru did find knight e5 himself, to be fair. So knight e5, the key move of the round. And knight to b4, the white bishop came out, very natural. The black pawn cements the knight on a nice outpost. Bishop c4, okay, interesting. Exchanging pieces when black is slightly cramped feels a bit counterintuitive, but clearly he feels that his own development is important, Pragg. So knight to d7 from Fabi. He was the one who initiated this. Like, he could easily just take off the bishops, play like e6, develop, and game goes on. But he wants the fire. Knight d7.
Wow.
Bishop takes. I mean, this feels so scary for both sides. And now really cool move from Pragg. Like, his bishop is hanging. He can't take the black knight because he's pinned. And the first brilliant move of the round, I believe, Tanya, sacrifice. He castles, double exclam.
Whoa!
He's giving up a bishop for free. Also, it seems bishop f4 is a mighty pin, though, winning back the knight next move. And knight to d3, only move. Fabian prep. Queen takes knight, and the pin winning back the piece, but rook takes d4. I don't even know where to start unpacking this, Tanya, but visually it looks quite nice for white due to these ugly double black pawns.
Yeah, and the bishop stuck behind it. And for Fabi, that means the rook on h8 isn't coming into play any moment soon. I want to just backtrack to that moment, shot castle, because what a move that was. It needs to be just looked into a little bit. Here, you've got the knight on e5, which is hanging, but the d4 pawn is pinned. The bishop on e6 hanging as well. And I think the reason Pragg chose shot castle, in my head, David, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that if the bishop was to move, if you get your bishop to safety, knight d3 check seems incredibly powerful. And you're not only losing the b2 pawn, but your king, you got no right to castle for the rest of the game. And on the other hand, I think the move bishop f4 also doesn't work. As you're demonstrating, this would start getting ugly for white very, very quickly. And instead of the bishop retreat, if you start with bishop f4, it's the same problem, right? So what Pragg essentially did was he sidestepped this check for all these lines, and he allowed Fabi to capture on e6, knowing that the next move he can pin and win the knight on e5, and he kind of regains material, but with some positional interest on it.
Yeah, I've got to say, very, very impressive calculation from Pragg, as we're used to. He's great at that. But the one downside for Pragg is now he's still down on the clock, nearly 1 hour down compared to Fabi. And he knows the preparation continues, and he's a pawn down. He can probably win a5 back, but b2 will drop. And if black gets two moves and plays like g6, bishop g7, Tanya, suddenly the black bishop actually becomes quite a decent piece on this diagonal. And black's knight on d3 is hard to evict, looks super strong. I could see this going wrong if Pragg isn't accurate in the next 5-6 moves.
I will point out a counter idea that if you were to take on a5, David, at least you're relying on challenging that long diagonal once the knight from c3 moves, and then the bishop occupies it. So trying to fight that fianchettoed bishop of black landing on g7, knight e2, and then you just fall back with your bishop, and I'm not allowing that development sequence that you were earlier highlighting for black. Also, after bishop takes pawn, I just realized that maybe knight takes pawn isn't the easiest to execute because white's rook lines up against the knight, and the pawn on b7 is weak. And as I say that, I see you also have knight c4 attacking the bishop, so maybe the line goes on.
Yeah, and this is probably what he's calculating. It's the most forcing line. Bishop takes pawn, regains the material, puts the pressure on black to justify what he's done to his own structure. The white bishop, I guess, has to move, not many squares. And I mean, visually, again, it looks fantastic for white, but the bar is just staunchly in the center. So I kind of trust Fabi's prep, but I don't know, my eyes... I don't know how much they deceive me, Tanya. It just feels so easy and nice to, for white to play. So I think if Pragg is careful and chooses the right order, takes his pawn at the right time, I don't know, rook d1, rook b1, whatever at the right time, then of course white shouldn't be in trouble. But yeah, it's psychologically tough being an hour down on the clock.
Want to see a fun tactic here? I like your move rook to d1. Because suddenly, David, it looks like you're pinning the knight. But hey, what about g6, bishop, g7? But actually, it comes with a nice idea because g6 now runs into a super strong bishop e5. Please pick up that bishop, lose your rook on d4 because you're about to lose a rook anyway. So this would be absolute disaster for black.
Oof. I didn't even mean that tactic, Tanya. But thank you for pointing it out. It made me look like I was creating some luck there. But yeah, rook d1, it just comes to mind as a natural move. It's like a pin, right? And e5, you can take it as well, and yeah, game continues. But yeah, I think rook d1 and bishop takes a5 are the most natural moves to my eyes.
Nice.
I don't really see what else.
You know, David, I know you're a bit of a pawn grabber yourself in the spirit of Yasser Sarwan, but I have to say that even in this position, if you had to take a color, you would want to be white here. It just feels like more than enough compensation with most of Fabi's army still stuck in the corner. Fabi's army.
Yeah, I think I would 100% take white if you said, I'm dropping both you and your opponent into this. Neither of you know anything. This is just what you see is what you get. But if I was facing Fabi, that's one thing. And if I'm facing Fabi armed with a supercomputer and all his seconds, and I know he's still in prep, and I'm an hour down on the clock, then I might not want white anymore. But Tanya,
then you
chess
take
play
the
is
pawn.
difficult.
It is, because then you're like, I'll take the pawn, and at least I have something to show for the suffering that I'm going through in this position.
Exactly. You got to suffer for something, but yeah, we'll see how this plays out. It looks like the fireworks, they were fun, but now it becomes a bit more, still some calculation to be done, but a bit more technical for Pragg.
All right, so we will see if Pragg goes for either the rook move or grabs on a5 as he navigates the calculations, trying to make sure that Fabi's development isn't easy enough in this endgame, giving Pragg something maybe to play for here. Let's backtrack as Pragg is still thinking. Fabi, over an hour and 50 minutes on the clock. He's barely spent any time. That's got to be also a pressure point for Praggnanandhaa here. But as we go back to our bird's eye view, David, I want to point out that, in fact, Hikaru did find the line that we were talking about. So you mentioned knight e5 over there. It had an interesting sequence to it. I really want to go to the Sindarov board, though, because we see that there's tension on the queen side. A lot of the pieces have gone off the board. It looks like a fun endgame, but neutralizing. It feels like all of the left side is going to be out very soon. So b3, the last move by Vachier.
Yeah, now I'm more confident about the 6-7 becoming reality. Tanya, he's got rid of one of his... Anish has got rid of one of his isolated pawns, and very quick action replay. I am a bit surprised. I was praising commentators, guys, again. I was praising Javokir's team. Still impressive opening preparation, but after rook d to b8, which has been played before, the most logical move to try and get the rook active on the b file, he didn't play bishop to a6. Knight takes a5 is fine as well, but he did spend 22 minutes himself, or 20-something minutes himself. Javokir, actually, I'm looking at the wrong column. He spent a bit of time. He took the bishop on the edge of the board, and after knight to b3, I think he's run out of time to stop black's counterplay on the b file. And that's why we saw what happened transpire, rook to d2. And yeah, if b3 is forced, I just don't think it's enough, Tanya. Like, one beautiful knight, but yeah, black's rooks look supremely active now, and white has a weakness of his own.
And Anish's rooks are beautifully doubled down on that weakness, making sure that the knight on d4 stays true to that spot. So there's really no access to that d5 weakness that you have. It feels quite balanced because the knight on d4 is strong knight, making sure that b3 remains under control. Meanwhile, for white, very hard to create targets of his own right now. In fact, I do see that there are plans of for Anish to even improve his own knight, either heading to f4 via g6. And I almost blundered into saying heading to d6 via c8, but you don't want to do that. I think that's just a bad idea. Although maybe possible, knight c8, but it doesn't look like a happy move. I want e4 or f4 for my knight, so I'd be looking at the knight moves for Anish.
Fully agree. I think maybe still slightly on the unpleasant side for Anish, at least short term, like what to do with the bishop. Like probably king f8's a useful move at some point. But I don't really see white's plan to win. Maybe white eventually is going to infiltrate with the rooks. Oh, got the hiccups. And once the white king starts moving over to the center, maybe one set of rooks off, and then it becomes easier to push the pawn.
So Indian folklore has it that when you do get the hiccups, it means that somebody is thinking about you or remembering you. David Howell, any name that comes to mind that could be the case here?
I don't know, but I'm honored that someone in the world is thinking about me right now.
All right, well, hope they're watching this broadcast then. And David, fun. I had the feeling that knight c8, knight d6, although it would be a dream to get your knight on e4, but there was this feeling and this sense that that's not the way to do it. It can't be the right move. And I want to show a backlash line to that. I think knight c8 would actually allow the white knight to jump onto f5, exactly the tempo that you're looking for and hoping for. You're attacking d5. And then black says, you know what, I'll grab b3 and chat, this one's for you. Rook takes pawn, white to play.
Oh, Forktown. Gonna take me to Forktown, Tanya. I hope our viewers will give everyone a second to spot this. I hope our viewers are always looking for forcing moves, captures, checks, threats. And you can explain it, Tanya. Break it down. Why is this a blunder?
I'm also looking at chat, and I think we're getting a lot of people finding the tactics. They've all done their puzzle rush in the morning, as I can tell. And David, Forktown is in fact my favorite town in the world as well. So you get rid of the defender, rook takes knight, boom comes in, rook takes rook, lands with a check on e7, and you win the rook and the game.
Yeah, white emerges with an extra piece, and that's why going passive and allowing knight jumps, even in endgames, can backfire. So maybe I'm expecting Anish just to get out of any checks, just kind of safe move, king f8 in the near future, followed by deciding where his knight goes. Yeah, I was skeptical. I feel like this should be a draw, but Anish isn't too happy. There's still the Sindarov effect. White's still risking precisely 0. So yeah, definitely easier to be on the white side.
And this is just absolutely ideal for Sindarov, right? Going into that halfway mark again with a score of 6 out of 7, which has actually never been seen at the candidates. It's never been done before at the candidates reaching this pivotal moment with such a massive scoreline there. I think it was, once again, it was Jan Nepomniachtchi, Madrid 22, and I think he was the only one to score 5.5 out of 7 at the halfway mark. In fact, in 24, Gukesh lost the 7th game to Alireza and was at 4 out of 7. The amount of wins that Sindarov has had in this first half, it gives him such a beautiful, comfortable buffer for the rest of the tournament.
Exactly. Imagine the last candidates winner who won it outright, Gukesh. He was on +1 only at halfway. And I mean, Sindarov's going to be on +5, maybe +6 if he can squeeze something out from this position. It is another level. And I think just before we leave this board, Tanya, Anish, I did mention it earlier, but he doesn't want to be on the black side of this. He would love to be in white shoes. 0 risk, probably still a draw, but he's the one putting pressure. He's the one asking the questions. And now he's the one instead finding himself being interviewed in such a big game from the black side. Not a lot of fun.
It comes down to how much Sindarov wants to push here as well, although I don't see really big ways for him to do so. But David, as we were seeing that knight c8 falls into trouble, it's also how easy is it for black to find moves in this position. You simply shuffle around your rook on the b file. That would allow rook to c7. Some more questions to be answered. For Sindarov, the knight is about to jump to e5. It just feels like easier to play, like you're saying, if you're white. You're threatening a rook infiltration. You're threatening a knight jump. The rook from d2 can improve itself to e2 or c2, doubling up. There is scope for white to improve pieces, but not so easy for Anish to do that for his own set. So we leave Anish just now, as he's still in the think, now about 6 minutes on this move for him, and go right back, David, to our bird's eye view, because I really want us to check in with Matthias Bluebaum against Hikaru Nakamura. As we see that, by the way, also Esipenko now on the back foot apparently against Wei is what the bar is telling us on the bottom row there. We see that Wei has lined up his queen against the pinned knight there, so this might be starting to get fun as well. The women's both somewhat remain in the balance, pretty much where we left them last. David, where do we go first? Do we check in with Esipenko or with Bluebaum?
We see Bluebaum on the camera. We see him thinking for the first time in this game. So let's go to that one, because we have to praise Hikaru for finding some central knight moves and finding all the best moves, actually, despite the clock situation. It's not as bad as the other day, Tanya, where he spent 67 minutes on one move. Here, he spent a lot of time over the course of 2-3 moves. He spent 33 minutes earlier on retreating his bishop to c7. Then he spent 20 minutes on knight to e5. We said that was a critical one, and we'll go back there because he did get a brilliant for that. It is a sacrifice, technically, but can't be captured due to the tension between the queens, as we said. So queen e4, threatening mate in one, sneaky. And I just wanted to point out this moment, Tanya, because after knight takes f3, it wasn't an immediate recapture, which was the only one played before, I think, in that game between the two Indian players. It was actually king to h1, and this is stingy. I think that deserves a double exclamation mark. It's not taking back a piece. It is still threatening a mate, so the piece can't run away. Like knight g5, bishop takes g5, and white's still going to get in into h7 soon. So king h1 doesn't get any brilliancies, doesn't get any exclams, but g6 does, which feels unfair. Giving back the knight, it had to be done, had to be blocking this diagonal, and this is really clever preparation from Bluebaum because he's actually weakened the black king side. Like h6 is hanging. Hikaru defends that, threatens his own mate. This is a game of bishops, and h3. And really interesting that bishop to d7 is the only move. I guess queen takes c4, just too greedy here, Tanya. For some reason. I think I got it. Chat.
Yeah.
Let's go for mate.
Ooh, more tactics, David Howell. Love it. Chat, here's David's question for you. Queen takes pawn, and maybe allow black to get just a little bit more greedy in that, you do hit the bishop. So let's see if chat finds this. But Hikaru did find it, and he did play the best move.
Yeah, he did play the best move. And yeah, I'll give chat 5 more seconds. What should white play here? Should white react to the bishop being hit?
All right, let me pull up our chat, David, and give you an update on that. Yes, I do see them finding it. I told you that super sharp chat today with our candidates on. And David, you've got to tell us the idea, as I see a few in our chat have spotted it as well.
Yeah, I'm a pawn grabber, so let's grab that pawn. Whoops, we hung our bishop. And initially I was a bit confused. I was like, wait, if we take the rook, we're material down. Black gets 2 bishops for a rook. But of course, who needs the rook? Checkmate ends the game. Queen to f6 and infiltration on g7. Kiss of death. Guaranteed. The black king will die. So, okay, Hikaru, unsurprisingly, found the best move. Didn't get greedy. But bishop to d7. I think it's important to use that square, Tanya, because bishop to e6 could fall foul of some tactics a bit later due to like bishop takes g6 ideas. The bishop might be loose. Maybe it also just gets a bit in the way of the e file that black wants to challenge. So bishop to d7, best move. Bluebaum develops his bishop, and here we've seen him play a couple more moves. He attacks this black bishop, and this is the live position.
Very interesting. The last move by Hikaru, like you said, the first time we've got Matthias thinking, and that has me wondering, is he considering taking what is often the poison pawn on a7, bishop takes pawn? I don't see an immediate refutation to it, David, because bishop takes pawn, you usually are careful because of your bishop getting trapped with b6, right? But here, let's say rook takes rook, and even if you get b6, white has the resource of c5, and then running away with the bishop. I think queen c4, you don't have the time because pawn takes pawn hits the bishop on c7 as well. Also, there's bishop b3 with f7 being super soft in the position. You might just lose on the spot. Queen f7, rook e7, checkmate.
That is very, very nice. And yeah, we can't allow that.
But I want to finish that. I might have walked into a checkmate on white as well in that line. You don't have to go rook e7 all the way because there might be back rank problems in that. But let's show it. Queen takes pawn, queen f7. And you think rook e7 wins you the game, but you'll just see the bar do its thing, chat, because it's black first to the party with queen c1.
Oops. Mater gets mated. And that would be, a sad end to the game. But I think you're right. Same idea, just different order, Tanya. And first a check, and then the rook to e7, as you mentioned. And this costs black the queen and the game. So yeah, tactics, very tempting to go for them now. Bishop takes pawn. The question would be whether black can grab on c4 now. And it's the same idea, like with a skewer
Bishop
on the diagonal.
Oh, and queen f4.
Yeah,
oh,
a block.
There's tactics and counter tactics. Queen takes queen, bishop takes queen, and you think you're winning? David, white to play. White to play here. But it doesn't work, though.
Wait, something works.
Oh, whoa.
Rook takes rook. Rook takes rook.
Rook
and
takes rook.
Not this one. This would be mate again. But first, Luft. Give the king some air. And it's a double attack. Hitting the two bishops. But... very important, and the tactics here are crazy. He's played bishop takes a7, by the way, Tanya, so this isn't fantasy, this is reality. But I think the key detail is queen takes queen, black flicks in, rook takes rook, check. And only then takes the queen back, and looking very level. Although you have to work out that rook e7, I guess there's bishop to e6 with some back rank ideas, and the tactics continue.
Yeah, and for some reason, the bar still remains level when it looks like white should be completely lost with the bishop hanging. It probably means you just sidestep the attack on the bishop with a move like bishop to c2 or to a4. c2 does look safer here. But still, look at that. And the bar says rook d2, and it starts getting very tricky. So even with such few pieces on the board, you need to be very careful.
Tanya, if we go back to the live position, bishop takes a7 played, what do we think? Is this going to be the first game to finish, at least in the open candidates? If queen takes c4, if Hikaru calculates everything right here, takes the pawn, goes back to f4, this could fizzle out towards a draw if it's just bishops and level material.
I mean, it's Matthias Bluebaum, so not surprised if we do get a draw in this one against Hikaru. And I think you might be on the money that this might be our first result of the day, though I do have my eye out on the other boards as well. Yeah, David, it feels like this might be the first to wrap up, but it's not a happy score. Well, it's not a happy score, but it's not also a happy end to this game, especially for Hikaru, right? Who, if he wants any chances at all in this candidates, needs to go on a hot streak of his own.
Exactly. He'll need the best second half of candidates history to have any chance of launching a comeback. I guess they say like you can't win the candidates in the first half, but you can definitely lose it in the first half. And if you throw away all of your chances, all of your games, it feels like he's still kind of in the mix if he gets the win today. But unfortunately, it does look unlikely. It's going to be tough for Hikaru now.
All right, so Bluebaum going for the most combative bishop takes pawn, and Hikaru reaches out to make his move and then decides to have a second think on that. He can go for queen takes pawn. The tactics do work out for black at the end, neutralizing white's extra material here. But we'll see if Hikaru finds that. Let's pull up our bird's eye view, our 8-board view. Of course, our big matchups are the first two there on the top row as we do go to our full board scenario there. Sindarov playing against Anish Giri, and a few moves have happened, but not much has changed there, with Giri making some squares for his own king to come out with f6, controls that knight e5 jump that we were earlier referring to, also frees up his own bishop. I like that approach by black. Meanwhile, Pragg and Fabiano Caruana, David, I think that's the one where I would like to go to, unless there's something else that you want to bring up before that. a few moves have happened since we checked in last, and that bishop, the black bishop, has arrived on g7.
Exactly. The game is developing quite quickly, and I think Pragg just this very second made a move. It looked like it was the move bishop to c3. There we go. Oh, okay. We're getting a glimpse into FIDE's move broadcast here. We see the bishops disappear. Very quick action replay though, Tanya, because after we left the game last, we were talking about bishop takes pawn, rook d1. It looked like a 50-50. Rook to d1 was indeed the move played. The black rook retreated, hitting the bishop. Now the pawn was captured. Now g6. Just wondering, or feels too greedy, but knight takes pawn, I guess there would have been rook takes rook to b1, and this pawn's going to hang with a check, although eval bar still says level. Fabi instead, still in prep, played g6, getting his bishop out, prioritizing development, knight e2, and this is something you pointed out earlier, the bishop's being challenged, and just the speed with which Fabi's playing means he's got it all worked out. But who would you pick here, Tanya?
You know, that extra pawn, now that I'm looking at it, if Fabi is able to get his king out of the way and land that rook on d8, he's got that... Oh, I say extra pawn, but a5 has fallen, so there is no extra pawn. I'll take that right back. But I want to just add to that the points I was about to make anyway, that knight on d3 and a full control on the d line might actually still give Fabi some chances in this position if he's able to get the next two moves. Once the bishop is captured, get the king to f7, rook to d8. Do you have enough time to do that? And then the knight on d3 becomes quite scary, controlling so many squares for white. b2 hanging as well. Despite the e7, e6 situation that Fabi has to deal with, I'm kind of liking black right now.
I'm really liking his clock time, Fabi, the confidence he's been playing with. I love the preparation. We talked about that knight a6 move ages ago, like as an almost novelty, inspired, of course, by Bluebaum. Fabiano probably had been researching Bluebaum's games, stumbled across this idea, and that was on move 7. And now we're on move 22. Fabi still barely paused. So I just love that knight on d3. I love the ease of that plan you mentioned, Tanya. And yeah, he's not out of the woods, Pragg. Probably a draw, the most likely result, but I could definitely see this this turning if white's not careful.
All right, so Praggnanandhaa needs to be careful, and David Howell, we need to be careful about our prediction games, because so far there's only been John who's been getting it right. Let's bring up our bird's eye view and get him in at this point before we get our first results. Everywhere we've been looking at, we're seeing the bar as well, pretty much in the level, so in the balance so far. John, what do you make of the action, and how many decisive results are we picking today, team?
Oh, I see the tactic. I appreciate that, Tanya. But if you allow me to pick first, then you're going to have one less choice. Are you sure you want to do that?
I do. I want to get this right at least once, so I need to break it down in my head before I throw out a number.
You want to get it right at least once, but there are only 14 rounds in this tournament, Tanya. I'm not sure we have enough time, but we'll give it a go today.
The trash talk game by John Sargent is at a whole different level, chat.
Today, I'm actually feeling pretty relaxed about things. I love that the psychological pressure is being put on, for example, in the Caruana Pragg game. I feel like that both players have a pretty good understanding of what's going on over the board, and Fabi is trying to use clock pressure to try and maybe cause Pragg to misremember or have a little bit of a mistake. But broadly, I think things are... the players have the measure of each other today, and they're looking forward to the other rest day. I'm going with 2 decisive games today, which I know is unusually low for me, but I'm feeling a lull going into the second rest day.
David, you want to go next?
No, Tanya, after you. I'll pick whatever's left.
Oh, David, you could have picked 3 and trapped Tanya on 4.
I know. 3 would have been my answer, but no pressure, Tanya. You can take 3 if you want.
I'll say one thing, that John's already picked my answer for the day. He's gone for 2, and that's what I was going to go for. So I will not steal your answer, David Howell. You can stick with 3. I'm going to go with, looking at the positions what we have, I think we get 1 decisive result today. So I'm playing it very cautious. Going into a rest day tomorrow, I think it's going to be a relaxed day of chess, guys. I'm going with 1.
Sticking with 3, David?
Yes, 3 it is. And I believe they may all come in the women's section today.
Wow, okay. A further sort of side game sort of prediction. I'm not going to get into betting there with David, but interesting. So on the panel today, we have 1, 2, and 3 decisive results as our bets. What do you think in chat? We'll get the mods to put a poll up, and this time we'll have 0 as an option. There was no point having 1 up yesterday. I think we all know that. But is it 0, 1, 2, 3, or more than 3? We'll get that poll up in just a bit. In the meantime, we're going for a quick break. When we come back, folks, it's more action from round 7 of the 2026 FIDE Candidates.
Okay, this is Candidates Trivia with Divya. Which player famously beat both Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik at the 2013 Candidates Tournament?
Well, I need to know the rest of the participants. Maybe give me a hint. I'll take a pick.
Your hint is that he has had one of the longest careers in chess. He's still an active player, and he lives for the game of chess. Probably.
Ivanchuk.
Well done. Which player has played the most Candidates Tournaments since 2013?
Fabi.
Absolutely right, 5 tournaments. Who has the record for most draws in a Candidates Tournament?
Anish.
Was that a guess or did you know?
Guess.
It was a good guess.
Yeah.
All 14 draws in 2016. Next question. What is the highest score a player has achieved in the Candidates Tournament since 2013?
10.
9.5.
Oh,
Jan Nepomniachtchi. Yeah. All right, next one. Who finished in second place in the 2018 Candidates Tournament?
Who did the challenge?
Well,
Who did the winner challenge?
2018 was Fabiano, who won the tournament in Berlin and went on to play in London. Yeah. So who got second place in that same tournament? Who would have played if Fabiano had declined?
Let's say Day.
Shakhriyar Mamedyarov.
Okay.
Okay. Next one. You're going to get this one. In which city was the 2013 Candidates Tournament held?
How can I get this one?
I think it was maybe
I
mentioned.
was what, 6, 7?
Oh my God, you just accidentally did 6, 7, which you said you hate.
Okay, let me take a random guess. Europe?
Yes.
Okay. Can I know the country?
United Kingdom.
London. I did it.
Okay, here comes your trick question I think you're going to get, even more than the men. Which player had a wild Candidates in Toronto, losing 4 games in a row?
Vachier-Lagrave.
Just to give Vachier-Lagrave some credit, coming back to win 5 in a row. Just make sure I can give her credit. Okay, 2 more questions. At the 2014 Candidates Tournament, which player finished in last place despite being one of the ratings favorites?
Levon.
Somebody else said Levon too. It was actually Topalov.
Oh.
But he was only -2. It's a very close tournament. He finished with 6 out of 14.
Okay.
And the last one is going to be tough.
Yeah, as if the others are not.
You have 10 seconds to name as many players as you can from the 2020/2021 Candidates Tournament, the one that was split up into 2 different segments because of COVID. You have 10 seconds. I'm going to give you 5 extra seconds of thinking time.
I remember one player, that's it.
And
he's not even a part of the tournament.
go.
Fabi, Hikaru, Topalov, Ivanchuk, Anand, Magnus, I don't know what to say. Rajabov, we don't count, right?
He didn't play anyway, so we're
Yes,
definitely
I
not
know,
counting
that's
him.
the only name I remember.
Okay, I'm very happy to report that you got 1.
thank you. That was my best.
You got Fabiano, so
Yeah.
he's still your friend. The rest are not going to give you a Christmas card this year. Yeah.
It's okay, we don't celebrate Christmas in India.
There you go. You're going to get 0 Christmas cards, okay? But those not coming to your Diwali celebration will be Napomnishi, MVL, Giri, Dean Grishuk, Alexienko, and Wang Hao.
That's okay. I should have probably prepared for the trivia. I only prepared for the chess game. Sorry, my bad.
Welcome back, everybody. We are deep into the middle games of round 7 of the FIDE Candidates 2026. And we have a couple of fun moves we could be going to next. This is one of the contenders, and this is the other one, funnily enough. We've had both cameras already. We've had a very interesting King D1 played in Yesipenko against Wei Yi, and we also, I would say, have an equally interesting Bishop B6 played in Bluebaum Nakamura, although that one seems to be progressing a lot faster at the moment. I will leave you guys to decide where we want to go first, but a couple of really cool moves to break down here. David, Tanya, back to you.
Let's jump right in. Thank you, John. We have indeed seen some cool moves. Bluebaum's maybe most flashy tactic of his tournament so far. We're always impressed by Bluebaum, but the position we left it at, Tanya, before we go to that King D1 from Yesipenko, that was more out of necessity than anything. But this one wasn't necessary, this trick, but he spotted it. Fantastic awareness. Bishop to B6 in this position. We were only looking at Bishop B3 with a skewer, but Black can keep everything guarded because the Bishop keeps the Queen safe on F4, blocking the F-file. And he saw a deflection tactic, Bishop B6 first. How impressive is this?
Super impressive. I mean, that had to be a bit of a shocker for Hikaru, right? A move out of nowhere, Bishop to B6. And the whole idea of just deflecting that Bishop so that when you arrive with Bishop to B3, now suddenly Black has no way to defend against Queen takes pawn, and you end up getting checkmated. There's no Queen F4 anymore. An incredibly creative way to solve this problem of the Bishop on A7, the Bishop hanging. Of course, Hikaru must have been shocked, but he did realize he can't capture that Bishop. I think he would have just lost if he did that. Instead, he takes the other Bishop, David. And after Queen takes... First, he gave a check, I believe, with Rook takes Rook, even.
Mm-hmm.
And then went on to pick up the Bishop on C2. White picks up the Bishop on C7. I have to say that Bishop to B6, very cool move.
Yeah, very cool. And I'm not sure how effective it will be. This should still be a draw now, although Bluebaum's on the happier side of the draw. Rook to E8 is going to remove the rooks. And Tanya, if the queens disappear as well, it's pure opposite color bishops. We can see a handshake, but Black does have some weak dart squares around the king. So what do you think? Can Bluebaum keep the game alive for a little bit longer?
He just plays risk-free, right? Even what you're talking about right now, you take the Rook on E8 to just demonstrate the idea of an opposite color bishop, but one being stronger than the other. Now, bishop comes back to E5. I'm not only guarding the pawn on B2, but I'm also threatening Queen F6, game over on the spot. And suddenly you just have to compare the characteristics of the two bishops. That bishop on E8 for Hikaru feels like a dead piece, at least for now, till it's able to go C5 and open itself up. But problems to be solved. Yes, you can go Queen F5 and try to aim for that pure endgame But I think Bluebaum just keeps the queens on the board. He's not going to give in so easily. Ideas like queen e3, bishop c3, queen d4, h6 hanging in some of the lines. David, it's not completely equal. Yes, it's level, and the computer might say 0.0, but I think it's more 0.0 for white than it is for black.
Exactly. It should be 0.01 or 0.02, just to show that Bluebaum is the one who's on the better side of the draw, and Hikaru is the one who has to prove it. It should be fine. I guess the Black King should be relatively safe, but as you say, Tanya, still some threats, hitting the bishop, threatening, especially on the dark squares, and not much joy here for Hikaru. I'm struggling to think, has Hikaru had one single position where he's had an advantage? I guess against Wei Yi, just that endgame, but other than that, he's even the draws he's making, he's on the worst side of it. Yesipenko, he was on the worst side. Today he's going to be slightly on the back foot, even if he's defended very well. It's tough when you don't get many chances. How are you going to win a tournament?
That has been surprising, and for me, equally surprising has been, David, I haven't really seen a very high level of prep or a big opening idea by Hikaru so far in the candidates, which we all know is a big part of this tournament, are the ideas that you come up on the board when you start asking your opponents questions. And I haven't seen that from him in a single game yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I struggled to think, other than maybe a 3-4 move stretch against Wei Yi, of any moment where he's been able to outplay his opponents, Hikaru, and usually he's got quite good feel. He stabilizes and then he starts to outmaneuver them. But it feels like he's being a bit too direct, initiating exchanges on the opponent's terms a bit too much. And this one, I still believe fully that Hikaru is going to hold, but unfortunately it might be too late. A winless first half.
No, I completely agree. I think Hikaru holds this, but I can't imagine him winning this position with the black pieces. In fact, if he was on the white side, I'd say that there are still some chances here to try to push for that edge. It might even have been the best position he's had all candidates to play risk-free. But right now, it looks like he's on the wrong side of that 0.0 with the black pieces, if we do see that. I will add one thing, though, David, that, when the candidates started and pretty much till it became a bit of a disaster for Hikaru, I would have loved to see him in the race till the very end. I think about Candidates 2024, when there were 4 players in the race: Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, and Gukesh. And in the last round, as Kaisa would have it, they were all playing against each other. In the last 2 rounds, the last round, it was just so incredibly entertaining, but also that crazy finish. Nobody knew who's challenging for the World Championship title. And it ended with Gukesh eventually winning it with a draw in the last round against Hikaru. And then we all know what happened with Fabi and Jan in that game. But I would love to see Hikaru and Fabi, or would have loved to see them sort of in the race, in the mix till the very end. And yes, we've got this fantastic performance by Sindarov, which is blowing our mind. And just to be able to witness this is one thing. But I really hope that it does become a closer fight. I don't think I can't see Hikaru being in the mix, but whether it's Fabi, whether it's Pragg, or somebody else catching up, I really hope that the fight goes on till the end, that there's no door shut of the candidates by Sindarov.
Yeah, I agree. 2 years ago, that final round of the candidates, it had so many people, hundreds of thousands of people watching. Everyone was on the edge of their seats. Nobody knew that final twist. We thought for so long it would be playoffs between Gukesh and Caruana. I think for Hikaru, it's a tale of missed chances, the candidates before that as well. Who knew that Magnus was stepping away? Not many, but it turns out he had that chance if he just held against Ding. And then the last round, playing Gukesh, fate in his own hands. Hikaru couldn't produce any real advantage, didn't really have any winning chances. But here we go. Arms crossed. Tanya, I was trying to work out what happens. Rook takes rook here. Bishop takes, and queen e3 suddenly caught my eye as a double attack. And looks a bit scary for black.
Let's show that, because if I try to defend my bishop with bishop to d7, maybe I've got some better moves with queen giving a check and coming into the defense. I'm not sure, but I want to just highlight one line here. Bishop d7, queen takes h6, And even this might be okay with queen takes b2 because I'm not allowing bishop e5.
Yeah, maybe this is okay. Covering the long diagonal is very important. Maybe even f2 is fine as well. But yeah, just because bishop e5, impossible due to queen to e1 check. But yeah, it is hanging by a thread, some of these lines. And I was more scared in this position of, for example, something along the lines of queen to e7 just to break in. And I just smell checkmate. I don't know if it's a reality. Maybe I'm smelling something that's that's not quite there, but yeah, it does still ask Hikaru some questions. This type of line.
It's not over. I mean, and also you get into this sense of laziness with opposite color bishop. How careful do you really need to be? But they can be so poisonous, these positions, because your color complex really matters here, right? You're never going to be able to fight for the dark squares, which is why I love how you're demonstrating placing the queen, whether it's e3 or e7, and your eyes are just instinctively drawn to those dark squares. You're not trying to get to them via any light square out in this position, and that's very instructive. You always try to attack the color which your opponent cannot control here. As long as queens are alive, I think deep Bluebaum will be in a deep thing to try to make his chances here. And I'd say Hikaru will sweat a little bit to completely equalize this this position.
Yeah. Let's leave Bluebaum to try and figure out how to test Hikaru to the maximum. Body language does show that Bluebaum is quite locked in. I still think he believes that he can cause some trouble, but maybe it is the moment to see a player who's in real trouble, and that is Yesipenko, whose king has not been too happy over the last few moves. And yeah, I'm going to jump straight over to that game because it feels like a bit of a mix between freestyle chess and someone who's just forgotten the rules of castling.
That is fascinating. I mean, last time we checked in and we were thinking, you know what, this has been a Petrov, not much to talk about here. And David, I said, we're going to have some fun in this one, David Howell. It's going to happen. Wait for it. And I have to say, I think that has happened, but the only one having fun has got to be Wei Yi, because if we just backtrack and actually see how White's king got to c1, it's pretty insane what just happened starting about now.
Exactly, and it all started with a very ambitious move, but it is one that breaks opening convention. Like, White has already moved the queen twice, White has already moved the knight twice, the bishop's moved once. Like, you're basically told, move one piece once, each piece once, until you're done with development, and then start maneuvering. So he should have castled. Something you said actually earlier, Tanya, the most natural move was also the best one, and then we could have seen some fun. But he wanted to keep bishops on the board as well, which... yeah, I struggle to understand. I guess he's arguing that the black bishop gets in the way of a square the knight wants to use. But if we compare the pieces, White's bishop is still much more passive than its counterpart. So keeping it on the board was wrong. But Wei Yi came up with a cool refutation, or at least a cool move to remind White that getting away with breaking the rules that many times isn't always going to happen. Queen to e8, pinning the white knight. White can have a castle kingside. Too slow, and the queen is coming this direction. And in the break, Tanya, I actually blundered my rook to John because I was discussing castles, queen to a4, and I was saying how difficult it is to defend a2, and I was like, king b1, and I remember looking at this before the break. I was like, I remember it was impossible, but wait, what was it? Why? Like, is it something to do with the bishop landing on the square? John pointed out, no, just the rook hanging. Oops. Yeah, so,
John's super sharp today. We'll also see if he's sharp with his predictions of the number of wins right now. But yeah, thankfully for Yesipenko, he didn't fall into that. But I have to say, David, even the way it continued, the problems still are there, because in your line, he loses the rook physically. But in what we have on our live board, that rook isn't playing regardless.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Yesipenko. He actually found the best move. I was shocked when in the break I turned on the computer. I was like, okay, I understand White's in trouble, but what's the best move? And king d1, I just thought, never going to happen. Like, you need to swallow your pride. You need to understand that you're definitely not playing for anything ambitious anymore. But he found it, Yesipenko, the best move, and queen check. He could also block, but that allows the black queen even further in, so king c1. And Tanya, how do you see Wei Yi continuing? He needs to attack somehow while the white pieces are totally discombobulated like this.
I want to just add to that point that you just made here, David, that I think when he retreated with his bishop to d2, Yasipenko, his idea was to go long castle. Just like you thought that you could just go king b1 and everything's safe, it's very possible that could have been a blind spot for him. It's hard to believe that king d1, king c1 was part of the master plan in this situation. And arriving at this situation, he figured out that long castle runs into queen a4 and then found the best move, king to d1. But this isn't any grand opening prep or any over-the-board inspired idea. It was a necessity. And here he is. How does black continue with an attack? Well, it has got to be something about trying to get c5 in. So to my mind, the most natural way would be bring the bishop out, put the rook on c8, and go c5. For Yasipenko, it's going to be about whether he can get g4 in quickly, drive the knight back, create some counterplay. But we can go a little deeper into this line because I just spotted a really interesting idea. For example, g4. And David, maybe I'm completely crazy, but looking at the position, do you think we can actually just ignore that threat? Do you think pawn takes knight is not really a threat, or am I losing my mind? Let's say I continue with my plan. Okay, I go rook c8. I'm threatening c5. All right, I can breathe. Pawn takes knight and bishop takes pawn. There's a checkmate in one being threatened. I don't see any other way except b3. And if queen a3, queen b2 isn't winning for black, nothing's winning.
It's almost Bowden's mate, right? If the white rook was on d1, as I wanted it to be when I was blundering that rook, then the king would be trapped by its own pieces. It can run, but as you say, queen b2 sneaking in. And yeah, it does look very terminal. I don't see the immediate knockout blow. Like, I don't think it's checkmate on the spot, but I mean, black's attack is so big. Like, a rook on e8 will prevent the white king from ever running. Queen takes pawn, queen takes here, check. I mean, such passive pieces, it's no surprise that black has a decisive advantage.
Yeah, and then that brings us the question, right? If g4 is not really a threat, black can just continue with the plan of trying to get c5 open lines, inroads towards the white king.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think he's going to be looking in that direction, especially if he doesn't find any alternative to this plan of c5. Once you said it, it makes so much sense, but it does take a bit of self-control to just calmly play bishop d7 when his last move was so aggressive. To take a different gear and play like a building up move takes time. I was looking as well of moving the knight maybe, but I don't really see where. Like back, willingly dropping back before white plays g4 feels a bit odd, but just this idea of getting the bishop on this diagonal, it's such a killer.
But I wonder if after knight e7, white can actually now fight, because you have to stop bishop f5. Maybe he'll be forced to play g4, even though it doesn't come with a tempo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, and look at that. Just like that, it's a blunder.
Wow. And I had other ideas behind knight e7. I thought maybe I'd come around this way. It does take a long, long time, though. I don't know if black has 3 moves. And yeah, I mean, either way, well, either way, it should be very, very powerful for black now.
All right, so Wei with a big advantage out of the opening in this one against Yasipenko. And for Wei as well, on 2 out of 6, he's on the hunt for his first win of the candidates. And this might be his golden opportunity to at least start dreaming about trying to be in the mix in the second half, David. Let's zoom out of here and bring up our bird's eye view as Wei continues to ponder whether he goes for the idea of c5 or the knight maneuver, or maybe finds another way forward. Meanwhile, we see on our top row, everything is in the balance. You know, 2 boards playing without the queen. Those are our 2 marquee matchups. Sindarov, Giri still on. You can't offer a draw until move 41. Only 3 pawns remaining. And I think the players are slowly navigating towards that peaceful result. The clash between the 2 chasers, Praggnanandhaa, Fabiano, Caruana, to my eyes, that ending still has something left to play for. A lot more than the Sindarov board, David.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Sindarov board, it feels like it's not gone in the right direction for the leader. Like, he's not really making any headway against Giri's defenses. And I agree, Praggnanandhaa against Caruana. 15 moves to go for the before the time control. Pragg has 30 minutes left, so no panic yet. But just to explain what you meant there, Tanya, it's got a bit of juice left because the Black Knight is still alive, still super strong. B2 under some pressure, maybe from the rook, the knight. Maybe black can start advancing the pawns. It's weird because normally I'm a stickler for good pawn structure. Black's e-pawn's a bit ugly here, but I think it's just the activity of the knight that gives me a little bit of optimism for Fabiano Caruana.
Also fascinating how both Praggnanandhaa and Anish Giri are so much behind on the clock. Fabian Vachier Sindarov today picking up, on that opening prep, bringing it on and putting the pressure on the clock. But is there enough left in the position is the big question to be able to make something of that almost an hour advantage for both these players right now. David, I believe Fabi did go for the plan that we mentioned, get the king out of the way, double up on the D line and try to play for something with the knight on D3. But again, is it enough with the C6 weakness as well? Fabi's last move, rook D6, does defend that. Knight takes pawn is a threat. Do you have the time to put your rook on D2? I'm eyeing ideas like knight C5, controlling the D line as well in the air. The rook on D2 starts feeling a bit loose. Maybe it still holds the position.
Yeah, I think he still holds, and it's not anything immediate, but I could see some world where even if some of the rooks came off, the black kings could start running. It's got a clear path in. And black has this minority attack typical idea, especially with such a strong knight, and white's knight just can't really jump. I could see this being a bit of a long grind. And black could also cure his pawn structure issue. I don't think right now, but for example, knight to b4, he could eventually think of ways of mobilizing his central pawns, but he would have to reckon with some checks from the 7th rank. So there's options, and the fact that Fabi has the options and Pragg is maybe struggling to find any activity, I'm putting my grinding hat on and I'm thinking, this is unpleasant. This is not a nice position for white. Like you said, 3 boards actually had one side with an hour advantage, like Bluebaum up an hour, Fabi up an hour, Sindarov up an hour. But maybe I'm the most optimistic about this one, even with the reduced material.
Do you have a physical hat that says grind like a grandmaster?
I have a full outfit, Tanya. It's what I wear every day. It's how I live my life. It's a lifestyle. Eat, breathe, sleep, grinding.
We need to see that on one of our broadcast days then, David Howell. You know, it didn't happen till we didn't see it. So you need to put that on. But yeah, this looks like a full-blown Fabi grind is what this is going to be, because there's really everything to fight for at this tournament situation. I also think that he's playing against Pragg's clock in a big way. You know, a risk-free position so far, all the ideas on the D line, the knight jumping, the king coming forward. You kind of put pressure on the clock. If Pragg safely reaches move 41, then maybe we can say we're really close to the draw offer as well. But it's not just the position, but the fact that Pragg is running out of time as well. And I do believe that he actually has less time than what we have in front of us right now, around 27 minutes currently.
27 minutes to make 15 moves. The next few might be key. And I fully agree with the feature chat here. Pragg doesn't have many easy moves, actually. And just turning on the computer, the top move apparently is a pawn sacrifice. Pawn to h4, just totally ignoring the b2 pawn. That is difficult. I was actually going to say, Tanya, like, it's all about the f pawn as well. If we could put the f pawn back on f2, the white king would feel much safer. White could play like g3, king g2, super safe king. But with the pawn already on f3, like g3 will totally weaken the second rank. And if black ever gets in on that second rank, then the white king is going to be really uncomfortable. Oh, he plays the best move though. Great move from Pragg.
You know, you say it's the best move, David. I'll be honest, this wasn't in my top 3 candidate moves. I was only looking at the b2 pawn hanging, and I see that there are tactics, and you're going to show exactly what that is. But the eyes were completely focused on the left flank, and then Pragg goes for the offense on the other side. Is it with the idea to further destroy Fabi's pawn structure if given the opportunity with h5?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a multi-purpose move. I think it's actually preemptive. Like you said, there are some tactics, but he just wanted to stop black from starting to push some pawns and going for the white king. He's also created a nice escape for his own king, so no back rank checks. The white king might actually feel quite safe on g3, surrounded by all of its pawns. And I think the tactics you mentioned, knight takes b2. After rook takes rook, I wonder whether the c-pawn survives much longer after the move e5. I think the black rook is just forced away and everything holds together for white. Maybe d2 is a better square, but now the knight has e4. And actually this could easily go in white's favor if the knight's ever able to travel a bit further.
And I don't think black has the time to get super risky or super greedy with rook to d4, trying to eye that pawn that has just moved forward. Let's say if instead of d3, I put my rook on d4. I don't know if knight e4 is a possibility directly, but rook takes pawn is what I want to check. does black actually have the time? Because it just feels like I'm disconnecting my rook from the knight, and even a move like knight e4 here, the knight on b2 feels like it's a little bit iffy. Check coming, e6 falling, things start looking, there's a move like rook c3 that comes to mind after h6, just killing the black knight.
Oof. That is nice. That is a classy touch. And Tanya, you could try and kill the black rook soon too with either g3, maybe g4, leave that piece embarrassed on the edge of the board. Yeah, this doesn't feel like a significant winning attempt for black. So that's really clever. Pragg has spotted that knight takes b2, not actually as scary a threat as we thought. And he stopped black gaining space. He's created a nice square for his king. Yeah, multi-purpose move. Now I'm not scared for him. That was that might have been the key.
Ooh. So David Howell, super impressed with Pragg's h4 here, calculating. And I will say that Pragg, I think, when we speak about actually the entire, this golden generation of Indian youngsters in the chess world, calculation is truly one of their biggest strengths. It's sort of been the big focus in the Ramesh School of Chess or the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy as well, where there's so much focus on just working on your calculation skills from a really young age, and not, it's not about intuition, it's not about feel. Yes, those factors are really important, but I've seen these youngsters, David, when we're out as well, they're playing blind chess, they're solving positions, calculating without a board in front pretty much 24/7. And so this feels like h4 feels like the use of that, realizing that knight takes pawn, working the variation out, and perhaps neutralizing very, very soon. So we're expecting a draw here, or is it still too soon to call a result in this one?
Yeah, I think it's still too soon. I think Fabi will try, but you can see that suddenly he's feeling a bit less optimistic, suddenly not blitzing. I think this idea as well of like at some point e5, getting the knight to this beautiful outpost on e4, that might be the key. I think Fabi at some point might occupy that square with a pawn just in case, just to rule out any e5 from white. Maybe he'll just improve his king. Maybe we'll still see him push some pawns. But yeah, now after this last move, yeah, I'm going to eat my words. The grinding might not be forever, unfortunately.
Well, one player who is continuing the grind is Matthias Bluebaum against Hikaru Nakamura. We'll take a pause from this one and pull up our bird's eye view, David, because the queens do remain on the board, and Hikaru still has to fight to completely neutralize this game. From when we left it last, Matthias has planted his bishop on e5. Everything's playing on the dark squares. He's even placed his king on the dark square right now in h2, making sure that there are no checks at all that he has to face. And this last move, it's more poisonous than it appears at first. There is a threat on the board. If you're careless as black, white just plants the bishop on h8. And that's actually no good way to defend against queen to g7 checkmate. You'll be forced to give up material. b5, let's show that. Bishop h8. And I'm surprised that the bar doesn't go even higher than that. But this starts to look scary for black.
Yeah, super scary. And I think black has to part with a pawn, either with f6, when white will take with the bishop, not the queen, keep the queens on. Or has to start running with the king. But then, like you said, winning material for white. And it only starts here. This is endless suffering now for black. Although, queen d6. Hikaru has lost two opposite color bishop endgames in this tournament to Sindarov and Caruana. So, yeah, I don't know if he'd fancy his chances here. I guess white can also go for the pawn here with the queen. Maybe a queen check is the safer of the two. And yeah, I think the point remains, Tanya. Bishop h8, the first threat and unlikely to be the last one.
And the same story on the clock as well, right? Where Hikaru is not only suffering on the board, but the time, he's down to about 30 minutes right now. I do expect him to try to chase the white queen. The dream for black is to get those queens off the board. So either with queen d5, I think that just feels more natural than the move queen to d7. I like queen d5. And I could bet my house, the one that I don't own, that Matthias Bluebaum will not trade the queens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just one sample line, like queen to d5, the white queen comes across, dual threats, h6 sometimes hanging, but queen f6 is the bigger of the two, trying to get in again. And this is just so unpleasant, as you say, Tanya. Like the queen might have to go back to stop queen to f6, the white bishop will save itself, and now this pawn hanging, the queen coming, he's rearranged the pieces the right way around to create mating ideas. And Hikaru's not got that much time on the clock. He's under half an hour. Still got 11 moves to make. And
he's really leaned in, David. He's really into the board. I don't think he could get an inch closer than that. And then just as I say, says, I got this with that head nod.
The head bopping. He's going to push a pawn, I think. G5, maybe. Looks like he's reaching.
Whoa. Okay, we'll wait for Hikaru, but I believe John's joining us with some big news. John, what happened? What's going on?
That's right, folks. We're not on that game at the moment. It's been looking a little bit level for a while now. We have our first decisive result in the women's candidates. Musichuk Bibisara has just ended in a draw. Back to you.
Okay. And that was a game, Tanya, that we saw a bit earlier. I was saying I would be happy to be white. I'd be happy to be black. It looked like a queenless middle game that would go on for a long time. But ultimately, the players decided that realistic winning chances just weren't there. So probably a decent result for both. Anna, because she will go into the rest day as the leader, that's guaranteed. But also Bibisara has stopped the bleeding after 2 consecutive losses.
I completely agree. I think with that sentiment, for Bibisara, it's a reset. She gets a rest day, looking for that bounce back in the second half. And for Anna Musichuk, she's got all the reasons to be pleased with the performance. She hasn't lost a single game so far and continues going into that second half at pole position. All right. So, David, should we for now, as I see that Hikaru was almost ready to make his decision, but then he decided to think a bit longer, still head in hand. And the thing is, right, it's also you're dealing with everything that's happened in the past in the tournament. You know that this position has to be holdable. You're playing against the absolute underdog of the tournament. You know the world is watching you. To be Hikaru Nakamura comes with its own set of pressures as well, you know. You're dealing with all these thoughts. You've got to block out that noise as well.
Exactly. I mean, he puts pressure on himself because he has such high standards. That's why he's such a legend already, Hikaru. But yeah, it's not easy. And he knows it's big. Like, it's the biggest tournament, of course, of the year for him. But also this game in itself, if he loses, we can definitely write Hikaru off. I think no chance he's going to qualify from this event. A draw, still tiny chances, minimal almost. But yeah, he just cannot afford to lose. That's the main thing. And he's going to play G5, but indecision, maybe caused by that lack of confidence that we've seen throughout the event, Tanya.
You know, when you talk of Sindarov and we talk about the ride high on that confidence, it is exactly the other end of that spectrum for Hikaru. Just the decisions that he's taken, falling into so much trouble out of the opening, struggling and looking for that win, but failing to find it in the tournament so far. For Hikaru, it's not something that we're used to seeing, him being so hesitant with his moves. Again, you know, of course, there's all that conversation to be had about practice at elite level chess and how much of a big role that plays as well coming into the candidates. And Hikaru does go for the decision of pushing that G pawn eventually. I'd say it's quite committal, David. You know, these pawn moves you have to be so incredibly careful of. It does come with the idea of the queen protecting that H pawn. So at least after bishop H8, you could start running away with the king. Any check on G7 won't be lethal for H6 anymore. That's the only idea that I can come up with. And as I say that, I also realize bishop H8, queen G6 could be possible.
He's defended everything. Everything is protected now for black. Like you said, the H6 pawn was the only kind of vulnerable spot. So he's defended just to show that bishop H8, black has to deal with the mate. So 2 good ways. Queen G6 I'm slightly less attracted to because after bishop to F6, it feels like the queen may be caught in a bit of a box. But okay, the eval bar, not too fussed, says this is totally fine, but a bit scary. But I think that other option you mentioned, king to F8, is the key. And now check, the king can move again, and no issues here. So it does make sense to control some dark squares, putting pawns on dark squares, because that's where white controls everything. So he's kind of covering some stuff, but he's no nearer simplification here. He's no nearer getting the queens off Tanya. He's still got a lot of suffering ahead. I think white might start pushing the A pawn, B pawn, just sitting on the position. Maybe white will just push F3, maybe H4, little nudge, a little tickle later. And this might go on for a while.
I think it will. And I think Matthias is it does realize that this is his opportunity to push for more against Hikaru, so he's going to play this on. I really like the idea of bishop h8 regardless. Even if the king was to run, you could move your queen and then bring the bishop back and regroup the pieces with the idea that we were earlier discussing. Exactly how you're showing it, David. Queen e7 would be a massive blunder to try to trade the queens at this position. Bishop g7 check, thank you very much. That doesn't work at all anymore. So Hikaru losing out on the opportunity to offer that queen trade. And if instead of this, you fall back with your king to where it came from, the bishop slides all the way back, an idea that we've been talking about, again threatening queen to d4, just beautifully demonstrating the power of the dark squares that white will be playing on for the rest of the game.
Exactly. And yeah, it's going to be a bit of suffering ahead. I think, yeah, I still trust Hikaru. I think this will be a draw, but Bluebaum, he's shown ambition. Otherwise, he would have taken the queens off earlier. Credit to him. And now he just has to find another way to set some traps, create some threats. And note how there he actually moved his pen, Tanya, to look at the score sheet. That's a typical sign when you know you want to pressure your opponent on the clock. You're like, oh, wait, Hikaru's only got 26 minutes, but he's only got 10 moves to make, or 11 moves to make now before the time control. Might not win on time after all.
I think that was exactly the stream of thought in Matthias's head right now, as you put it, David. But he leans in and says, you know what? I'll still try. I'm still going to find a way to make this hard for him. Probably a good moment to check out of this one and look into some of the other action that's on, David, as we bring up our beautiful bird's eye view. We do see a decision by Matthias on the camera. That's the third board from the top. He does take the bishop all the way to h8. There was a kiss of death, checkmate on g7 being threatened. Hikaru goes with the line that we were talking about, runs with the king to f8. Felt like the safer option right now. And Matthias on the think as Hikaru was ready with his response.
Yep, big moments there, big threats. And I want to talk about big moments in our marquee matchup because we haven't been there for a while. But Tanya, I believe Anish might have just blundered a pawn. Maybe it's a sacrifice. Maybe it's not a pure blunder, but just a very quick action replay of the last few moves because it's been a while since we were here. We're normally super locked in on Sindarov's games, but it's been a quieter one, different pace. And we left it here, what was it, half a dozen moves ago? So f6, covering some squares. I quite like that. Pawns on dark squares, bishop on light squares. Stops the white knight from jumping forward. Sindarov takes space. We saw how important that was in the Pragg game, stopping the opponent kind of advancing, taking squares. h5, getting pawns off the board, getting closer to a draw, makes a lot of sense as well. Very logical play. The knight wants to come to c5. Take on g4, capture, knight g6, pawn to f3, and Sindarov's doing it the slow and steady way, covering everything. And now after g5, knight to d3. Initially, I wasn't so impressed, but after bishop to d7, Sindarov's reaching for a piece. And can he just go rook c5 and pick off the d5 pawn? I can't see any way to defend it, Tanya.
Oh, wow. I had my eye on the camera. To me, it felt like he was not reaching out for the rook. But the moment you point out rook c5, I am struggling to find the next move that keeps the material balance. All the squares controlled by the knight. The bishop isn't coming to c6 or e6.
Giri on the camera, though, I think he's realized. I think he realized now that, okay, it's still not the end of the world, but he has made maybe a bit of a misstep.
He moved that bishop from e8. I mean, that bishop was ready to step on to f7 to defend that d5 pawn. David, the feeling is that he's got to have something in response to rook c5. Or do you think he just... And we have a decision, by the way.
I think he stretched his hand out, Sindarov, and he did a very Sindarov thing, teasing the opponent. Hand out, withdraws the hand. He's like, okay, maybe that move, or maybe not that move. He changes his mind a lot. There we go. Still, the clock is on his side, so he hasn't decided. It looked like he was reaching for a knight, though, or maybe his king.
It felt like the king to me. So wait, rook c5. Does that really give him something to play for? It's the best move, David. It's the best move. He's about to make a move. He's about to make a decision. I just did a check. Rook c5 has to be played, and Sindarov will be on the hunt for another win. If he finds it, it's the king. He steps up, a missed opportunity.
Wow. And this is a natural move. He improves things. I think he's got sneaky ideas of trying to go to the h-file, but this is a second lease of life for Anish now, who will try and somehow release the pressure. Maybe he didn't go for the d5 pawn because he thought the black bishop would come back round to f7 and snipe on the b3 pawn, since the b3 pawn diagonal open might be vulnerable. But I think tactics were working in white's favor. That was a big moment, Tanya, potentially.
And I wonder how much of this has to do with Sindarov, another narrative that we've been seeing. And of course, nobody can complain about it because it's worked to perfection for him. Has been making fast moves when his opponent is under time pressure, or he feels time pressure is approaching as well. It's 23 minutes for Anish Giri, and still 7 moves to be made to make time control here. And Sindarov is posing questions with his last move. King G3, not objectively best, but practically still troublesome for black. Rook H2, Rook H1 you're pointing out. Though I do have to say, Rook C5 just looked incredibly powerful. You win a pawn and you're just pushing on the clock and the board.
Exactly. I'm not sure whether it was missed by Sindarov, or maybe he just thought, okay, why release the tension? The d-pawn, maybe it's actually better black having the d-pawn since it's so well blockaded, just gets in the way of black's bishop. Maybe he just figured greed is not good here. Rook endgames if all the minor pieces come off. Maybe still a draw without the d-pawn. Playing for the attack with queens off, if he is indeed going for like double rooks on the h-file. I mean, that would be genius if it comes out and it looks like it works. I still think a draw is most likely, but Anish, he's not comfortable at all, Tanya. You mentioned the clock earlier, and it wasn't that relevant then, but now it's becoming more and more relevant the longer this game goes on.
And if you're black, if you're Anish right now, you really want to find all the ways to try to get those rooks off the board, right? Rook C8 will be the first move that I would be looking at in this position as Anish. You're looking at your clock on the right side of where you're sitting, and you're looking at the rooks lining up on the right flank of the board here. And then you just want to get rid of pieces. He starts with taking the knight out. I wonder if after rook takes knight, we'll also see rook C8. And then if Vachier believes in the chances of this position, I think he's going to decide to keep both pairs of rooks on the board.
Agree. Now, though, it is pure good knight versus bad bishop. Black's best minor piece was the one on e5. I don't like that decision, like, in general terms. Black now really needs the king on d6 somehow. He needs to cover all the holes with his king. Anish is reaching for his own rook, but okay, he's hoping to meet rook c5 with his rook going super passive on d6 to save that pawn. Oh, this is going to be a lot of suffering. It's good knight versus bad bishop, Tanya, for the rest of this game.
It is. Nobody's challenging that knight. There's a d5 weakness, the open lines for white rook. It would be absolutely genius. And of course, we can only speculate this. If Sindarov saw that line where he's winning a pawn, but the position becomes lighter for black. You find those open diagonals, you find ways to make moves. And he just decided that given the clock situation, this is where Anish will have bigger problems. And again, these are a lot of ifs, and maybe if you get an interview, Mike might ask him this question later on, that did he see rook c5? And if he came to the conclusion, and it all works out then, I mean, that would just be next level stuff, David. To refuse picking up a pawn because you realize that you want that, it's better on the board rather than off it for you.
Exactly. Next level stuff. That's the perfect way of describing Sindarov's tournament so far, his play. I was questioning some of his clock usage yesterday when he kind of let a very promising position slip just for one move, but he was justified. Just the speed tips his opponent off the edge. So yeah, I've learned not to question Sindarov blitzing out, still with 75 minutes on the clock, and we're already at move 33. But yeah, here I'm expecting a few things, Tanya. Like you said, keeping the rooks on the board is the most important one.
And interestingly enough, the moment you're referencing to also had a pawn in play in that entire storyline where we were advocating for Sindarov to hang on to an extra pawn by bringing his piece back. Instead, he made a rook move, giving that up. And it wasn't objectively the best, but pretty much won him the game in the next 3 moves. So it, you know, in hindsight, it just made all the sense to continue playing fast and asking these practical problems. But how can he continue that momentum in this position where there are no queens on the board? Rook b6 has been the move of choice. Is this the moment that you jump in with your rook to c5, or do you think that there are better files? Everything looks beautiful, but where do you improve on this if you're white?
Exactly. And that's the big question, and he'll be thinking about it for the next few minutes. I would like to start at least tickling the black position, just saying, okay, rook c5, how are you going to deal with that? You get some information. Either black goes passive and you smile because that black rook is not great anymore, or maybe black comes up with another creative solution. Maybe the bishop goes round, and okay, at least then you know where you fix your bishop, your opponent's bishop. This rook on d3, I think, is the one that can be improved. Maybe that seeks an open file, or maybe the h file, maybe the a file. It can come round. Lots and lots of choice, but yeah, first you have to decide which direction you're going. You need to know where your opponent's going, and only then will the plans become clear. Now he's settling in for a longer think, Tanya.
You know, earlier on I said that it looks like the Fabi Pragg endgame has more juice than the Sindarov Anish one, and I'm going to be taking my words back. I think this has just gotten a lot of fun. And when we speak of fun, I think we need John joining us as well right now. John, suddenly the top board, the most important one, and it's Sindarov on the hunt one more time. I mean, this guy, is there anyone made to stop him here?
That's a really good question, Tanya. I feel like I have, as a viewer and as a fan, I'm getting some flashbacks here. And that seems a bit odd to say, but when I think about players who, there aren't that many pieces on the board, the position's looking pretty drawn, why are they still playing? Should they not just agree a draw? And then 80 moves later, they grind out a win. I'm hearing echoes of Magnus in the back of my mind. And I feel like Vachier here, he's got something to latch onto. No, it's not a winning position, but he's got something to play for. He's got something to grind. And there's a chance we see him maybe produce a little bit of that magic here. It's a long way to go. I don't know if he'll do it, but it's certainly looking like it's possible. One thing's for sure, I'm not going to be able to work out exactly what he's going to be doing here, but I'm sure he has plenty of time to think with an extra 50 minutes on the clock as well. So while we settle in for another think from Anish as his clock continues to dwindle down, we're going to give you the opportunity to recharge your caffeinated beverage of choice. But before we do, we would love to remind you that we are thrilled at chess.com to support the best-selling smart chessboard in the world, which is good because I can probably set it to a setting where I might actually be able to win a game. You can play rated games, challenge bots, and even get post-game analysis right on the board itself. The TouchSense tech is a total game changer. It registers your move, and then when you let go of the piece, it mimics real tournament play. It's got a built-in clock and AI assistance as well, so it keeps every single game competitive. Get 10% off at playchessup.com now with the code CHESS, or type !ChessUp for the link. I'm off to film 6 more ads, everybody, but we'll be right back after a few minutes with more action from the candidates.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Now, most chess openings are already named, but if you could rename a chess opening after yourself, which one would you pick?
I don't think it's necessary, and if this will be like deserved, I think some other people will do it instead of me.
14 rounds is about the longest tournament that anybody ever plays in. So do you think that that benefits you, like as far as like physical stamina and your ability to focus for a long period?
It's hard to say. I think it depends how it goes, because all players will be well prepared, chess-wise, physically, and the beginning is important, but we also know some cases when the beginning didn't go well, and then the second part changed drastically everything in the tournament cross table. So it's just important to, not to collapse if things suddenly goes wrong for one or even two games. Just to try to do your best until the very end. So I think this is like really the most important, because if you stop fighting and it's a super long tournament, then it goes horribly.
And one final question about your mentality. Some players would look at this tournament as what we would call a free roll, like you got in at the last minute and however well you do is great. But some players would say, well, I really have to take advantage of this opportunity because it was a true gift I wasn't expecting. So where is your mentality?
My mentality we will see in the end of the tournament. I think this will kind of clarify like if it's good or it's bad. But okay, it's already anyway. It's already good because I got the chance, which I didn't have. So now it's just the question like how I will use it.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the FIDE Candidates 2026. We were asking you the question earlier about how many games today are going to be decisive. 8,000 of you answered the call. And as chat is a democracy, we can only conclude that chat has said 2 games will be decisive today. I'm so sorry, Tanya. I'm so sorry. That doesn't mean we're going to be right. That doesn't mean we're going to be right. And it's also the first time chat's agreed with me. Even if I've been correct so far in this tournament, Tanya, I just want to point out, if it's any consolation, chat has slapped me down day after day after day, even when I was right, until now.
Well done. Fair and square, John. You get this one fair and square. But now that I'm seeing my poll, the results of it, David, I do see 33% for John. I'll take the L in this one. I still get 31%. What do you have to say about your prediction landing only 16%, David Howard?
Right. I'm a bit triggered at that chat. Like, where's the loyalty? Like, I've only been 1 game off the last 2 days. Someone's got to believe, but only 16%. I still think 3. I'm going to win, and I'm going to be so smug about it later.
I think it's entirely possible still. We've got several games that are not only hanging in the balance from an eval bar point of view, but are very finely poised and really sharp. And it's quite tricky, the road that this tightrope even that some of these players have to walk on. So it is far from concluded. Even the Sindarov Giri game, when you take a look at how central the eval bar is, but then you take account the psychological factors, the clock, the fact that there's something to play on and you can keep grinding, you have no idea how many of these could be decisive. It's possible we get more than 3 for all I know. But anyway, chat has spoken. We let democracy run its course. We now need to find out which of these games actually do end decisively. We've only had the 1 draw so far. So Tanya, David, back to you to decide where we go next.
And I have to say, David, I think John might have made a really good point, because it's such a different narrative from the positions when we did make that prediction, right? Suddenly it's fire across the board. Look at the women's section as well. You got 1 draw, yes, but Divya against Lagno, Divya looking at her 2nd win in a row with a crushing advantage against her. I see that extra material that she's got right now. A lot of pieces falling as well. Both bishops under attack. I think that's the most exciting game and probably the one that you want to take us to next. Meanwhile, in Goryachkina Zhuzhina, that one remains in the balance, and Tanzangi also pushing for a win against Vachier-Lagrave. Should we start with Divya's board?
Yeah, let's do it. We'll jump into that one in a second. I just want to point out, for my prediction, if Divya wins, if Wei Yi wins from his advantage position as well, there only needs to be one more. Whether it's Tan Zhongyi, whether it's Sindarov grinding it out, we we feel like we might get there. I still believe. It's also worth pointing out that Goyachkina against Zhu Junair, it's actually almost the exact same pawn structure as Sindarov Giri, just with queens in the mix as well. But your wishes, Mike.
I can see.
I
can see the 16% really hurt you, David. I can see it.
No.
I can feel it.
You know me so well. Like, it's on my mind. I just don't like being wrong. Don't like losing.
Well, if it's any consolation, I mean, we all know in the chess world, usually your prediction games, you're the one who's always getting them right. Well, John's taking it away for now, but we will check in with those predictions once we're at the end of the day right now. David, as we try to pull up that game, let's also do a quick roundup of our top board right there. We've got Sindarov Giri. We've spoken so much about it, where Vachier Sindarov is again on the push with a slight advantage in this endgame, playing against that d5 pawn. Beautiful knight on d4 as well. Praggnanandhaa finding a stunning h4, which really impressed you a lot as well, David. And then it looks like he's found the way to equalize in this one, although Caruana keeps putting the pressure now on the b line on that b2 soft pawn. And it is Bluebaum on the push against Hikaru Nakamura, playing on all those dark squares. We see one set of pawns has been traded off, but now Bluebaum is eyeing that pawn on h6 with both his queen and the bishop lined up. Esipenko Wei still remains a struggle for Esipenko.
Exactly. And we will go to that Esipenko against Wei Yi game a bit later. More fireworks look like they might be likely. Esipenko did forget to castle, and castles wasn't in his notes either, as his king is looking very uncomfortable on c1. But first, we will go to the women's as promised. And it is Divya that we'll begin with, where we try and figure out how she can convert her decisive advantage. She is a pawn up against Katerina Lagno, and we'll just show maybe a few moves ago where the position exploded. I'll go back to this one because it was Lagno who started with the risk. She gave up a pawn here, Tanya. We've seen a lot of isolated queen's pawns today in this game, Zhu Junair's game, Wei Yi, Esipenko, they have mutual isolated d-pawns, and also the Giri game, isolated pawns here, and she just gave it up. I don't think she needed to. She could have maybe defended or found other ways, but she pinned the white knight, understandable. Knight takes pawn now, knight takes d5. She wanted to set up double threat, hitting the knight and threatening to take on f3 with a mate on the diagonal. Knight f4, therefore, to block. And now she missed the key move, but Tanya, this does look like a difficult one, knight g5.
You know, once you spot knight g5, you feel like the only one who's going to have a difficult time, it's got to be white, right? You're really doubling down on that f3 knight. There are tactics to be found in this position, I think. Yes, bishop takes pawn I don't think works because you simply recapture with the knight, so you're feeling quite safe about that. Maybe you can even take it with your king and you're fine because knight takes knight comes with it. You can't take it with your king, sorry, I'll just finish that thought. Knight takes knight does come with a check, and it's white who wins at the end of this line. But if we go back, knight g5 felt like it would have given her full compensation, and I'm slightly surprised going for this pawn sacrifice of d5. Goyachkina did not play knight g5 at this moment.
Mm-hmm. No knight g5. Maybe with black she wanted to kind of save it for a bit later. Knight g5. I think the idea would be if the white bishop retreated to break the pin, that now she could maybe go for similar to what she did, or maybe just take the queens off and the game goes on. There's going to be some tactics on the e-file, tactics with all of these pieces being traded off.
Sorry, David. Yeah, I was going to ask you, what are the chances that she did see knight g5? But what she didn't like about it was the queen sacrifice line. Is that something that could be on a player's radar right now? Because you do win a bunch of pieces and pawns along the way, right? Exactly, David. And break this one down for us.
Wow. It wasn't even on my radar. Good work, Tanya. I'm so materialistic sometimes. I didn't think about sacrificing the queen. But after bishop takes, I don't know if white flicks in a check first or whether it's needed. You could also just take the bishop, but let's say, for example, bishop takes pawn check. King has to go to f8. Can't go to h8 for fear of a fork. So king f8 and rook takes bishop. The material count is 2 minor pieces, so bishop and knight plus 2 pawns for a queen. So white's actually technically only 1 point down, but this does look a bit scary. I think you're right. I think this must be the reason she rejected the best move in the position.
I mean, there's bishop a3 check coming in next as well. You might be only left with 1 square for your queen trying to hide that. And this can, when you look at this, start to appear as quite dangerous for black when you don't have the eval bar at your convenience to understand that you're still doing fine. I think it's actually quite scary with your king stuck on f8 and all of the minors eyeing it.
I think this might be the key. Like, she could have got to this position and not seen queen b4 or not realized that she's okay. Still looks super scary because I just realized, Tanya, some cool tactics of queen e7, keeping the bishop a3 check under guard. White can win here, I think, in a few ways, but I just wanted to show this one. Knight check. The king is smothered. Queen takes, the knight takes, and f takes is also a knight check, and white will be 2 pawns up with an attack at the end of the line. I think very human to get scared in a line like this.
And I think that explains us why she didn't go for knight to g5, because it's just such a natural move when you want to double down on this piece. But evaluating something very understandable again, to not want to get into this dynamic of being up a queen, but almost down a position right now. Instead, Goryachkina chooses to move queen to h6 after knight to f4, coming up with more threats in the position though. Queen h6, the knight on f4 got on the fire, and we saw some trades happen here, David, and things started getting pretty murky. Bishop takes knight, rook takes bishop.
And just h3 now, very calm from Divya, attacking the bishop, and it turns out that black just doesn't have enough time or compensation for the pawn. Not great squares to retreat this bishop to, no sacrifices work, so she actually took the knight, and now this bishop was captured. The bishop now forced to retreat, goes back to d6, and this is the live position, Tanya, where Lagno is a pawn down. She's running out of steam, maybe with the attack, but I guess she's hitting g4. It can save itself, though. The black queen has to protect her bishop. And, I mean, so many tempting moves. The white queen can enter the center. If there's no attack, then it just looks like free material for Divya.
Yeah. I do see the compensation that Caruana has been making here, though, with the bishop lined up on d6. If only you can get rid of that knight on f3 as a defender right now. And let's also point out that in the previous move with the bishop under attack, if we come up to our live board, going back with the bishop to d6, g5 hasn't been played yet. Rook takes pawn is threatened. I think that's a move that Divya will go for. I don't really see another way to actually defend that pawn right now. And after g5, let's say you move the queen away, either to g6 or to e6 connected to that bishop. David, yes, you're up a pawn, but how trivial is this with white? I mean, are you not afraid of any tactics on the h line? Any ideas on that h2 square? Probably not, with the rook on c8 stuck as well behind the black knight and no knight e5 possible.
Yeah, it's definitely not trivial, as you say. It's definitely not easy. Like, white doesn't have any concrete threats yet, but I don't know. I believe in material. Like you said, pawn grabber by nature. And if white can somehow, I don't know, move the queen, I'm not sure exactly where, and then get the rook into play, I think all of white's pieces are centralized enough that they have enough control. And black, I mean, yes, there's makings of an attack, but black's pieces can't coordinate to create threats yet. Like, even if white just plays, I don't know, a nice safe move, I don't really see exactly how black gets rid of the key defender. Like you said, the knight in f3 is pretty much there for life. And with the knight there, I don't think there's any checkmates.
Wow. All right, so Divya Deshmukh on the hunt for her second win in a row in this one, against none other than the multiple-time Women World Blitz champion, Caruana Lagno right now. She's up a pawn, and for now, at least everything on the king side is defended. She needs to find g5. I wonder if that's the only move, or she might even have other resources, although I'm not really finding it. I want to hang on to that extra pawn. I think g5, the most natural of the lot. Don't see the tactics here for black either. David, anything more to add to this one before we bring up our bird's eye view? Can we wrap this up saying that Caruana Lagno in trouble here?
Yeah, I think that's a perfect way to wrap it up. G5 is definitely the best way to start, saving a pawn and getting the black queen off the H file. But I think Divya just needs to realize she's done the hard work. She's won a pawn. G5, then just focus on development. And yeah, the win should be there, but still a long way to go.
All right, and with that, we go back to our 8-board view. One game done, the first to finish of the day, Anna Muzichuk, Bibisara Asabaeva ending in a draw. The one next to that, Divya pushing for a win against Lagno. Meanwhile, Gorachkina Zhuzhina, a game that we thought would end very, very soon and felt completely in the balance, now suddenly feels like there's life to the position. We see an imbalance. Black has a deep passer. White has got 2 versus 1 on the left flank. The bar says it's still within level territory. But with the white king so exposed, I'm expecting this one to go on for a while.
Yep. Very likely it continues. It's just fascinating. It's going to be good knight versus bad bishop on this board as well, just like the Sindarov Giri game. And I don't know, queen and knight combo. I still believe in white's chances. I think in practical terms, yes, the king is weak, but it can hide next to its knight. I can hide around its knight as long as she keeps control over the light squares, Goryachkina. And just to double check, this moves 39, so the time situation not critical. Yeah, this might be a key moment. If Zhuzhina doesn't find anything to stop the idea of knight to d4, blocking and killing the black bishop and then taking this pawn, then it could easily turn in white's favor.
And because that idea looks so incredibly scary and a very thematic way to fight against is to actually, David, very often in these positions, you just give up that pawn voluntarily. You're saying good knight versus bad bishop. I don't want that bad bishop anymore. Not just that, I'm going to point out a sneaky idea with d4. If you take that pawn with your knight, suddenly queen g4 check. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe it does. It's only a check for now. I think the king just hides and the c6 bishop's hanging. But you have to be careful about these dynamics as well. But what I really wanted to demonstrate was you take that pawn, I put my bishop on d5, and at least I'm fighting for counterplay in this position. And I'm saying I'm not going to suffer with a bad bishop. I'd rather suffer down a pawn, but looking for activity.
Exactly. This is very instructive. And now your point is very important, Tanya. Like if white continues being greedy, now queen g4, boom, even stronger. And this check picks up the knight next move, and black would suddenly be winning. So there would be kind of fear in the position suddenly for Goryachkina. Maybe she puts her king on a dart square and just hopes to hide, and black's compensation is more long-term than anything. But I think it's an instructive moment, like a move like a4, keeping that pawn alive, and it just feels like she's going to be suffering for a long, long time. And maybe it's okay still, eval bar says level, but I would hate to play with a bishop like this.
I completely agree. I mean, even if objectively this is good for black, I feel so much more comfortable when I know I don't have a dead bishop on the board. And again, this is an idea that we see in so many openings where you want to give up that pawn in front of the bishop. It's sort of the menace in the position. And long term becomes just a lot of suffering to fight against. Queen landing on f6, the b pawn starting to push up as well. So a big moment here as Zhuzhina is on the think. Also knowing her style of play, how much piece activity matters to her from what I've studied in her games, I think d4 is a move that she is seriously considering here.
Yeah, the fact that she's been thinking for 4 minutes, if it's not d4, it's nearly definitely a4, just to keep the pawn alive, not to be a pawn down. So just the fact that she's been thinking means it's on her radar. And it's funny, Tanya, because earlier I was saying Sindarov, it was also a knight versus a bishop, and it was also this d pawn, and we were saying go rook c5, take the pawn, but it would, I guess, liberate the bishop a bit. So maybe it's the same situation. That's why Sindarov didn't go for that pawn with rook to c5. There it's rooks, not queens, but maybe it's the same principle.
And because the echoes are so strong, I think let's bring up our bird's eye view and do just that, just the simple dynamics in this position of trying to fight it, or why we're advocating the d4 move to actually go in with a pawn sacrifice simply to activate the bishop. And that's the top left board for Vachier Sindarov. You can see the d5 pawn, it's alive, but it's really killed Anish's light squared bishop. Meanwhile, the knight on d4, very strong. And now Vachier has also turned his attention to the right flank with the other rook landing on the h line. So things brewing in that one. I think Vachier is definitely playing the board and Anish's clock as well. Praggnanandhaa Caruana remains in the balance. Bluebaum still trying to push in that opposite color bishop, but to me it looks like Hikaru has stabilized his position and hasn't lost a pawn along the way in that. Esipenko suffering. David, should we do a little deep dive into the Sindarov endgame?
I would love to, Tanya, but just before we go back to the open, maybe just for completeness, we finish the last board of the women's section, purely because I'm getting very optimistic about my prediction now. This is another game that could end decisively. It looks like two big advantages in the women's section. That would only need one, therefore, in the open section for 3 decisive results. Chat, recount, back me. I promise it'll be worth it. But this one looks huge. And then we talked about isolated D-pawns, Tanya, but this D-pawn has leveled up. It's evolved into a big beast on D3.
Yeah, and while from my heart, I'm so grateful for that 31% picking one decisive game out of 8 today. Chat, just looking at these last 2 games, this one, Divya's board, and as well as what is happening on the other women board Vaishali's board, and looking at Divya's board, I don't think it's going to be just one decisive game. But stay with me, we'll get it right one day. David, another similarity that I see between this and the Open, Queen on F2. Here, White is suffering. Vaishali is suffering, and the same dynamic for Yasipenko as well. His queen on F2 been stuck there as well on the back foot.
Moral of the story, don't put your queen on F2 if she remains passive. The last move, just to show, the last move going back, D3, maybe it was necessary, but I actually quite like having the pawn here just to stop White's bishop from coming out. But she did push it, and she can grab a pawn in a lot of these positions, just go a pawn up, at least temporarily, or it feels like also the time maybe for the rook to get into the battle. I'm not sure where, rook to b8 looks super tempting. And something that Fabiano was doing in his game, rook to e8, putting pressure on the bishop. The knight at some point is going to come into one of these squares. It feels like the d-pawn is going to be crowned a queen later on, but how much hard work do you think is needed here?
1 second, 13 moves and under a minute for Vaishali? Is that correct?
This is move 27. Yeah, she's still got 13 moves to make with no time, but luckily they do get an increment in the women's, Tanya. So it's going to be scary, but survivable maybe.
Yes. They do have the 90 minute plus 30 seconds, but I'll still say in this position with 13 moves to go and under a minute, it's not going to be an easy task. And David, I just want to point out, I did an action replay in my view right now, and it's been quite a game. You said it first, that F4 decision in the opening by Vaishali was a questionable one. And actually, it's been a series of very awkward decisions ever since then.
Yeah, and maybe just a very quick action replay about what not to do. In chess, Tanya, as you point out, because she didn't need to play f4. The reason the white king is weak is because she played f4. And I mean, it's not really an attacking move. We saw in the live board on the bottom right there, black's king is super safe once it castles. So f4 only damages the white king, its own shelter, its own safety, castles. And in terms of awkward moves that you're hinting at there, Tanya, bishop to a6, hitting the rook, maybe not the best move, but rook f3, that is such an awkward one to play. Such a weird square for a rook. It's not as if she's rook lifting and mating anytime soon. And after some captures, e5 trying to blow open the center.
It gets weirder. Look where the rook lands up next, David.
Oh, wow. Rook a3. It's actually the best move,
And the best move.
So greedy, trying to win a pawn. But that's guarded. The bishop is protected. And wow, exchange sacrifice. That rook, what a journey just to give itself up. And wow, rook b8. You're right, Tanya. This was definitely worth playing through. I thought the knight would just move, and also knight to b4, and the material balance would be restored. But sacrifice from Tan Zhongyi to trap the bishop. a4, queen a5, making use of the pin on the a file. The bishop takes a pawn, but black is now the exchange up, at least temporarily. Gave it back for this big d pawn that we see, and this is how we got here.
Yeah, just what a crazy series of moves, right? This has been from both players to land up in this position. And now, even though there's material balance, we see that b2 is big time tender for white with the bishop and the queen lined up. Black can even get the rook into the game. You got ideas like rook e8, knight c4 jumping in to start attacking the bishop on e3. Tan Zhongyi, with 33 minutes on the clock, has enough time to figure this one out. I think she takes this, David, which is going to be heartbreaking for the Indian fans here because, Vaishali just looked like she found her rhythm, getting that first win in yesterday, a big one for her. And then this game with the white pieces right before the rest day. If she goes down in this one, I think it's going to be a tough second half for Vaishali.
Yep, definitely not out of it, but not what you want just before rest day to end the first half of the tournament, losing with white. And especially in a game where she's maybe struggled, made some provocative decisions, and they have all backfired so far. But she's tactically very strong. Maybe she can find a way to get back into this game. Let's zoom out, Tanya, and we'll update everyone if the clock comes back to haunt Vaishali a bit later.
Or maybe it's haunting her already, but as we go to our bird's eye view, David, we see that in fact Divya has gone for a different approach. She didn't push the G-pawn. She got her queen to the center of the board, but she's still on the advantage there. Gorechkina Zhuzhina remains in the balance. Not the pawn push that we were looking at, but maybe we'll have a long endgame with a good knight and the bad bishop. But let's head up to our open section there and start with Vachier Sindarov against Anish Giri, because Vachier is continuing to put the pressure on here. We see both his rooks on opposite flanks, but open lines. D5 pawn attack. That knight from D4 hasn't moved and will not move. If needed, the king can come to E3 to consolidate it at the center of the board. Meanwhile, Praggnanandhaa Caruana remains in the balance. David, is it time to head over to Vachier?
Let's do it. Your wish is my command, Tanya, and a big game, of course, for the standings. And I think big couple of moves ahead for Anish Giri. He's got 4 minutes, but only 2 moves to get to the time control. It's going to be crazy, Tanya. Javukir's still got over an hour, and he's about to get more time at move 40. He is a man in a hurry. He wants to get places. He wants to face Gukesh. And I've got to say, this is so unpleasant for Black. Black can barely move. It's almost Zugzwang.
And you know, David Howell, because you bring it up and not I, and because from tomorrow, unfortunately, actually tomorrow is a rest day, chat, but from Game 8, I will not be joining you for commentary. I will be enjoying it from the sidelines. I think this is the moment that I want to ask you this question. It's early days and I know all of that. But you mentioned a potential Vachier versus Gukesh World Championship match. Sindarov really does feel like he's in a hurry, not just on the clock in this game, but with his scoreline as well, trying to get to that match. How do you assess that World Championship?
Oh, it's difficult. It depends which Gukesh turns up, whether it's 2024 Gukesh, who was on fire, defeating everyone, looked so smooth, looked so convincing, or whether it's maybe the Gukesh who hasn't quite clicked into top gear. It also depends which Sindarov. If it's this Sindarov, like, who's going to stop him? I mean, you put Magnus in classical, I still think it's going to be quite a close match against this version of Sindarov. Like, I think the strengths versus weaknesses line up slightly in Sindarov's favor. The clock, Sindarov puts so much pressure on time, very rarely in time trouble. Gukesh has, especially in the last year or so, been susceptible to some time trouble issues. So I think that helps. Preparation, of course, will be so key, but I don't know, anything can happen. They're both so young. It could just be decided the first decisive result. Could see someone spiral. How about you, Tanya? Would you back India in that India versus Uzbekistan clash?
You know where my heart is in this conversation. I mean, there's no question about that. But I think the performance that Sindarov's put up and what he's been showing all of 25, and on the other end of that, like you mentioned, for Gukesh, it's been just a really difficult year, to the point where actually he's also withdrawn from the Grand Chess Tour and will only be playing, I believe, the Rapid and the Blitz event. And actually his spot has been taken by Sindarov. So it's been interesting to see that narrative being played out as well. It will be a fantastic fight. And I think just like in the Ding match as well, we get a lot of decisive games in the classical portion and maybe even in the first part of that match as well. Both extremely young. I'm just hoping that that one really does go down to the wire. We get an extreme fight. I think it will be a 50-50, but Gukesh needs to find his form back for it to be a 50-50. I think given where it is right now, what we're seeing of Sindarov and what we're seeing of Gukesh, if I put my bias aside, yes, Sindarov would be a favorite then.
Yeah, and it's just funny. Like, who would have thought it back in 2022 in Chennai, the Olympiad, Tanya, with Uzbekistan winning there, that it would just generate this immediate rivalry. I thought it would still take a few years, but suddenly India, Uzbekistan, they're rising to the top. They've got such depth, so many strong players, also young, and just the chess schools that are developing there, just incredible.
I want to add to that. I think it'll be very fitting, right, where the India-Uzbekistan rivalry is not only seen at the World Championship level, but also at the upcoming Olympiad. I think for both these two teams, especially in the open section, I want to add, I think in the open section, a lot of people consider India and Uzbekistan to be the two top favorite. I mean, right now we've got Nodibek Abdusattorov, who's also having a crazy run, who's gone up to, I believe, world number 4. And Sindarov in the live ratings, God knows how many more points he's going to farm in this candidates, but he's gone up to world number 5. And then, of course, in India, you've got the big 3, right? You've got Pragg, you've got Gukesh, you've got Arjun. And then the next 2 spots is yet to be seen who gets those. So 2 incredibly strong teams. And as you're pointing out, this national rivalry between India and Uzbekistan with this generation is fascinating to watch unfold. And I think we're going to see that over the next decade at every elite level tournament.
Yeah, it's something I don't think anyone would have predicted 20 years ago, but 2 new world superpowers. And yeah, it's no longer Russia, USA. It's no longer just concentrated in 1 or 2 countries. So many strong players emerging around the world. Turkey may be the next up and coming emerging power there. But in the meantime, it looks like this is the live position, Tanya. Move 40 has just been reached. Again, the FIDE broadcast seems to be lagging with the move, so I'm just going to put them on the board. King to e3, defending the knight, and Anish has played rook to b6. And is he really going to give up the exchange and try to capture this pawn? I don't really see any other justification. He's definitely sacrificing d5 now. Big moment. Rook takes d5. I think he has to. I think it's going to be rook takes pawn check. Otherwise, he's just a pawn down for nothing. And Tanya, what do you make of this? The eval bar is stuck in the center, despite the fact that white is up a rook for bishop. This is not an easy judgment call to make for Sindarov. He should be spending some time, but impressive from Giri to understand this.
And it almost feels like the kind of endgame where you either know that this is a draw and this structure you hold is black, or if it's over the board, it's an extremely hard evaluation to pull out. So if Giri has somewhere studied this and he knows that 2 versus 2, same side, you know, a bishop and rook combo, you end up trading pawns and you'll only be left with 1, and the way the pawns are placed as well, this ends in a draw, then I think we might see it. But the question is, I wonder if Sindarov also knows it and wants to find a way to not even allow rook takes pawn. Because rook takes d5, like you're pointing out, his last move was actually rook to b6, right? He's voluntarily walked into this line. What else could that mean? It has to be rook takes pawn coming with a check in response to that d5 pawn being taken.
Exactly. And I think especially if the d5 pawn is taken there in that exact position, takes, it would be nice for white to run away and keep some pieces on the board. If you can keep both rooks, you're probably just winning because you'll be able to generate an attack against the black king, combine the rooks together. But after king f2, for example, there are already tactics, bishop c6, and it is an annoying skewer on the light square diagonal. You can't save the f3 pawn. So that would all be forced. Sindarov, huge moment. He needs to spend some of that 1.5 hours, Tanya, to maybe convince himself not to get greedy here.
But I wonder what is the alternative? If as white you want to keep the game going, and again, such an instructive moment that the d5 pawn alive serves white more than off the board right now. You're simply playing more against the bishop than trying to be up an extra pawn, but allowing that bishop to get active. How else are you actually keeping this advantage? Because the bar seems to say that Sindarov is doing well in this position. And let's say if I was to make a non-rook takes pawn move, so help me out, David. Let's play king to d3, try to get that king closer. No, I want to keep my rook active. And is rook takes pawn still a powerful resource that black has, is my question.
Oh, this is a very good question, because now the tactics are different. Rook takes pawn. It might be the last opportunity Giri gets to play that move, because king c3 will totally shut the door, kick the rook away, protect the knight, everything covered. So rook takes pawn, take, capture, check. And now where do you want to go? Forward or back?
Not to e2. I'll tell you the one square I don't want to go to. No e2, no d2.
Yeah, luckily you've got 50-50. You've got d4, c2, they're fine. d2, e2, not fine. Oops.
We go forward, David Howell.
Okay, forward. And that comes with a trap. Rook takes pawn and the bishop gets skewered or pinned. Either way, the bishop is lost. So this is what I meant earlier. Like with 2 rooks on the board, I'm far less comfortable with black. I don't really know what to do. Like, does black put the bishop back on f7 to try and keep it safe? Does black go passive with the rook b7? But I don't like this so much. Let's say rook b7.
Yeah.
Not so clear. Okay, and it looks like a big decision. But Tanya, I think in practical terms, I would just want to play rook a3. I know it's minimalist approach, but rook a3, then maybe bring the king over to c3. Oh, it is passive, but then the white rook will finally come back to a5 or a7 and start
Yeah,
again.
for me, I just find the spot for the rook on a3 just a hard move to make right now. You know, I like that it's eyeing a d5. I like the activity of it, but looking at the situation. By the way, time control has been made, so the players get an additional 30 minutes on the clock, which means that Vachier has jumped up to an hour and 26 minutes. He has all the time in the world to work out whether he wants to take d5, bring the rook back, how to keep the game going.
Mm-hmm. And good to see him invest it. There is a curse, right, Tanya, of the move 41. I think the starkest example was Tan Zhongyi earlier in the tournament against Lagno. She was totally winning, piece up, could have won in maybe 10 different ways. She still had loads of time left from the first time control, but on move 41, given an extra half hour, she didn't pause. Within a minute or so, she blundered and then blundered again on the next move and went on to lose. So it's nice to see that the players are aware of this. Move 41, you stop, you take stock, use your extra time. Here he has notion of time. And he try to avoid that famous curse, the 41 curse. And he'll be thinking about maybe king d3. I think he'll definitely calculate rook takes e5 first. Then maybe realize it's not acceptable, not what he wants, and then he'll look for solutions. But it looks like a lot of Sindarov fans now in the chat, Tanya. A lot of people willing him to go on and keep the streak going.
5.5 out of 6. I think everyone wants to see a 6.5 out of 7. The only time that comes to my mind that's been done is Topolov 2005, San Luis, Argentina. A different format back then. It was the World Championship, but I believe an 8-player one even then. And then in the second half of the tournament, in that format, it was the World Championship, not the candidates, but a similar double round robin after scoring 6.5 out of 7. And we've got a big decision here. He does go for rook takes pawn. Sindarov.
What?
You're shocked. You're shocked.
Oh, wow. He's just given Giri a golden opportunity to make a draw. And Giri has to find it. Giri's just given up a pawn. Sorry to cut in there, Tanya, but this is a huge moment. And that was Sindarov rushing. That was what we saw yesterday against Wei Yi, where he gave half a chance. Wei Yi didn't take it. Sindarov has so much time. And this is just a total misjudgment. We see the evaluation bar. Like, we have that kind of cheat code there. We get the hint. But Sindarov was given the hint by Giri. Giri gave away this pawn. He was like, please take it. Please take it. He said, take it for the last 10 moves. But Sindarov finally has taken it in the worst possible moment.
Wow. And look at Anish Giri there. He's calming himself down. He knows he's about to give the exchange and go into the defense, but he believes in that fortress. He believes in that position down in exchange to be able to hold this. Anish will spot the draw. He will spot the draw because he set that up himself. And rook takes pawn. And Sindarov had so many ways to just keep the game going. Again, the idea of rook takes pawn only works in this scenario. If Sindarov played this move is the only one where there will be a rook trade. Otherwise, giving up the exchange with both the rooks on the board, that would have cost Anish big time. And now he leans in. David, I think he spots it. He's probably already spotted it. He wills himself to play it and goes on the defense in this one.
Exactly. Like, I just don't understand this at all. Sindarov's been so calm, so measured, so kind of structured with the way he's been building up, slowly putting his rooks on the H and A files, totally open files, stretching the black defenses. He's put his knight on d4, perfectly maneuvered his king around to the perfect spot. And that d-pawn, he avoided taking it for so long. And like I said, and like our featured chatter says there, move 41 curse is real. Like, he didn't stop for long enough. He spent 7 minutes, but if he spent 40 minutes, it would have been totally fine there. He just needed to work out this endgame. There's no way in 7 minutes you get to the truth. And he doesn't know the truth. He still thinks he's winning, Sindarov. But this is a huge, huge mistake, blowing the advantage. And Tanya, the worst thing is, after your king d3, which was fantastic, by the way, he could have gone into this endgame with a set of extra rooks on the board. He could have traded rooks off later if he wanted. He could have got the same thing, just a way better version with so much more flexibility. So it makes zero sense to take on d5 first.
I'm actually checking the engine right now. Instead of rook takes pawn, he could have pretty much done anything and kept a major chunk of his advantage. Your move, rook a3, the sliding of the rook from h2 to c2, just simply taking away the c6 square for the bishop eventually and still attacking the d5 pawn would have kept all his chances there, still continuing to put pressure on Giri's clock. David, how much of this is psychology as well here, right? Because Sindarov knows that, okay, he is never in a million years losing that position. Yes, most likely to end in a draw. But he also probably feels, he looks at Fabi's board, right? Really close by, right there, and sees that the chances of Fabi winning that against Pragg barely exist. It feels like Pragg has everything under control. Going into the rest day with still 1.5 points leading and 7 rounds remaining, maybe there is this psychological pull to go into a safety first scenario and just saying, you know what, let's wrap this up. Let's go into the rest day. 7 games, even if I was to draw all of them, maybe you can even afford to lose one, but even if I draw all of them, I get to the World Championship. And do you think that has affected this approach of going rook takes pawn?
I think maybe. I think it's he's not even thinking about the results. He's so professional in that regard. He's focused on the moment, but I think he just got overexcited. I think he believes this endgame is winning, and we'll have to dig a bit deeper in a second just to understand what he might have missed. But I think he just got overexcited. Yesterday against Wei also had an hour on his clock and could have just won in totally controlled fashion. Instead, he's trying to force the issue, and that's totally fine. And I think I'm affected here, Tanya, because I wanted this game, up till this move, I wanted it to be the headline game of Grind Like a Grandmaster 2, my next book. But he's just blown it with one move, and now I can't use it. No. Now it's going to be a cautionary tale.
Well, maybe you can use it and use your analysis to show how it's really done, and then send the copy to Vachier Sindarov if that ever does come out, David. But I just want to point out in this situation right now, and by the way, looking at Anish on the camera, it's almost like he's willing himself. He's telling himself that he needs to go into this line and believe that it holds. Because there are some other attractive options, but black needs to be careful. Now, bishop to e6 is a move that comes to mind. You hit the rook on d5 and you're extracting the b3 pawn. If knight takes bishop, rook takes bishop, that rook takes knight, and that's the best version. You pick up the b3 pawn, handshakes, game over. But what I want to show you here, David, is that white actually has a really tricky idea. You go rook to d8, watch out that black king on g7, which can come into many mating nets right now. Let's say Giri doesn't want to give up his exchange. He doesn't want to sacrifice the rook and wants to play it super safe and says bishop takes pawn as an option. I think you're just getting checkmated. You're just getting checkmated, David Howell. Knight f5 check. Well, in this case, not you, but Anish. The knight f5 check. King slides in. It doesn't even matter where you're going. Rook steps up, gives a check. King f7, rook h7. King g7 runs into rook g7. King e6 runs into rook e7. And that's just game over. So actually, Anish Giri has to give up material at this point to draw this game.
Yeah, I think this is it, Tanya. Maybe you've just stumbled on the reason Sindarov is so excited right now. Maybe he's not even seriously considered rook takes b3. He was just thinking, okay, bishop e6 is what Anish wants. Now I have this cool rook d8 move. And if bishop takes b3 is impossible, black has to take anyway with the rook. Just the white knight is way too strong, all those mating nets, and it's a better version for white. But he's just underestimated this move, which Giri did kind of broadcast with his last 2 moves, rook b4, rook b6. Should we delve deeper into this one?
Let's do it. Let's see what happens and if Sindarov has any chances being up in exchange. And from a human perspective, from a human evaluation point of view, how easy or trivial of a hold this is. So you give a check. I don't want to give up my f3 pawn. For example, if I move my king to d4, a move like bishop c6, hitting that rook, and I end up losing f3 as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that looks like it should be pretty safe, unless white can get some miracle checkmate attack against the black king again. Don't really see it, like coming around with the rook. Bishop takes pawn and trying to give a check. But, I mean, even if black walks forward, I don't think there's a mating net because this pawn will disappear and the black king will have air to breathe. So this, I agree, feels wrong in this position to give up the f-pawn. And does that just give you I mean, definitely don't want to play king d2 again, although still a draw since the bishop is hanging. But does that only give you one choice, Tanya? Rook d3?
Feels like that, right? Because you can't go to the second rank with a check coming in. You want to stay connected to the f3 pawn. So let's say the rooks get off the board because that's what you want. You don't want to keep... I think if you move the rook away, that gives real chances for white to fight for a win. Not to mention that d7 bishop was hanging. And again, I think this is the kind of position which is hard to analyze except a forcing move f5. I think that's the most attractive move that you want to look at. Get rid of as many pawns. A pure rook versus bishop is handshakes. It's draw on the spot. And David, this position, pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn. You're looking at this if you're Anish, Giri. How are you evaluating this? And again, how trivial is this to hold at this level?
Yeah, it's difficult. Like, I would need a lot of time. Like, I would not be sure. Like, I've studied similar positions, but it's always different wherever the pawn is. Like, it's only ever a draw if the pawn is on a dark square and the bishop's on a light square, just to stop the enemy king coming in. Here, it's maybe especially good because there's chances of exchanging off the pawns, and rook versus bishop is an easy draw. But yeah, I would need time to like work out how black sets up. Like, is the king just sitting on f6 forever? What happens if the white king tries to sneak in? What happens if the white king tries to go the whole way around, like round the back, and try to get in?
Oh my God.
Like, you need so much time, and that's why I'm maybe a bit harsh, but maybe a bit disappointed as well at Sindarov for not spending that time trying to be 1,000% sure that this position is winning for white, because it isn't. And yeah, I think it is based on the fact that black will play g4 when white is busy trying to make progress around the other side.
And I want to backtrack a little bit because you mentioned that white should try to keep a rook pair on the board, right? Now, rook d3 feels like for real winning chance. Oh, by the way, Anish has taken, no, not Anish, but Matthias Bluebaum is where we go to before we go right back to that. And this one's about to finish in a draw. This is an opposite color bishop endgame. And David, I think we're moments away. Hikaru's managed to survive. He's managed to get the queens off the board. I think there'll be eye contact soon enough. And the players handshakes there. This one ends peacefully. And I think for Hikaru, that is the frustration continues.
Yeah, it was actually a very well played game from both players, especially Hikaru to defend. And yeah, it's just the results, unfortunately, at this point. He's going to take no consolation in the fact that he played almost 99% accuracy with black because he was on the defensive. He didn't get the first win that he wanted, that he needed. And there will be some final words between the players. But yeah, disappointment. Both players yet to get their first win of the event.
I don't think Matthias Bluebaum is as disappointed right now. You know, he's continuing his streak, and I have a feeling that Hikaru's recap video might have the title something to do with the Bluebaum streak continuing. We'll find out. That's a story for later. The story for now, oh my God, he's reaching for the bishop. I saw him, Anish, Giri. Yes, he can take that pawn even after bishop to e6. But rook takes pawn would be the precise move here. Also, David, I would at some point like to check if white wanted to go back with the king there. After the checking on b3, giving that up, in my attempt to try to save both rooks, you know, I don't know, on the maybe we can just show it quickly right now. Rook takes pawn, knight takes rook, rook. Okay, he's going for it. David, bishop e6 on the board. He hasn't gone for rook takes pawn. The game still lives.
The game still lives. Maybe rook takes pawn is going to be a key idea a bit later. This isn't a bad move at all from Giri. And this is why maybe Sindarov, underestimating or getting overexcited, didn't realize that black actually has other moves. But Tanya, you wanted to mention king to d3 this line?
Sorry, not this line, but after rook takes pawn, I am obsessed with the idea of keeping both my rooks alive, or at least trying to. Rook takes pawn, knight takes rook, rook takes knight. And I come back to f2. And I'm saying that if you go rook b2 check, I go king g3, and you don't have time to trade.
Yeah, rook takes rook takes check, and the rook
okay,
will
he's
drop
reaching
off.
for the rook. By the way, David, I think we have to stick to the live position because huge moment here. Rook d8 has arrived, and there it is. Anish Giri sacrifices the exchange. He believes in this, that he holds this position, that it is indeed going to be a fortress. We see the moves coming in fast and quick right here. Rook will come back to d3, but in this scenario, as you pointed out, it is possible for white to keep both rooks on the board.
Okay, but is it? How can
Is
he do that? Because rook to b2 check will meet any king retreat. King e4, there'll be a rook check on b4. Giri, I think he's found the same idea, just a different order.
Right. Yeah, you're right. There is no way for white to survive this with both rooks on the board. And with one of them gone, this looks like Anish Giri confidently went into this line. Do you think this is the moment that Sindarov realizes that maybe it's not an easy break and he let go of an opportunity?
I think this might be it. Where it starts to sink in that he should have at least spent more than 7 minutes debating this ensuing position. I think even the likes of Magnus, the greatest endgame player of all time, would need 20, 30 minutes minimum to evaluate what we are just going into now. We get the evaluation bar, says it's a draw, Tanya, but I don't think... maybe Sindarov's just calculating. That's how the kids do it these days. They just calculate. They don't take a step back and be like, okay, actually, risk-free, I could have played on in a different way. Now it's either a draw or it's not. There's no more slow maneuvering about it. It's absolutes that they're dealing with. And it's not going to be easy. I really like Giri's decision here.
And the pause by Vachier just confirms everything, right? He will make his move because process of elimination, you realize whether you come back, you're anyways going to trade the rook. You don't want to go to e2. E2 you still can, but you definitely don't want to go to d2, losing that rook on h2 to a check. But regardless of anywhere else, you either lose the f3 pawn or trade off one pair, the last remaining pair of rooks here. So for Sindarov, he probably knows now, David, and look at that. You can kind of see it on him. You know, he's taking his time, but this is the time that he had to take a couple of moves earlier on that move 41 to keep the pressure on. And he's reaching for his king. It looked like he was moving up the board. Well, king e4 doesn't really help the cause. You've got those checks coming in anyway.
Maybe he'll try and block with his rook on the d4 square, block some checks. Ultimately, rooks are coming off the board. Black is going to get f5 in. And I think we will get that endgame we were talking about, Tanya. I think it's almost guaranteed, just a slightly different move order.
Yeah, and that's pretty. When the king moves up, you give a check. The block f5 might still work immediately with that. Wow.
And just to show, f5 is still an idea in the current position. At first, I thought this was impossible because after a rook trade, suddenly black doesn't get what he wants. Like f5 loses to king to e5 double attack. But like you said, Tanya, really important detail that here black gets f5 in, check with tempo, takes, and we'll get the same endgame that we were talking about. And this should be a draw.
You know, you can see it in Sindarov, really. I mean, he's just looking everywhere except the board is where he was looking. And meanwhile, a swinging Anish Giri, I think he knows all the swings in this game are over and he safely navigated it to holding it. And David, something catches your attention. What happened? What is it?
This is the most drama, but we're just past move 40. I've just seen a huge blunder by Tan Zhongyi against Vachier-Lagrave. Vachier-Lagrave is now winning on the spot.
What?
She has risen from the dead. I'm sorry to take us away from this marquee match, but let's go over to that game because we see head in hands Tan Zhongyi, the worst blunder I've seen at candidates level in a while. She also blundered a few days ago against Caruana, but rook takes f6, taking a bishop, and she's just walked into a double attack. That is...
David, back up and see how this happened. Tan Zhongyi set this up for herself.
Rook to a1 she played. She could have done anything else. Rook to a3. She's already lost some of the advantage, but still great winning chances for black with the passed a-pawn. But rook a1, she played it in just a minute or so. She's been playing against Vachier-Lagrave's clock. She rushed rook a1 and blundered. Rook takes f6 and game over. Rook f1 check, king e2.
This is just unbelievable. She took 1 minute and 18 seconds to make that move, and she had about 15 minutes on the clock, Tan Zhongyi, when she walked into this one move blunder, literally gifting a key point to Vachier-Lagrave, and now you can see it. It's the kind of blunder that you can't even fight back from. It's just completely lost. And Tan Zhongyi was the winner of the 2024 Toronto Candidates. She went on to fight for the World Championship title. Not only that, she's won the World Championship in 2017, and at this crucial stage, after a winning position, letting go of all that advantage, holding on with still that a-pawn, being the only one to fight for a win in this position with an extra a-pawn. And here it is, you play rook a1. This has to be heartbreaking. Unbelievable gift for Vachier-Lagrave today.
And Vachier-Lagrave is going to be moving up to 4 points. She's going to be on a plus score. and she's going to fancy her chances in the second half. She's survived so many bad positions, Tanya, in the first half of the event that she might believe luck is on her side, fate is on her side, and yeah, I mean, I've got a feel for Tan Chongyi. We've all blundered stuff like this at some point. It's just the worst feeling when it happens in the biggest tournament of the year, and especially after playing such a good game as well. Heartbreaking stuff.
And the point is that it was in a position where you're up a pawn, David, and you're really pushing to win this one. You've been pushing it from the start. It's just, and rook to a1, you know, I don't even know at this level, you know, with Tan Chongyi, her strength, everything put together, just, it's unbelievable that this blunder just happened right now after a near flawless game by her.
Yeah, nearly flawless, but unfortunately one big flaw at the end. And even GMs are humans, exactly, as our featured chat says. Unbelievable. But that's what these things happen at candidates level, Tanya, because of the kind of importance of the event, right? The pressure they put on themselves, and there's so much emotion just riding on every game, like always thinking, okay, there's nothing I need more than a win right now. Tan Chongyi's had such a tough time, promising positions disappearing, hasn't won a single game yet, and yeah, she's got to be feeling that it's not going to be her event after this blunder. But maybe we leave her to it, because this is tough to watch. Maybe we go back to the bird's eye view for the last few moves of the time scramble.
Let's do it, David. For Vaishali, looking now at her second win in a row. What a roller coaster of a game that one has been. We've had 2 draws so far between Anna Muzichuk, Bibisara Asubayeva, the first to finish of the day, and then Hikaru Nakamura holding Matthias Bluebaum to a draw in a slightly difficult opposite color bishop endgame. Meanwhile, Yasipenko continues to struggle, David. That rook on a1 hasn't moved at all. That's the bottom left board, and maybe that's the one we go to next, because Vachier, Sindarov, Anish, Giri, I believe will go on for a while, where Vachier will push, will try to put some pressure, but Anish Giri should be up to the task of holding this bishop versus rook. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana, Praggnanandhaa has been in the balance for a while. A change in dynamics there, where we see that the knight from d4 has been pushed away. The isolated queen's pawn doesn't exist anymore. And we'll go to that. But first, let's look at the Weiyi board, as Weiyi just feels like he's on fire today. Look at this position and the traffic jam that we have on that a6 f1 diagonal right now. Let's rush over to that board, as Yasipenko is in a think. And Weiyi's rook is hanging.
It's a very cool position. I have to be grateful here to John Sargent for pointing me in the direction of this one, because there's been a lot of punctuation, as he puts it, in the last few moves. And I'll take it back to this position because in the near future, well, we saw some tactics already, but the c-file becomes all important. But in the near future here, question marks, exclamation marks, dubious signs, everything starts happening, Tanya. And I think it began after this move, rook to c4. He's only human, Weiyi. Every human wants to be an artist. Exchange sacrifice, thematic stuff, given a question mark. That feels super harsh, because if the rook's captured, I think black is totally winning, since the white king is going to be super vulnerable on the light squares. And yeah, rook sacrifice, but who cares about rooks when your opponent's rook looks like that on a1, as you were saying. So rook c4, knight e2 given an exclamation mark, resisting the temptation. Now double exclam finally from black. I think this is based on the fact that bishop takes rook now. It's going to be even stronger for black due to some checks. So knight e7, g4, and yeah, exclamation marks galore, but question marks galore as well, as b4 just insisting now that even self-pinning, and bishop to b5. This is the live position. Crazy stuff, Tanya.
It's really amazing. I mean, this whole position in the game, the way it's played out with the black rook and c4 and no one even caring about picking it up. I think pawn takes rook. I'd be also very tempted to pick it back up with the pawn. I think that was your first instinct as well. But now it looks like you're changing your mind. And I have to say that the bar thinks pawn takes pawn isn't accurate. But David, I think everyone would play this move. You're looking at c3 coming in, at c2 coming in, and you still keep a big advantage.
Yeah, huge advantage. There's checkmate threats. The white king actually wishes the rook were anywhere else. It can't escape into the corner. It's a full rook sacrifice. So I was very impressed by this move, b4, just allowing the pin. But yeah, I think as I was about to show, like bishop takes is just as strong, which is counterintuitive, but this position is just almost guaranteed mate now. It's going to be check, or everything's falling.
Yeah. Rook c1 runs into queen d3 check, otherwise queen to c2 comes in. This is just pure devastation. I love bishop to b5, and if you don't pick up that rook right now, that rook is now threatening to move back and getting rid of a key defender in white's position. Even if you go back to our live board, if you make any other move except pawn takes rook, the rook goes back to either c6 or c7. Rook c1 check also in certain positions a big threat. But let's say white was to avoid that, but just simply trading off the light squared bishop will mean game over for the white king. And it's all come down to that rook on a1, right? I like that you're showing this line. Queen takes bishop. Now the rook lining on to c2. Also ideas of a5, a4. White just never got started on the right flank at all. And Wei's just been steamrolling on the other side, essentially playing upper rook for the whole game.
Yeah, Alpha Wei trapping the opponent's rook and just making things look simple. And pawn takes rook played. Got to live by the sword, die by the sword. And I think Yesipenko realized like he was lost anyway. Just to show one final variation, like if he'd ignored things completely, h5, rook c1 check is mate in a few moves. I just want to show the beauty here. And rook takes, for example, there's this checkmate, queen a3, delivering the killer blow. And after rook c1, if knight takes, it's not much better. Bishop takes, and yeah, this would have been game over next move. So, okay, I can't blame him, Tanya, for wanting to die in style at least, or wanting to force Wei to prove it.
All right, and Wei needs to prove it, right? Because taking pawn takes pawn, like we saw, still keeps white in the game. But today, Wei is an absolute beast right now. He does pick it up with the bishop. It was always the idea of getting rid of this defender, the light squared bishop right now. Threats of b3 coming in. You can't even move the bishop to c2, David. Amongst other things, the knight on e2 is hanging as well. But probably there are other ways. But I would just grab that knight and keep all my advantage on the board. And I'd do that and lose a chunk of it.
Nah, it's still way good enough. Tanya, this is still easily winning. Bishop coming back to d3. White's never going to survive with a rook on a1 like that. But like you said, probably there's better. Probably Wei will be calculating moves like bishop to d3, just going for the immediate checkmate. I haven't seen it yet after white defends, but maybe it's just rook. Oh, it's just rook takes, isn't it?
Queen c4 or queen f4?
Yeah. Mate, you can pre-move this actually. Checkmate. Nothing white can do.
Actually, it's really funny because if you put that queen on c4, you can still survive by putting something in the middle. You know, queen a4, there's no hiding, there's no running away from it. So pretty combination in that one. David, this might be our first decisive result of the day. I think we might be moments away from handshake in this one. Being down a rook, we about to go up a king.
It's likely to be the first decisive result, but not the last. I'm just saying for the predictions, I'm more optimistic. Yeah, I know I shouldn't be thankful to Tan Zhongyi, but her piece blunder has made it more likely that there might be 3 decisive results in this round. Sindarov, yeah, had put me off the track there, allowing this kind of drawing idea from Giri. But yeah, it looks like this one at least is almost guaranteed now, Tanya. I think it's just pretty much forced mate.
It really looks like that. I don't even see a way to survive over the next 5 moves right now. There's so much attack and all of white's pieces on the right flank, the queen, the rook, the knight, not being able to come to the rescue of the white king. And again, the rook on a1, it's not only you're playing down a rook, you're taking away a key escape square from your king. So every attacking line just works. You're boxing up your own king. I have to say this has been one of Wei's masterpieces, you know, the attacking masterpieces that he's so famously known for. And the big question will be, did it come too late in the candidates? Or will this see him get back into the run with still 7 games to go? Will he start finding his momentum in the second half?
Yeah, he's a dangerous customer where he often plays his best when provoked, when people really go at him or take risks, like Yesipenko did today with this kind of early novelty against the Petrov, and then this weird bishop d2 retreat. After that, never really got a chance back in. So I wouldn't be surprised if Wei plays a bit of a spoiler role in the second half, even if it's a bit unlikely he's going to win the whole event now. Should we zoom out, Tanya? Just assuming that this is going to end with a checkmate.
Let's do it. And it would be exactly the way where you would want to end before the rest day, getting his first win of the candidates. And this is where we are at. Anish Giri finding the right sequence of moves to get a position that he believes he holds. David, so far F5 hasn't happened. So at least there are 2 sets of pawns, although I don't see that being the case for too long right now. And meanwhile, on the other board, as our top leader seems to be headed towards a draw, a 6 out of 7 is how most likely he goes into the rest day. It's Praggnanandhaa versus Fabiano Caruana. And I wonder if, all right, let's start with the Vachier board and then check in with Fabi's board, because that also looks like there's still blood left there. There's still something left to play for in that endgame.
Let's do it. Let's do it in that order of scores. And we'll start with Sindarov trying to break down a fortress from Anish Giri. We'll get them up on the camera in a second. But Tanya, like F5 was convincing. I think it was good enough, just getting more pieces off the board closer to rook versus bishop and a very well-known draw. But he doesn't need it. And this is actually what I was alluding to earlier. Like the only fortresses with level pawns, rook versus bishop, are when the pawns are on dark squares and the bishops are on light squares. They just complement each other so well. And this is crazy. It might actually just be a fortress. Like black's king will always move if checked. And I mean, the bishop's going to keep the white king honest. But even if it doesn't, I wonder whether allowing the white king in is still a draw. Because here you have enough squares to wait on the diagonal, and the white king can just never cross onto the e-file. This is textbook fortress.
And the winning plan for white has to revolve around that, right? Combining the king and the rook to get to the f-pawn. But every time you're checked on the 8th rank, you simply move king to f7. And not allowing the white king any entry onto e7, keeping that not an option. So what we are finding out about this position, David, is that Anish doesn't even need to change the characteristic of it. He can just sit as is. And white to try to push might have to go f4 at some point to trade a pawn and then try and get something out of it. I don't see if that helps. Anish Giri confidently making moves quickly now.
Yeah, he's also realized he can just wait with the king. King f8, king e8. He's got 2 safe squares for the king. His bishop has enough squares on the diagonal. I don't think there's ever going to be any Zugi here. There's no Zugzwang. It's just, I think fantastic evaluation by Giri to set all of this up, first of all, and to go for it. But I think this is going to be a bit of a lesson for Sindarov. He did everything perfectly. Just when he maximized the pressure, was getting a proper advantage, he let it all slip.
Yeah. And for Vachier, while it's absolutely not even close to a disastrous result in any way at all, he probably could have had more going into that rest day right now, David. Trying to get that king in, but won't be successful. And I think in his mind, he knows that Giri has the fortress set up. And while we say it's been flawless by Anish, I do see that Tadias is mentioning that actually on move 44, there was something stronger that Anish had, which would have finished the game on the spot. And I see you're finding it very amusing, so I'm going to leave it to you to break that down for us, David. King to f2 was the move of choice here. And here we saw the rook trade happen eventually, and it felt like the right path. What could be stronger than that?
Wow, Tanya, this is study-like, and we have to thank our good friend Tadeusz for pointing us in this direction. I would never contemplate this, like maybe in classical if I had an hour on the clock, but I would never otherwise contemplate this. But bishop takes g4, and I also have to give credit to one of our featured chatters earlier, who even like 3 or 4 moves before this position arose said, "I hope Anish finds the bishop takes g4 line." And I was like, wait, what? And I was trying to figure out, like, with rooks off the board, when bishop takes g4 ever works. Bishop takes g4 is incredible. Bishop sacrifice, and white can't avoid perpetual check while saving his rook. That is insane.
Oh my gosh. That is crazy. I'm still taking this in. It doesn't matter where you go. You just keep checking on the B line. That's it. You can't go to f1. You can never get to f3. You can never run away on the left side because the rook will be hanging and the black rook just keeps checking. And indeed, it would have been a draw on the spot. This is stunning stuff.
Okay, we can't blame Anish for not spotting this. It's difficult. Yeah. It's so rare, this pattern. It actually reminds me of a study you showed me when I was in India. when I was in Delhi in 2019 with lots of checks from the side. But yeah, bishop takes g4. That was tough. And Tanya, I'm still recovering from that. But if we catch up with the live position, he's still making a draw, just in a less flashy way.
You know, I haven't seen a motif like that actually happen in a live game where you sacrifice the bishop and you're basically just checking and chasing the white king and there's nowhere to run with two rooks on the board. And that simply comes down to because one of the rook is on the edge file, on the h file, on the edge of the board, and you can't escape it. That was stunning. That was actually really nice.
Okay, this position is going to go on for a while, but just to show it one more time, I can't resist, Tanya.
Let's do it. No, do it.
That would have been the move of the tournament. Like, well, especially if it was the only move, but one of the moves of the tournament if it had been played. So picturesque. Just and check. Nowhere to hide for the white king while saving the rook.
And the point is, right, you have to take the bishop because even f3 pawn is hanging. There's really no way to keep both your pawns safe. So there's nothing you can fight for. You need to take the bishop. It's the only move. This would have been one of the most stunning draws of 2026.
Yeah, just incredible. Rook b3, rook b2, rook b1, all the checks, and white cannot escape. Okay, that is not an optical illusion. It's actually a draw. And if we go back to the live position, yeah, not much progress. Giri is going to wait on this diagonal. But in the meantime, Tanya, I'm being told there's breaking news, so we're going to bring in our trusty reporter, John Sargent.
Yes, indeed, folks. We did cover this game a little while ago. There's going to be mixed emotions, I'm not going to lie. It's not necessarily the manner in which you always want to win, so there'll be questions asked heading into the second half, but I can confirm Vachier-Lagrave goes into the rest day with a win. That game has concluded.
Wow.
And Tanya, that was a tough one. That's going to be so difficult to bounce back from for Tan Zhongyi, former women's world champion. And yeah, of course, she's won the candidates in the past, but nobody wants to feel that they're just out of form like that, blundering one movers.
Yeah, very tough pill to swallow, just coming out of pretty much dominating the game with the black pieces from the opening itself, realizing that Vachier-Lagrav's gone wrong, playing a beautiful sequence as well, going into an endgame, you're up a pawn. It's what everyone says, you're playing for two results for the rest of the game. You know, you're in this endgame, there's nothing to worry about, and then a one-move blunder with 15 minutes on the clock. I think for Tan Zhongyi, it's going to be more of fighting her own mind than the opponents that she's about to face for the second time in this tournament. We'll see. Well, she's been a world champion before. She's won the candidates before. We'll see if she's able to make her bounce back. But this has been an absolute gift for Vachier-Lagrave, a free gift given on a platter, wrapped in a bow. And with that, we come back here because no free gifts for Sindarov today, as Anish Giri is finding all the right setups.
Exactly. And just saw a message from John that it's unlike Anish to not spot an immediate draw like bishop takes g4 earlier. But instead he has to play on and fight for the draw. I think ultimately that word, the draw, is the main thing on his mind, Anish. He's going to get there, and it's just really instructive, Tanya. I also want to point out that his king just happens to be in the perfect corner. In rook versus bishop, having the king in the opposite color corner to your own bishop is so important. So we've kind of mentioned how black has enough squares on this diagonal to keep the bishop safe. Can't get zugzwanged. Worst comes to worst, you can even wait with the king on these three squares, f8, e8, f7. White's not making any progress, but just for completeness sake, I wanted to show this because along these lines, if white is trying to break the fortress, trades off some pawns, and says, okay, I'm still not breaking through. I'm still not ever able to advance past the 5th rank. Let's get rid of everything. It's fortunate that the black king is in this corner. And I think here the black king can also run, but I'm going to try and arrange this. So just for instructive purposes, let's say white goes back and allows the king in. This is another one that I struggled to understand when I was young, but this is always a draw because white cannot avoid these stalemate ideas. And the king's super safe, defended by its bishop.
Yes, very important point. And I think this is a great defensive resource in any bishop versus rook. Aim if you're on the defensive side, get your king on the opposite color of your bishop. So we'll see if this does happen or not, David. For now, let's bring up our bird's eye view, our 8-board view. With 3 games done, we are down to 5 now. 2 in the women's section remain, 3 in our open. And I wonder how much longer is Yasepenko going to survive the away onslaught right now. We see the pawn is moving forward, attacking the bishop. There's pressure on the bishop on c2. White's queen and rook not being able to help the king. Everything's hanging, the knight on e2 as well. Yasepenko still trying to fight. I think he's just letting his clock run out is the feeling I get, because I'm running out of moves to suggest for white in this position.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. Wei Yi has the move and is spoilt for choice. He can take 2 different pieces. Just a very quick action replay since we were last here. Bishop takes c4. White did retreat the bishop, allowing black in, and rather than immediately allow any checkmates, he blocked the c-file. But Tanya, I think firstly you can take the knight and the attack continues. Like if the white bishop moves, you can just go back where you came from, having removed the defender. Or I think if you want to be flashy, you can also take the bishop, because after bishop takes d3, there's so many mates. I was going to point out that you could give a check on the b-file. You could also just take the bishop, and this is mate in a few ways. You can even deliver a nice blow with the bishop. This is
Queen b2, queen b2. I mean, you can count. You can count at least 5 different mates in that position, David.
This is so beyond over. Exactly. You can promote as well. I wanted to promote with a knight, but yeah, probably a queen is the most efficient. Oh wait, knight is almost checkmate, but not quite. You need one more move to deliver the killer blow.
I do like the idea of capturing the bishop on c3 rather than the knight on e2, just simply opening up the b line as an access line to white's king there. It just feels incredibly powerful. Also, the knight on e2 still hanging. You might be calculating, or in this case, where you might be calculating what happens if knight c1, knight b3 can be a resource that you have trying to block that b line. But that's not the only trouble here, right? Because there's also the b2 square to watch out for. Although, David, maybe we can check that out. Knight c1, what's the fastest way to victory there? Do you see a checkmate? Do you see the knockout here?
Oh, that's a very good defensive idea. I didn't see knight c1 at all, actually. And that's why Wei Yi was calculating rather than immediately bashing out b takes c3. Like you said, I kind of want to give a check and go in, but the white queen, just to show, the white queen does defend. So this is more tenacious than it looks. Now bishop, wow, it's still mate. What? I thought black was blundering.
Maybe rook takes b3. Is it rook takes b3? That would be crazy.
Yeah, it is. So he can even blunder the piece, allow white's queen to defend, and this is still mate, Tanya. Nice spot, and it's all dependent on this check at the end. The bishop and queen combo, so effective in so many lines.
Wow. Yeah, he's just given up half of his pieces, but all you need is a queen bishop. And, 3 is the magical number in the attack, and a pawn can add up as that third factor in this position, a very strong one as well. I think Wei is kind of double checking this line. We might see something spectacular like this being played out by him.
Yeah, it's the most forcing. Like knight c1 is the only attempt. Throw the knight in the way as a shield, act as the bodyguard. But this is a check. The knight has to block. This is a mate threat. Bishop has to move out the way. Rook takes, and yeah, it's all forced, as you say. Wow, Wei Yi trying to win the brilliancy prize, even if winning the candidates might not be realistic yet.
Yeah, you'd probably need to, if you're Wei Yi right now and you go on 3 out of 7, I'll tell you one thing though, David. If it was candidates 2024, 3 out of 7 would really put you in the race. It would put you in the mix, and how? Let's remind everyone, 24 candidates won by Gukesh, halfway mark. He was at 4 out of 7. We're looking at something that's never been done before in the chess world, where potentially we're going to reach that 7th round, go into the 8th round with a player at 6 out of 7, most likely. To me, every time that figure comes into mind, for more reasons than one, it's absolutely mind-blowing and mind-boggling, just what we've seen from Sindarov so far. I believe apart from that score, 5.5 out of 7 has been the highest the eventual winner has ever reached at the halfway mark. 5.5 out of 7 has been the highest, and it was 5.5 out of for Sindarov. So you can just put things together and understand the level of performance, the depth of the score that he's sitting on right now.
Yeah, it's all about the win to loss ratio, like the plus scores that we talk about. And he's on +5. It feels like he may have had chances to move to +6, but +5 historically, Tanya, is more than enough. So just coasting, drawing the rest of his games. especially if he's doing it from a position of strength. Sindarov, he's going to be hard to stop. But the fact that Fabi will be within striking distance if 2-3 results go his way means that Sindarov cannot rest. Nobody else will be closing the gap either. I think that's the main thing that Sindarov will take away from today. So we go into the second half, but we've learned so much. Who would have predicted all of this, Tanya? I think this looked like the most open candidates ever. It didn't look like it would be one player running away with it.
Not at all. You know, this has been just beyond anyone's imagination, the way this whole candidates has played out. Every time I think about it, every tier list had a mix of players at the top. There was, yes, Fabi somewhere for most, I think, sort of sat at that S tier, but there were always options surrounding him. And to think of one player to do it, and let's bring up our bird's eye view while I throw out another stat put together by our amazing stats team here at chess.com as we go into our bird's eye view. David, I want to talk about the total number of wins every eventual candidate's winner has had in their winning. And before I do that, there is a win for Wei to be reported, his first of the candidates as he gets rolling with a fantastic attacking game, taking down Yesipenko.
Yeah, Yesipenko saw the writing on the wall. He saw that whole variation we showed at the end there. It was about to land on the board, so he did eventually throw in the towel. And that poor rook on A1, actually the 2 white rooks never moved at all in that game. So unfortunately, it was a bit of a slip up. One bad move cost him, and great play from Wei Yi to punish that error.
All right, well, there's one person who's screaming, stop the count, and that's John Sargent. John, come on in as we get our second decisive result. And this was a fantastic, fantastic play of attack by Wei Yi.
It absolutely was. Look, there's no way to stop the count at this point. I don't think that's going to be the last decisive game. Chat, thank you for putting your faith in me. But to be fair, I'd rather have more exciting chess, and I think that's what we're going to get. Although, speaking of exciting chess, we have had another game end in a draw. You see it on your screens right now. Pragg and Fabi agreed a draw shortly, pretty much seconds before we saw the victory in that game between Wei Yi and Yesipenko. So a lot of action now reaching its conclusion here in the candidates, and there are still 2 games at least very much in the balance for a potential decisive result. As we head into this break, we'll see if they clarify themselves and whether we in fact get 4 on the board after this.
From Germany, he will be playing in the Candidates Tournament soon. Please welcome Matthias Bluebaum.
After the goal, the games can finally start. Good luck and enjoy.
8 years ago, you played in the Challengers. So tell me, how is it to be back here?
I mean, the first time around, I didn't play too well. Like back then, I didn't really enjoy it. It's like very grey and windy, and like I was playing terribly. So, but this time, I'm enjoying it much more so far.
Matthias Bluebaum with the black pieces, whilst Gukesh opens with e4. It's going to be a sharp game, I predict.
Looking at the field here, normally you see the big jumps being made at 18, 19. And yeah, for Matthias, he finished his mathematics studies and now he's been focusing on chess, and to see it being rewarded, I think it's an inspiring story also.
Yeah.
And knight to e4, big mistake according to Compi, but it is what the world champion chose.
I was very surprised. I mean, I was so happy to take here and play h6 and get his bishop. I mean, I thought at least I cannot be worse.
Very nice position there for Bluebaum as the world champion finds himself on the back foot.
It just felt to me like there should be some concrete win, and I just didn't see it.
Matthias has picked up an exchange.
It's another winning position for Bluebaum. We've seen him not win a couple of those, but for now, he's very much in the driver's seat.
And the clock is ticking down to under 2 minutes.
And we see resignation by Gukesh, so big victory.
Congratulations to Matthias.
A man who just beat the world champion with the black pieces. Welcome, Matthias Bluebaum.
It's a very nice feeling to beat the reigning world champion. Everybody is a great player here in this tournament, but winning against Gukesh is special.
Giri in big trouble. But great news for Matthias Bluebaum in his first super tournament outside of Germany. Very impressive.
We have a result. Matthias Bluebaum beats Anish Giri.
Yeah, back-to-back victories beating two 2700s, and also means he crosses 2700 for the first time.
2701, Matthias, congratulations. How much does it mean to you?
Yeah, thank you. It's incredibly nice. It's not like official in the FIDE list, but the live rating also counts, so it's very nice to finally cross the 2700, especially with like true wins against such strong players. In the candidates, the first place is the only result that matters. So as long as there's a chance, I'm going to fight for first place.
Can you try and put on this body?
Right, what is that? That's a... Oh, I hate poppers.
I'm going to try to do this properly, but I'm going to do a very, very poor job. You always want to hold the neck.
Wait, hang on. Have I started?
Put this down here, put this down here, put the head back down.
Just violently shoving the baby onto the table. Have we started? Are we okay?
Doing this very, very slowly, of course.
Oh my goodness, get in! This is easier.
On an actual human. What am I doing? Did something wrong here, apparently.
Ooh, sorry.
And I'll just say this is close enough, even though I missed something. There we go.
Okay, pretty good job.
Done. What? It's longer than your legs, man. What's going on here?
For this one, we just want you to put the baby inside the blanket, safe and secure way.
I'm gonna be honest with swaddling. I've never really done it. I've done it with Velcro ones, thanks to Amazon. I don't remember the order. How do I do this?
Baby burrito. We're good here. I think I remember.
Is this up? I think you're supposed to put one. I'm trying to remember the order. I don't remember the order.
I think I remember, and I probably don't, but we'll give this a go.
I actually don't know how to do it, so I'm trying to put the baby in something that resembles something acceptable, but it's not anywhere near appropriate. Put this upside like this. It's not very good, but it'll have to do for now.
There's something you're supposed to do with the bottom to keep it from folding back over. However, I'm going to claim this is functional as long as baby doesn't stand up.
There we go. Yeah, there we go.
Look at that. Feedback, all positive. 5 stars.
Medic! The final challenge, basically to just fold the stroller.
Fold? 2, 1, go.
So there are 2 types of prams. One's where you push a button, you enact violence, and it instantly collapses and everything's good. And there are others where it's just impossible.
Okay, the one that I have has red and green. I have a do in a stroller. This doesn't have like a stop, so I think we do this and let me see this.
Do you shove it in and... No, okay, that's not good.
Based on what I know, based on mine, it should be something like, you should put this, let's see.
Yes, we're getting somewhere. Why are the wheels... Oh, is that just it?
Let's go forward. Okay, you should put it like, does it fold like this? Is that folded? I think I did it, right?
I'm calling it.
All right.
And I sincerely hope my child never sees this in his life.
Chat, I told you I was busy filming more ads, so if you want more like that, be prepared because you might actually get what you ask for. In the meantime, Vaishali's game has ended, and we did get an interview with her straight after all the escapades ended on her board. Must be some mixed emotions for her right now. Let's hear what she had to say.
Thanks, and we're here with Grandmaster Vaishali, who just won her 2nd game in a row. She's only a half point back from first place. I know you weren't happy with your play today. You were in this worse position, and you found this trick in case she played knight to e4. Now, did you think it's one of those tricks where you had nothing to play for, you had to try something, or did you think there was a real chance that a good player like her could fall into this idea?
I mean, not at all. Like, okay, I was hoping if knight e4, I have this knight g3, and I'm attacking the e2 pawn and e4, and because rook d8 is not working. I can take knight e2, that was the point. And not really. I think I was checking some other moves also. I'm not sure where exactly was the win. maybe it's bishop b2 or something. And yeah, I was happy to see knight e4, and even still I was not sure. At least it looks like some endgame I can still try to hold on. But yeah, she floundered this, and it was just super lucky.
Now, I know you'd like to win a game cleanly, but if we look over at the open section, Jawagier Sindarov's tournament began with a worse position where he tricked his opponent into playing bishop takes f3, and that really kick-started his tournament. So does this bit of, this, shall we say, fortune kind of help you in a way think that, hey, maybe this is my tournament?
Maybe it's nice to take this way. Yeah, I hope to play a good game in the remaining games, and yeah.
Now, you probably know where I'm going next. You've won 2 in a row. You won 5 in a row in Toronto, but you got your winning streak started this time in the first half of the tournament. So was that the lesson learned from Toronto?
Yeah, it's nice to win games, and yeah, it's also like, for me, the game quality is important, so I'm not very happy. I mean, just from the opening, it was just bad position, bad game. So yeah, my main focus will be to improve my game quality in the remaining games.
And finally, your emotions when she hung the piece at the end. I mean, she could have put a rook, I guess, various squares. She put it on A1, like the immediate thought process, or what immediate emotions when you saw rook A1? What were they?
I mean, I was just blank. I just felt, okay, if I'm winning this game, okay, what is this? Yeah, I just feel very bad for her.
Yeah, I think as chess players, we can all relate. So good luck trying to match your 5-game winning streak. I know that you'll do your best, and congratulations on your win. Even though it wasn't your best game, you got the job done.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mike and Vaishali. That, yeah, truer words couldn't have been said. I think as chess players, we all relate. Yes, we're happy to take the win. Those kind of circumstances, it never feels that great. But look, back-to-back wins. When you take a look at the candidates as a whole, when you zoom out a little bit and see the forest for the trees, this is a fantastic position to be in, even if today's circumstances aren't ideal. Let's now head back to something that we are building over here. We've got a fortress in Anish Giri taking on Jawagier Sindarov. Let's go ahead and see if any progress can be made. Guys, I've jinxed one of these already into a draw from a winning position. Who knows what will happen here? I'm expecting it to be a draw, but I'm not predicting it anymore. Tanya, David, back to you.
Well, I'll just start by saying I think completely agree there with you, John, when it comes to the results of the candidate for Vaishali today. It was not the win that she wanted, but it's the win that she gets, and she takes it with both her hands. You know, every point matters here. She's on a two-win streak right now going into a rest day, and who knows, you know, she's been on a 5-1 before, what she brings on after. And again, the women's candidate's so open for anyone. This has been a huge gift for her. And yes, a big blunder, but she's got to be feeling happy. Mentioning this game right now where we're at, David Howell, I don't know how happy Sindarov is right now. He's up in exchange. You know, he's sitting happy on 5.5 out of 6, but it could have been a lot more in this one. He could have gone in to push for that 6.5 to 7 for this game.
Exactly. And it was all about that one moment where he rushed a little bit, forced Giri to make a decision that actually turned out to be Black's saving grace. And now, finally, when it's a bit too late, he is burning time on the clock, Sindarov. He's been thinking a lot over the last few moves. Unfortunately, there's no way, just the way that rooks and bishops work, there's no way to take away 3 different squares on a diagonal from a bishop with just a rook alone. It cannot control those 3 at the same time. And Black is also able to wait with the king, which helps. And John mentioned building a fortress, Tanya. If you told me how to build a fortress with a bishop versus a rook, the IKEA flat pack that you'd have to start building with, it would include a bishop of one color and pawns on the opposite flank. And also everything being blocked, no pass pawn potential. He's set things up perfectly, Giri. So chance missed maybe for Sindarov earlier, but as soon as Giri sacrificed the exchange, it's been flawless defensive technique.
One thing that Sindarov can definitely be happy about is what has happened on the Pragg Fabi board, right? Fabi being the closest chaser to him. Even if this one does end in a draw, he goes into the rest day, keeping that 1.5 lead, which at this point is huge, David. And I think we were about to touch upon this, but then results started coming in, and I do want to bring this up. It's a very cool stat, once again, by the Chess.com stat team. Something to really think about. It's the number of total wins that every eventual candidates winner has had in their campaign at this tournament since this format of 2013. It's going to blow your mind because in 2013, Magnus Carlsen had 5 wins before he challenged for the World Championship. Vishy Anand in 2014, 3 wins. Sergei Karyakin, next time with 4 wins, won the candidates. Fabiano Caruana in 2018, it was 5 wins for him. For Jan Nepomniachtchi, the same number. And Jan Nepomniachtchi in 22 as well, 5 wins. Gukesh had 5 wins as well. And here's the fun part. So 5 wins has been all across, pretty much dominating when it comes to the performance of the eventual candidates winner. And guess what? Sindarov reaching the halfway mark is already sitting on that. He's already had 5 wins, 3 of them with the black pieces.
So impressive. The way he's been just taking on the fight as black, like provoking his opponents, just allowing them to come at him and counterattacking. It's been superb to watch. But Tanya, you mentioned 5 being the magical number. So many people who qualify having those 5 wins. A lot of those as well, they've lost games. Like they've lost 1, in some cases 2. Magnus in 2013 losing to Svidler, of course, in the last round. There have been Jan Nepomniachtchi, even because he was so far ahead, he was able to drop a defeat in one of his in the final round of one of his campaigns. He's got leeway, Sindarov. That's the thing. Like he's got room for error because of how strong his performance has been so far. And if the most I can criticize him for is rushing slightly in a slightly better position and instead of pushing, having a draw from a position of strength. I mean, if that's the most I can go for, then he's just done a fantastic job. So, it's just at this point, the praise has been so high that I guess the levels as well so high that he's been showing that, it's only tiny things we're talking about here that are separating him from an even bigger score.
Yeah, especially at this stage. And speaking about the losses at a tournament, this is something we've touched upon earlier as well, that every eventual winner of the candidates has actually never lost a game in the first half until round 7. That was the earliest that they lost a game. Their most recent one being Gukesh's loss against Alireza exactly at this point, which is why this halfway mark has always been so pivotal at the candidates. It sort of is the moment when things start to pick up pace. Very often, the candidates is about letting the chances come to you. But you've got to bring on the urgency when you've got a player running away with 5.5 out of 6. And we've got a very interesting feature chat there. If Bishop was dark squared, would it still be a draw? And David, I think that's a great question because you've been talking about the formation setup, right? Where Giri has the perfect one. Light squared bishop, pawns on the dark squares, and you just sit and hold. You keep shuffling your king, making sure that the white king has no entry path. But let's switch that up. And let's say that the black bishop right now was on the longest diagonal on the board, any square of your choice. Would this still be a draw?
Oh, that's a very good question. And first instinct says no. Of course, there's details we'd have to figure out. I would say no because the white king would be able to get closer. So, for example, in this position, especially if it were white to move with the bishop on a dark square, the white king. I don't know how to set this up on the board, but the white king would be able to cross over, and eventually the idea would be to sacrifice the white rook for a bishop and pawn. So, for example, to sneak in with the king, bring the rook around, take, and even if the black bishop were able to take back, it would be a winning king or pawn endgame. The one difference here is like if black had a very specific setup, like with the king on this square on g6 and the bishop on the dark squares on a1, would white have a way through? And I think maybe is the answer. I think actually yes, the white king would be able to sneak around the back. A light square wouldn't be guarded by the bishop. And with the white king around the back, and the black king on g6, white would be able to use the rook on the 7th rank. Black eventually would have to push the f pawn forward, likely lose that pawn or get zugzwanged. So yeah, in general, it takes a miracle for a bishop and pawns on the same color to be a fortress here, Tanya. And maybe there are exceptions, but I think in this position it feels winning. Although, yeah, correct me if I'm wrong because these endgames are tough. They need time to work out.
That's actually really well explained, that white just continues playing on the light squares. In that case, checking the black king away and finding these infiltration spots, which is now impossible with the light squared bishop covering e6 and the whole diagonal. And if you have the dark squared bishop, then you probably want to push your pawns on f7, g6, and then claim that that is the position and that is the structure that you hold. So you always want to keep your pawns and bishop in opposite color complexes. But really a great question there. And I actually now remember that in one of my Olympiads, I have managed to win a position like that, where my opponent had the wrong square bishop. And then you sacrifice your rook at the right time for a pawn and a bishop, and you go into a winning king-pawn endgame.
Yeah, it's exactly. And definitely everyone should be checking out that game of Tanya's from the Olympiad. But I remember being told this by a 10-year-old student of mine many years ago. And I'd never thought of it at the time. But he mentioned in fortresses, opposite color bishops, I think he was talking about that time, but also rook versus bishop fortresses, the breakthrough always happens on the opposite color complex to the bishop. So here the breakthrough needs to happen on dark squares, but black has the dark squares covered. And if black's bishop were on dark squares, the breakthrough's on light squares, and that would be easy for white. So yeah, very much you need to break through in the opposite color color complex to your opponent's bishop, and here it's just impossible. But yeah, in some circumstances, you're able to do it. But yeah, great question from the chat. I love the fact that they're thinking kind of bigger picture philosophically. It's all about learning here, even big tournaments like the candidates.
Yeah, really nice conceptual stuff there, to zoom out and understand why exactly this setup is a fortress. And the point is that at the end of it, Javakir's king will not have a breakthrough towards those black pawns. But one player who did have his breakthrough today, finally, Wei scoring his first win of the tournament against Yasipenko, and he caught up with Mike Klein.
Thanks, guys. With the Grandmaster Wei, who won his game today. Now, you played the Petrov, but despite that, you got a big attack. Do you think you're making the Petrov popular?
Yes, I think so. But yeah, today we played sharply because my opponent chose an interesting idea, and he decided to go for some like dynamic play. Yeah, but then he missed some moves, then I had some chances to attack. So yeah, I'm happy that I catched the opportunity to win again.
You did. You played some brilliant moves. In fact, you played 2 brilliant moves in a row with this rook sacrifice. And when you last played Yasipenko at the World Cup, you played 3 brilliant moves to hold the draw. So is there something about playing Yasipenko that makes you creative in your chess game?
No, but I mean, you always need to try to hold even you have a terrible position. So yeah, you need to catch some chances after the mistakes made by your opponent. Yes.
And finally, we know that this tournament, it's basically first place and then everything else. And Javakir is doing so well. So what are your goals for the second half of the tournament?
Yeah, I think after the first half part of the tournament, my chances like 0%, but still I need to play like some high quality chess. I hope I can play better than the first half part. Yeah, in the last 7 games.
Well, today was a great game, and really, I mean, the attack was very inspiring, so we hope to see more of that in the second half. Thank you. Back to you.
Thanks, Mike, for that. And truly an inspired game of chess there by Wei, getting that first much wanted win before the reset of the rest day. And who knows what spoilers he'll play to the rest of the players going into the second half of the game. But I don't think there is more plot twist and spoilers to be had in the game that we've got ahead of us. David, we've been talking about the bishop complexes. We've also been talking about how perfectly everything's worked out for Anish Giri with the placement of the pawns, the color of the bishop, the placement of the king, to actually hold the fortress without having to do anything. It's sort of the fortress appeared without having to create it.
Exactly. And I think we have to give credit to Anish because he foresaw this. He understood long ago when he started trading off knights, when he started setting up that rook sacrifice, that the fortress was there, or at least the outline. But yeah, I mean, once we got into it, it did feel like everything was magic and everything was so smooth. And he understood the king can't cross over. The dark square's covered, light square's covered. Everything is fine. And rook versus bishop, it is possible to lose it, but I think at this level, Anish, he'll show the technique. I do predict this game goes on a bit longer, Tanya. Maybe Sindarov realizes, okay, he has to try at least and test Anish in a rook versus bishop rather than try and break this super solid fortress. But ultimately, a draw looks almost guaranteed.
You look at Vachier and you get the feeling that he perhaps overestimated his chances in this exchange sacrifice line that Anish went for. There's absolutely no doubt that he saw it coming. It was set up. It was screamed by Anish with the 2 moves he played preceding the sacrifice that he's about to go for it. But Vachier probably just expected that it would be something where he'd be able to create his chances. But now slowly realizing as more time that he takes that it's very difficult, maybe impossible to break through the defenses that Black has set up. Look at the speed with which Anish is just shuffling, and maybe a repetition here as we see the rook come back, but it's come back all the way now. So a different square. It hits the bishop, David. And this is Vachier showing his next plan. He tried to get in with the king, realized that that's a no entry zone, stopped on his tracks. Now he's rerouted the rook behind the pawn and he's saying, I'm going to try it this way. Get in f4, change the structure, the characteristics of the position.
Yeah, this is very clever because tactically it is a threat. If it were white to move now, f4 would be a big move. And I'm not sure how I can set that up, but give me a second. If it's white to play now, then f4, and we would see that the bar rises. It's totally winning because black cannot touch the structure, as this would be a double attack. And this would be terminal. And if black therefore cannot take on f4 and has to move the king out the way, for example, now white could probably win in multiple ways, but closing in the door here, now the king would be able to come. Now the black king will be running out of squares. This is suddenly winning because the breakthrough's happened already. So Anish, I don't think he'll be making this move, king f7. This would also be a bit risky since this, okay, apparently it's still a draw, but this would be a threat, pawn to g5. Incredible that this is also a draw, by the way, Tanya. Look at this. King back to f7, and this is a fortress. Since I guess the black king, maybe not king back here, but I guess the king waits, and no way the white king ever crosses. This is mind-boggling. I think I've actually seen this before, but yeah, at least he's trying something new, Sindarov.
I mean, I'll have to ask, why is king f8 losing there?
King f8, apparently f7, according to the computer. Bishop takes, and now king f6. And the problem is, concretely, wherever the bishop goes, it gets chased, and there's going to be checkmating threats. I think black's basically in Zugzwang.
Wow. You can block the check in the end with your bishop, but a waiting move will win the game in that case as well. Rook to 8, bishop e8. Now you just simply chill, and black is forced to disconnect the king and the bishop. Anish Giri, very alert, very careful. He gets the bishop out of the way, also not falling for any of these king f7 ideas, which would only complicate matters for him. The path to draw would be incredibly narrow there. And here now f4 is just not strong enough, David, because you trade and you put your king on the right square. You put it on g7 after that, and then claim that there's no progress to be made here. King e7?
Yeah, it's still not easy, but I think now the black king can start chasing the pawn since the white king is so far away. And this position, I think, easier to understand that the white g-pawn does disappear. The rook can move and try to come around and save it, but the black bishop will double down and the pawns disappear.
Wow, fantastic stuff. And a pure bishop and rook endgame. Again, all you need to do is get your king to the opposite color of your bishop. And that is the right setup that you want. He waits, he's waiting, hoping that he's able to do that. Trick Anish the way you tricked all of us, David, setting that up where the black bishop is on c4 and you strike with f4 at the right time. I'm going to call for a bird's eye view so that we can do a quick roundup of everything that's happened so far, as Sindarov's hopes rely on Anish making a big mistake. Meanwhile, we've had a big result in the clash of the chasers. Praggnanandhaa, Fabiano, Caruana. It ends peacefully in a draw, which means that Pragg stays solid and it's no big setback for Fabi. But I have to add, David, that at this point, a draw just starts costing you ground if you're Fabiano Caruana and if you've got a player like a Sindarov running away with things. It's not a disaster for either side, but no real gain either. That one ended in a draw, as did Hikaru versus Bluebaum. We've had one decisive result so far. A classy attacking masterpiece by Wei against Yasipenko. Moving on to our women's section, 2 games have ended, one decisively. Vaishali getting a huge win against Tan Zhongyi from a dead lost position, a one-move blunder. And we've got some news coming in as well, or not some news. I'm sorry, I got a little distracted by that, David. Anna Muzychuk, Asubaeva also ended in a draw. It was the first one to finish. Divya Deshmukh has been on the winning side of her game against Lagno for a while. It looks like that's still the case. Goryachkina Zhuzhina, that has been balanced forever. And I have to say, the great Goryachkina streak hasn't been spoken about enough yet.
Not yet, and it does look likely that that game ends in a draw, although she's the one pressing. I should mention, I don't think Goryachkina is ever really going to lose. Queen and Knight combo should always set up a perpetual check at the very minimum. So the streak may continue. The fans may still have a new Bluebaum to root for. But Goryachkina won't be happy, of course. She will want to start motoring ahead at some point. She'll at least take some solace if she does draw, that she's within striking distance, most players are, of the leader, Anna Muzychuk. And yeah, what do you make of the Divya against Lagno game, Tanya? Because it's been a good round for India so far, with Vaishali turning things around there. Do you think Divya can help the Indians do the double again? Another win to add to the belt?
That would make it a pretty good day for India. And I have to say, coming from 2 wins yesterday, Vaishali, a very different storyline from Divya. You know, Divya has been controlling the game against Lagno pretty much from the start. She's had that extra pawn, which still remains. You've got the position up in front of us, that G pawn, which was picked up. But the problem here, if you're Divya, is that they're double pawns. You still have to create a passer. You still have to make some progress with that 4 versus 3 on the right side of the board. David, I'll add to that the bishop on b2 is an extremely strong piece, and Divya has made sure that she's restricted the counterpart on e7. For Lagno, that bishop with the pawn on g5 and the pawn on b4, it's hard to imagine it finding a way to try to trade off these pieces. While the minors are there, I think Divya's chances remain alive. If it was to go into a pure rook-pawn ending, I think Lagno gets closer to the draw because of the pawn structure that Divya has.
Yeah, 100% agree. That's a really great point there. So, for example, if I try and make that happen, okay, let's say the king moves. Let's say,
Good luck for that,
okay.
You're gonna need it.
It's going to be difficult, but okay, ignore. I'm going to make a couple of blunders here. I'm ignoring this g5 pawn hanging, but let's say something like this, and ignore the fact that the white rook can immediately infiltrate and give some checks. But yeah, this position or this type of position, Evalbar says it's actually winning, which is surprising that it's this strong. But I think it's because white can push. The black rook is so passive. But I agree, like long term, if the black king can somehow cross over and the black rook can get active, maybe come in behind, then great drawing chances. But yeah, even that dream world, Tanya, I'm surprised that Lagno's chances are minimal if the minor pieces come in.
I was totally shocked because, you know, from a human perspective, if you're Lagno right now, you're really hoping for those trades. You're hoping to get the minors off the board. I think a lot of it comes down to rook activity. Where is Lagno's rook placed? Where is the king placed? You know, you put that rook on a more active square, get the king towards the center, and then go for those piece trades. It'll probably all work out. But it's still far off because it's also hard to imagine Lagno being able to achieve that step 1 right now. Meanwhile, Divya has improved her king to the center of the board. Lagno is trying to do the same before insinuating or getting any piece trades in right now. King f8, the last move. This is going to be a long, long fight, David. That's my prediction on this one.
Yeah, this is definitely likely to be the longest game of the day. I think we're going to be here for a good old while, but the clocks are ticking and the players will be playing on increment shortly. I think the main problem here for Lagno is that the white bishop is so strong that the black king cannot centralize further. It cannot get to e8, d8, and if f6 ever happens to block the white bishop's diagonal, then white undoubles her pawns. I think actually maybe the dream scenario is the knights and the rooks coming off and it's just the bishops left, because white's bishop with pawns on its own color, not ideal, as we talked about in the Giri game. Black's bishop will be the good one, white's bishop will be the bad one, especially if the black king can kind of end up on a square like e6, not moving like a knight, but moving like a king round. With rooks off, knights off, maybe a draw. But I think that's the only way she ever saves this, Lagno.
All right, a tough task ahead of Katrina in this one. Let's go back to our other remaining women board. How close are we to a great Goryachkina streak right now? She's had 6 out of 6 draws. Looking at the 7-1, the bar says that this is pretty level, but to me, it looks like it's trickier than the bar actually implicates right now, David. The bishop on b5 is hanging, and you really can't stay connected to the d3 pawn. At first, I thought you could go bishop a6 and say I'm keeping the material balance. d3 is my power pawn right now. But a check with the queen and a second check with the queen on f6 will end up winning the bishop. And I don't think the d pawn will be strong enough because the white king is extremely close. Also, the knight coming to e3 to stop it from queening.
Yeah, exactly. No chance that black can save this now. The king will probably be able to hide itself. There's also mating threats against the black king. At the very minimum, the white knight can go and, like you said, sacrifice itself for the pawn. But maybe there's also mating ideas. Okay, I'm going to try and set it up. Let's see if I blundered anything. No. White always has this mating construction. Queen and knight combo teaming up again. And Tanya, you're right. Like, where's this bishop going? I definitely don't want to lose the d pawn. Like earlier we talked about sacrificing it, but it's become so strong that it would feel such a waste giving it up. But maybe that's the only way, unless the black queen dives in.
I was just about to suggest that, but then I stopped myself because the moment you get in with your queen, those mating constructions with a check on d8 and knight on f6 start looking incredibly scary. First question, d2. Can you go in immediately with the knight or the queen to d8 first, forcing your king? I want to start with queen d8, not allowing a queen c7 check. So let's say queen d8, bishop e8 or king g7, I'm pre-moving knight f6.
Mm-hmm. This just looks like checkmate. Like you said, taking away the only check on the white king, no longer possible. And this is GG, game over. And if the bishop jumps in the way, same thing, right? Knight f6. And I don't even see how black continues the game. But apparently there's a way. Is it just queen c6? But this would be a sad end to life for the black d pawn. And she'd be odds on to win. So despite the 0.0, Tanya, again, it feels like one of those positions where it's only 0.0 if Zhu Jiner finds all the best moves.
And it's really not easy to do that in this position. And again, Zhu Jiner, she had a loss to Anna Muzychuk yesterday. She's coming into this one, rest day tomorrow. The last thing you want is to have, a 2 in a row, the wrong side. So for Jiner, she has to try to find a way to overcome this. David, with all the lines that we're seeing, I think it's safe to say that the d pawn's about to fall. And then you just hope you're able to create some counterplay against the white king. I'm actually really surprised with our eval-bar evaluation in this position. Maybe there's a narrow path to equality here. I think it's a very difficult position to be black.
Yeah, definitely. I think we've already eliminated most of the most natural moves, other than maybe bishop d7. That's the one, I would say, hitting the knight. And white doesn't have to part with the knight yet, but if she does just get greedy and grab the pawn, then I could definitely see why this is a draw on the spot. Check, winning some pawns, and this is due to the absence of pass pawn for white. This is going to be a draw, but bishop to d7, that's just where it begins. I think, Tanya, the white knight is going to be super strong, maybe on this this square. And yeah, Zhu Jiner, she will need to be accurate for eternity if she wants to keep the drawing streak of her opponent alive. I also realized that's queen h2.
Sorry. Exactly. I was going to say to that I wonder if knight f6 actually is the drawing line and the path here, because you've got this queen h2 check. And if king to e3, which at first I thought you're hiding on f4, but actually queen e2, queen h2, there's no hiding from these checks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I missed queen h2 completely at first. Maybe knight to e5 is the only way to keep the game going, but yeah, this feels like it's only playing for a loss with white, allowing all sorts of checks now. Yeah, this has gone wrong. So it would be a draw, as you say, Tanya, on the spot if this were to happen. So bishop d7, I think, just process of elimination. She has to play it and then start to work out the details. If, for example, knight to e5, or maybe white gives a check first, not sure, but knight to e5, maybe bishop f5. Game goes on.
And just to show how complex this battle is, by the way, she has made a decision. I did see her pull her bishop back, and I believe it is the right square, David, the line that we're looking at. Bishop d7, at least on the camera, is what it appears to be right now. And there it is. Bishop d7 has been played. You know, the other thing that you have to be really careful about here in black, and I'm trying to evaluate this just to show how rich and complex this position is. Despite having such few pieces on the board, white also has the option to immediately force a queen trade, right? You can give a check on h8, force the black king out, and then give a check on e5, making a case for your king being so close to the d3 pawn saying that it's about to fall. Queen takes queen, knight takes queen. You know, maybe there's bishop e6, but that runs into knight c6, knight takes pawn. Otherwise, let's just show that. And wow, the bar just doesn't move. I mean, the bar is just brutal.
The bar is brutal, but from a human point of view, this is a bit scary for Black. Like you said, Black's only playing for a draw. I think she's just in time by one tempo to hit the knight, to threaten to come in. And this should be a draw now. But yeah, I mean, good luck calculating this. And I think she's just a bit fortunate here, Zushina, that everything's forced for Black. Like she has to bring her king forward, takes no other logical move. She has to bring her king. And yeah, double attack, hitting b4, coming into c3.
And the thing is, calculating is one thing, but evaluating it from far is a whole different ball game, right? And that's where the challenge mostly lies. So for Zhu Jina, as the clock now comes down to under 15 minutes, the good news is that she has at least almost double the amount of time on the board than Goryachki now. But she's going to need it, David, to navigate all these ideas.
Yeah, I agree. And I think knight to e5 is maybe the most likely move now. It was worth mentioning Goryachkina, if she wants to keep the streak going, she can force a draw, queen h8, queen f6, check, 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 check. It's immediately a draw, but it does feel like she's been the one pushing for a while now. So yeah, maybe we'll check back in when she's made a decision. Whether she's made progress or not is another question.
Let's do it, David. Let's go back. Let's circle back to our big board right now, where Vachier is rotating everything around the board, bringing the rook back, then bringing it forward again, landing on the 7th rank, but not being able to break through Anish's defenses. And I think it's sinking in slowly in Vachier that the fortress just holds.
Yeah, the fortress just holds. We've had 22 moves without any captures and without any pawn pushes. So the 50 move rule is on the horizon. But yeah, it's impressive though, Tanya, the determination to keep going. He knows now, I think, he's acknowledged that this is probably a draw with best play, but he still wants to try just in case. And that's what all the best players do. Even if there's a 5% chance only of winning this, it's worth playing on. Why not? And he's got a rest day tomorrow to recover, even if this game goes on another 2-3 hours.
Absolutely. And I think at the start of this round, while the entire field of candidates was perhaps rooting for Anish in this round, just so that things would open up, just so that everyone would have a chance. It's not going to happen. Anish will not get a full point, but very likely he'll make Sindarov settle for a draw. Very few have been able to do that this tournament so far. Only Macias Bluebaum, the only player to survive the Sindarov-Windarov run that we've been calling it. And which I think in its own self is something to speak about, because it's a reminder to everybody else that Vachier Sindarov, he can be contained. Yes, there are only 7 rounds remaining, but there is a possibility with the black pieces to hold him off. And, but it all comes down to the others as well, David. They need to start picking up the points. They need to start winning to create an actual race at the end.
Exactly. Stopping him is one thing, but beating him, somebody's going to have to discover that recipe before the end. Either that or Fabiano goes on a huge win streak in the second half. Yeah, someone's going to have to stop this man in front of us. He plays king to d7. That doesn't change much, Tanya. I guess he's trying to tempt Giri into maybe moving the bishop and going for the f3 pawn, but he can defend that with his rook. And probably Giri doesn't even want to take the bishop off this diagonal just in case the white king crosses the e-file barrier.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Anish, I think he's quite confident of the position. He's not. You can look at him and tell there is no nervousness in him. There's no tension, energy that he's emanating right now. He's making his moves. He's playing quickly. He gets up, leaves the board. He's walking around. And he's done the hard part in this game. I think it could have been a lot more difficult for him had Sindarov slowed down in that one window of opportunity that he had. But after that, Anish, he's just shuffling the king up and down and keeping the bishop on the same diagonal. For Sindarov, he's tried everything, David. He tried to come for the f-pawn to push it forward. He's trying to get his king in. Is there a third plan that he can somehow magically create here?
Oh, it's difficult. I think eventually he will push his f-pawn forward, but maybe he'll bring his king the whole way back to support that. I think that's last resort or last chance saloon. Like the white king journeys the whole way back to like e3 or g3, and then you push the f-pawn, and then you capture. You trade pawns and then you play around for another 40 moves, 50 moves, and then you might trade off the G pawn for black's F pawn, and it's pure rook versus bishop. Then you've got another 50 moves to play. That's a real grinder mentality. You max out the 50 move rule here before you play F4. Then you max out 50 moves before G5, and you hope to tire your older opponent. The what did you call them yesterday? The pensioners, Tanya, like Anish, Giri. You tire them out, but probably he might not take it to move 100.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. When was the last pawn move or trade that happened, David?
It was 20 something moves ago. 46 was the last time. Now we're on move 69.
Yeah.
So it's been 23 moves.
27 to go for the 50 move rule as Vachier gives a look there. No more win streak is what our chat is saying. I mean, 5 wins already. I think it's not anything to be too disappointed about if you're Vachier Sindarov going into the first half, finishing the first half with a 1.5 lead. He attacks Anish's bishop right now. Anish ready with his response. Bishop e6, just don't do that. Just don't give that check. King to d6 would drop off that bishop. Any move apart from that, keeping it on the diagonal. Actually, bishop e6, bishop d5. Anything apart from those 2 squares. So that actually only leaves us with 2 other squares. Anish chooses one of them, putting the bishop on the right square there, David, as the rook comes back. And I'm trying to understand what his plan could be this time. Does he want to place the rook? Where does he want to place the rook?
Yeah, it's unclear. The rook's been on the 5th rank before. It was on b5 for a while. It's been on a5. Anish gives a check, getting closer to the 50 move rule. Why not? Drops his bishop back to e6 only now. And he'll bring it away on the next move.
Now, there's the psychological tension of the situation, right? Because in a position of strength like this, the side with the rook will have to ethically make the draw offer. It is the side that's playing for a win. So for Anish, even if he really wants to, even if he's really wanting it on the inside, he can't really make that draw offer. What do you think? Does Sindarov play this on, or do you think we're going to see an eye contact and a draw offer from him soon?
If there is eye contact, it will be Sindarov initiating. He'll make that first gesture. Like you say, Tanya, it is considered rude. I'm not sure why. I guess you don't want to disturb the opponent, but if you're the one who can only draw at the very maximum, to offer a draw is considered poor form. I've actually been there many times when an opponent, while I was trying to grind, while I was trying to make headway, make progress, they offered 3-4 draws within a game, and it's the most frustrating thing. So yeah, Anish, he's got his head down. He's focusing purely on the moves, but it will be Sindarov. And I think body language, he's not too optimistic anymore. He may sooner or later just smile to Anish and say, okay, let's both have a rest now. We deserve it.
I will admit that I've been guilty of that, even though the circumstances have been a bit different, where I have been the one on the defense. But because my opponent has been lower on the clock and taking advantage of perhaps having a slightly higher rating, in those moments playing the mind games of offering a draw. So yeah, a bit of a confession there. And a lot of times it's worked, but I think that's also because I'm playing on the clock, and maybe there's something to be accounted for in that. Don't come at me, chat.
I think it's fine, Tanya. Like, yeah, in certain circumstances, especially if the opponent's been trying for ages and not shown any good plan, not shown any real kind of winning attempts, then a draw off is fine. And as long as you kept it to 1, my pet peeve is when people offer more than 1 draw in a game. Yeah. I think 1 is the maximum, and then it's the opponent's turn.
Yeah, or like 1 in like 25, and then maybe after 25 or 30 moves if you wanna repeat it. But if it's 1 after, not even that, David, you're not even allowing that. You're shaking your head.
1 draw is the maximum quota per player. If the opponent offers a draw back, and then the game goes on, then you can kind of take turns offering draws. But I have very strong views, on that one.
I actually do not remember offering a draw more than once in a game, which is maybe a good thing, but maybe I've done that. It's been a long career as well. I wonder what chat has to say about that. Chat, tell us what has been the max, and it's fine, you can be honest, no one will tell anyone what is the maximum number of times you've offered a draw on chess.com while playing a game.
Tanya, is he going to take the rook? Is he going to take the rook? That would be a huge blunder.
Ooh, setting up a trap here.
Yeah. Oh, he doesn't. Moves away.
Dodges it. Anish is too strong. And the thing is, right, when your opponent is literally begging you to take the rook, you just don't do it, especially when he's Javokir on the other side. But David, maybe you can just show us that that king-pawn ending is just lost because white edges black's king away and then starts picking up the pawns one by one.
Yeah, it's Zugzwang here. And the good thing is with bishops, you can wait. With rooks, you can wait. Knights, sometimes you can't make waiting moves. But with a king alone, you cannot wait any longer. And just to show it, Javokir, I was wondering why he put the rook on f5 because it can be attacked. But after king to d6, it was poisoned. Bishop takes rook, and we would have seen the black king cannot make waiting moves, has to give way, and sooner or later, the pawn would drop. If it goes back, same thing. White hits the pawn, then waits, and next move, f6 will drop. White would make a new queen. So, yeah, more important to keep a good piece on the board, even if it's worth less sometimes than the opponent's piece. Bishop to b3 played, and nothing's changed here. He set one naughty trap there, but he won't set a second.
That was Javokir's third attempt at winning. You know, he first tried the king march in, failed at that. Set up f4 as a trick. Anish Giri was up to the task. Did not work out. He set up a trap with rook f5. Anish, not careless. Finally, we see a pawn move, David. So reset to that 50 move counter right there for you. f4 played. And this will mean now the king will step up to g7 just to avoid g5. We did see some lines where king f7, g5 still holds, but I don't think any human wants to take any chances with that. But the question is, Anish then needs to calculate king to g7, the white king stepping up, and the black king is just in time to gobble up the g4 pawn.
Exactly. It's a sprint now for Anish. This game might not last too much longer. King g7, by far the most logical move, and then he'll just run forward to the white g-pawn. White g-pawn's a nice sitting target on the light squares as well. And if he's able to eliminate it, it's a draw within his grasp. Anish, this is not despair that we see on the camera. This is maybe relief that the game is now cantering towards that desired result. It's been a hard defense from move one for him, but he's now within touching distance.
It's Anish Giri. No one defeats Anish Giri. I mean, we should have known about this from the very start, that this one ends in a draw. If Sindarov is going to have two draws in the candidates, one of them will definitely be against Giri.
Exactly. I must admit, I was a bit guilty of writing this game off as a draw. I just assumed, even with Sindarov's form, that Giri would be able to hold him. But it's been hard. It's been super difficult. This has been one of the least easy draws, probably, of Giri's recent career, and here we see the moves play out, Tanya, that we predicted earlier.
Yeah, it's the sequence where the f-pawn will be picked up and Sindarov's g-pawn about to go down, or he might decide to keep the rook connected to that g-pawn to try to keep the game going for a bit longer. A move like rook to f5 would halt the king going forward to g5. If Sindarov's resigned himself to a draw, he's going to grab the f6 pawn and just call it a day. And he does it, David. Just a few more moves before a handshake.
That's right. It's very rare at the top level for players to test the opponent with rook versus bishop until the bitter end, especially if the king isn't cornered. The king doesn't need to go to the corner, but if it does, it's not that far away from h8. We talked about a dart squared corner being the safest home. First, the bishop is hit, but Tanya, as long as he doesn't blunder his bishop now, I think there's several safe squares. b1, b3, c4. It should be a draw soon.
Yeah, just not d5 walking into a rook f5 check. I'm expecting a small Anish Giri smile before the handshakes as well. If we're lucky, we might get to see that. And we see the rook coming back. And now maybe you start attacking that rook with your bishop as Anish instead reaches out for the g4 pawn. So no bishop d5, but bishop d1 instead. And I wonder if this is the moment we will have that eye contact. Or will Sindarov continue to test Giri?
He's going to test him a little longer. He's going to be able to force the black king to the edge of the board if Giri takes this pawn. I'm not sure he will. Okay, he does go for it. He is a pawn grabber. He likes to pocket pawns, fiddle with pawns, you name it. But Tanya, now he will be forced to the edge of the board with the black king. And there we go. Only move. King h5, he finds it.
And that's it. Just As we see it, he gives it up, and there we've got the two kings on the board. Anish Giri halts the surge and stops Sindarov from slamming the door shut at the halfway mark, holds him to a draw, and the candidates, David, they continue to breathe. Sindarov remains still in front, but not out of sight for the others.
And you know what that means, Tanya? 6 out of 7 for Sindarov. A lot of people will be very happy about that score. It was almost written in the stars, but he does look a little bit frustrated. That was the first time in a long time that Sindarov hasn't had everything his own way. He did everything right for so long, had pressure, had an advantage, but staunch defense from Giri, neutralizing that eventually. And that just leaves us to bring it to John, who was predicting maybe only 2 decisive games this result. You're still on track. This round, you're still on track for that, John.
Oh, still plenty up in the air, and I have to say the amount of pressure that Divya is putting on is so good at the moment. It's hard to see that happening right now. It's possible, of course, but there's plenty of fight left in this round yet. Sindarov held to a draw by Anish Giri, no longer on a perfect score. Because obviously half is all anyone can get against Bluebaum. But hang on a second, Giri manages to hold him as well. Fantastic result for Sindarov still, though, because of his mammoth lead in the tournament. Now all eyes turn to Divya, Lano, and Goyachkina and Ju. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be checking in on those games straight after this break.
All right, Hikaru, first question. Which player famously beat both Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik at the 2013 Candidates Tournament?
The 2013 Candidates Tournament, that player would of course be Vasily Ivanchuk.
Which player has played the most Candidates Tournaments since 2013?
Since 2013, the player who's played the most Candidates Tournament? I mean, I assume that has to be Fabi, unless there's someone else who's played more. It's got to be Fabi.
It is Fabi with 5. Who has the record for most draws in a Candidates Tournament?
Most draws in a Candidates Tournament, I think there's not even another contender. I don't think anyone even comes close. It's obviously Anish in the 2016 Candidates with 14 draws out of 14 games.
Tough to beat that. Okay, your perfect score so far. What is the highest score a player has won the Candidates Tournament with since 2013?
Since 2013, I'm going to assume that's Nepo. Did he get 8.5? I'm going to guess that he got 8.5, but I could be wrong.
It is Nepo. He got 9.5 in 2022.
9.5. Oh, it's 9.5. Okay.
Okay, next question. Bobby Fischer's incredible 20 wins in a row began in the old interzonal, but continued into 3 candidates matches back when we used that system. Who were his 3 opponents in those candidates matches?
Okay, so there's Taimanov, Larson, and who's the third one? Can't think of the third one right now.
He only won the first game and then lost and then ended up winning the match.
Was it Tal?
Petrosian.
Petrosian.
You were right, though, former world champion.
Okay, okay.
All right, next question. Who finished in second place in the 2018 Candidates Tournament?
2018 Candidates, that is the tournament that Fabi won. 2018. It's funny, I did not follow that one closely because I was not playing in it. Was it it's not Levon, who's never close. I actually don't. I'm drawing a blank.
Stop. It was a 2-way tie, but it was Mamediyarov.
Oh, Shaq. Okay. Okay.
In which city was the 2013 tournament held?
The 2013 Candidates was held in London.
Very good. Which player had a wild Candidates in Toronto, losing 4 games in a row at one point, but later coming back to win 5 in a row?
Okay. I know it was on the other side. It was.
Okay, you got that part right. We tried to trick you.
Okay. Who could it have been? Was it? I'm going to guess it was Vaishali?
Very good guess. That's exactly right. 2 more questions. At the 2014 Candidates Tournament, which player finished last despite being one of the rating favorites going into the tournament?
I'm going to assume that was Levon Aronian.
A lot of people have guessed that.
It's not, okay.
It's Topalov. But he was only
okay.
-2.
I think the thing is Levon has more bad results in the Candidates than anyone else, and we all remember when he was number 2 in the world, so that's probably why.
Okay, and the last one I'm going to make hard based on speed because we were afraid people would get all 9 questions right. So I'm going to give you 10 seconds to name as many players as you can from the 2020-2021 Candidates Tournament. Your mark, get set, and go.
Okay, there's Nepo, Giri, MVL, Fabiano. I just drew a blank. I'm just gonna stop because I just drew a complete blank. I just drew a complete blank. I actually don't remember the other players for some reason.
It's hard because you weren't playing that year. We had Ding, Grishuk, Alexienko, and Wang Hao.
I should have gotten Wang Hao because I played the Grand Swiss. I should have gotten Wang Hao, but yeah, the other three I would not have gotten.
Interestingly, you got the top half of the field that
Yeah.
finished. You didn't get the bottom half.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks very much.
Sure, no problem.
Welcome back, everybody, to the FIDE Candidates. We have just finished the game between Sindarov and Giri, and I am pleased to say that Mike Klein has managed to grab Javik here for a quick interview. Let's see what he thinks about being on 6 out of 7.
Thanks. We were Vachier-Lagrave. My condolences on only drawing. I kid, of course. It looked like you were pushing for a win in an equal position. This looks like kind of like what Magnus does. Is this kind of your normal thing to always push like Magnus does?
No, I mean today it's maybe it's from engine shows it's equal, but for human it's a really very unpleasant position to play. It's black, and so I understand. Like I mean, I am playing for 2 results, and why I don't need to push this position. Yeah.
Was there any thought of stopping this rook takes b3 liquidation?
Yeah, probably I should need to play rook c7, rook b7, take, and rook a2, which also looks very good from start, but maybe I have really very small advantage. It also looks like very close to draw, but maybe this position I have a little bit more chances.
On a lighter note, you're now 6 out of 7. Does 6 out of 7 mean anything to you?
Anything to me? No, I don't know.
The internet meme is dead.
Yeah,
okay, it's dead. Yeah, it's dead.
I mean, I will just focus on my next games, and I really don't have energy to think about results in what tournaments are going really.
I know you're super tired, so we'll make this short. We'll end on that. Good luck in the second half. Good luck playing tennis. He's got the black on black Johnny Cash look. He's leading the tournament. I'm not sure if he knows who that is, but we'll talk off camera. Vachier Sindarov has been a delight as always. Back to you guys.
Right, we're declaring it. The internet meme is dead. Sindarov did not take the bait. He's not interested. Jokes aside, though, what a tremendous score to be on. I mean, at the end of the day, he's on a plus score that could win the entire tournament going into the rest day at the halfway point. This is the sort of stuff, David, that competitive players dream about.
Exactly. He could not have imagined the first half of the tournament going any better, Sindarov. He would have taken it, of course, a 1.5 point lead, +5. 5 wins, incredible at this level, and very professional, I will say. Whether he was aware or not of the internet meme, to stay focused, to keep it about the chess, to keep it about the next game. That is a young man who's going places. Yeah, very impressive play, even if he was held today.
Yeah, Tanya, he's not interested in 6-7. He's more interested in 13-14, I think. He's purely focused now on the second half of the tournament. You could hear it from him. But we've got 2 games left to go. So let's now dive into one of them of your choice. One of them is a more equal eval bar than the other, but both look pretty interesting.
Absolutely, John. And I think so far the storyline of the candidates has truly been headlined by Vachier Sindarov. It's not even like he's playing and controlling the candidates anymore. He's sort of bending the tournament to his will. And with only 7 rounds remaining, I think going into the second half, all the other players will be forced to take maximum risk, go all out, sometimes objectively play worse just to be able to create chances to catch Sindarov. It's not even like catch me if you can. It's chase me if you can right now. 6 out of 7. Unbelievable start for any player at the candidates. So well done on that, but it's only the halfway mark. And speaking of the chess that's ongoing, there's been a big turnaround on the Divya board, who has been dominating from the start her game against Caruana. But David, she's just given away most of her advantage in the last few moves right now. And suddenly, from a position of strength, she's going back and back and back into pieces, turning into very defensive spots on the board.
Yeah, it's all gone wrong for Divya. It's all about the clock. She's only got just over a minute. Lagno with a little bit more than that, at 3.5. I'll just take us back a few moves. This is the live position. We'll break it down. We'll explain why the advantage is minimal, despite her extra pawn still. But it all started around here. Black had played f6. She'd actually provoked a bit of a concession from Lagno, since the bishop here was so strong. And it would have made sense to just trade off pawns, undouble your own pawns. Why not? And here there are actually tactics that work in White's favor. White can even give a check with the knight if she wanted, due to a pin here, force the black king away. More checks could continue. And this just starts becoming a very nice advantage. The knight coming into, for example, e6. And so active here, still a pawn up. Beautiful pawn structure. Instead, she tried to trade knights. I think maybe just wanting to rid herself of the tension. Now the clock is ticking down. I'm really surprised the knights didn't come off immediately. But after king to d7, a bit of an odd decision from Lagno. I am shocked here that she didn't just ruin her opponent's pawn structure. This is the first thing we're taught in endgames and positional play. Just ruin the opponent's pawns. Black has isolated pawns, doubled pawns on the g-file. Zero risk for white. Maybe after some more captures, the white bishop can sit in the center. You can imagine black being passive here, no real counterplay. But instead, after king retreating to d7, f3, she allowed her opponent's knight to get active. Now the idea of b5 and knight c4 check is a bit scary, counterplay. And she started to panic. It all went wrong from here. She was forced to trade off that very strong knight, but parting with her beautiful bishop. And Tanya, this is the live position, and suddenly it's no longer just a 2-result game. The pawns on the queen side are targets.
You've got to be really careful of the rook swooping all the way across, trying to attack those pawns, and a5, a well-timed a5 to open up the bishop as well in that direction. The other problem with that trade, what has just happened, is that suddenly the 2 versus 3 on the right flank, the 2 pawns are really taking care of Divya's 3. You'll be forced to create a passer by breaking them apart with a move like f4 at some point to make progress, but that will create counter weaknesses to take care of eventually. So suddenly Caruana Lagno is back in the game. Well, not suddenly, slowly and steadily, I think she made her way back, and then that one big mistake by Divya in that one. But I think from Divya's perspective, she's still looking at this extra pawn. She knows f4 is a break that she has. She first defends a3 against any rook a1, against any a5 ideas, a check. King e3, you have to be ready to face a check on g5 as well. How dangerous are you finding it? The king will start moving away from the f3 pawn. The rook might start lining itself against it. So for Divya, not a very pleasant choice to make. I don't believe king going into passivity on the first rank is a winning attempt either.
Yeah, it's a sad choice here. The white knight is just controlled now, dominated, no good squares for it. She does retreat, maybe out of necessity, but as you say, Tanya, it doesn't feel like a real winning attempt. The black bishop is going to get active. Maybe just park itself on g5, could also give a check. But it does look like Lagno here is very likely to make a draw. Probably not a black win, especially now with the white rook defending everything. But with the white knight so passive, king so passive, yeah, it's hard to imagine any progress here. The grind might not continue.
And I'm just wondering if Lagno can in fact continue giving checks on the h file. The problem is that if you go king d2, then bishop g5 also comes with similar ideas of forcing the king up and away from the f pawn, although the difference now would be that after king d3, king c2 is also a possibility. But David, I just wanted to say that after king d3, the big difference from where the rook is from the previous line, we saw that rook f1 can still be met by king to c4. In that line, the rook was on f2. So a small subtle difference that still allows Divya's game to go on.
Yeah, and it does continue. Maybe this is the plan, to try and get the king active. A bit risky, but high risk, high reward. If the white knight ever lands on d5, I think that's when she starts getting real winning chances again. But it's just going to be such a long journey to get there. So many things need to fall into place. And it looks like bishop to g5 was played, so don't move the knight. The knight moving now would lose for various reasons, but this is chief among them.
And you could probably start taking shape of that plan already if you're white right now. Give a check and place that knight on c3, David, really eyeballing that d5 square, trying to get the knight into the game, and no bishop d2 anymore.
Yeah, she should be doing this, and she should be doing it quickly. Only a few seconds left for Divya. She gives a check.
With 5 seconds on the clock.
Tanya, time trouble now for the rest of this game.
This is the second time control. We are way beyond the 40 move mark on move 61 right now. Actually, even more than that. This is move 62 right now. So there's no more additional time to be added. So Divya has to find the winning plan every time with just about 30 seconds on the clock. And the countdown begins.
Yeah, Tanya, do you know who the happiest person is to see that this game is now leveling out, getting a bit more balanced? It's John. He predicted 2 decisive results. If this is a draw, I think the other one is almost guaranteed a draw. Zuzhina and Goyachkina, looks like both of them are a bit stuck. Neither can make progress. So this is our last chance to stop Thanos. I mean, John Sargent.
Yeah, that was just obviously accidental by you. Thanos, John Sargent just collecting the prediction stones, like the Infinity Stones right now, all his prediction points there. And we do see that plan in play, David, knight c3. What happened?
I think we nearly... Tanya, she picked up the rook, she brought it over, and then she decided not to do it, and she brought her rook back to h2. I think she might have been about to play rook to a2 and hang her rook to the knight. I think she almost hung her rook there, panicked, realized just in the nick of time, and now she's going to go to b2. She stops one square short. Safety, but this is a big blunder as well. She's allowed knight a4, hitting the rook, knight c5 coming in with a check and a fork. She's just passed the advantage back to Divya.
And Divya goes it. She finds it instantly. Her tactics on spot, on point right now. I think Lagno just panicked with that rook a2 almost slip of the rook, and then the psychological mess that it has. She gives a check, not yet allowing knight c5, but can you actually fight it? You might be forced to bring your bishop back to e7.
Oh, the Avengers fighting back. Prediction is not over yet. The bishop does need to go back. The white king might get checked a few times first, but she needs to be speedy here. Go to a light square. Opposite color of your opponent's bishop. Most logical move.
You have to be fast. You have to be quick. It is the endgame after all, David Howell. Knight c5, a big threat on the board. But first it says king e2 needs to be spotted.
Oh, it's the most natural. She plays it after a bit of thought. She's double checking every variation, so not yet fully trusting herself, but she will start to believe now that this knight has arrived. And bishop e7 forced. There we go. Lagno finds it. And now the knight would be traded off. Even that is quite an interesting endgame. But Divya might not want to commit yet to that knight for bishop exchange.
Divya, she's playing on seconds. Every single move, she gets a bonus time of 30 seconds, but barely being able to build on the clock right now. David, she's managed to turn it back into a close to a winning advantage, this one. But what's the follow-up? Does she take a decision to jump in with the knight? Does she keep the pressure in the air? She does bring the rook over, eyeing the c7 square. She wants to infiltrate.
Makes a lot of sense. Given a question mark, I think that's harsh. The white knight, if it wasn't going to jump in, then it might as well stay poised. So I think it's nice to keep it there. The rook, it was improved. Why not? But maybe the king coming over to evict the black rook was the way forward. But tiny margins, hard to tell the difference here with not that much time. Tanya, predictions. Do you think she's going to get it? Do you think Divya has made enough progress now, activating her knight, improving her pieces while Lagno's going passive?
She's definitely made progress, and I think Divya can feel it as well. She's got a bit more, a couple more seconds than playing on those last 2-3 seconds and adding up to a 32-33 on the clock. But is it enough, David? I'm not sure. I think there's still plenty more ahead of us. Look at that. Lagno is tying down Divya's rook, not allowing any infiltration. She's putting pressure on a3. Divya Deshmukh might be forced to start bringing her king into defense for this queen side pawns on the left side. Right now, she goes in eyeing that d5 post for the knight next. Knight d5. Is this progress? Has to be, David. This is a plan that we were talking about a while back, and it looks like Divya's finally reached that point.
Yeah, this is still a step in the right direction. It's good here that she spotted there was a tactic, a threat. Bishop takes b4 was the threat since the knight was hanging on the a file, so she needed to get it out of the way. Doesn't want to trade the beautiful knight for the bishop. The knight is going to be glorious suddenly on d5. It's improved. It's evolved quicker than any Pokemon. That knight was on e2, couldn't do anything. It's made a whole host of moves, but it's found an outpost. And hey, suddenly 1 minute versus 2.
Wow, this game is developing fast and quick, and we've got some big news coming in from John. John, how are you feeling firstly about your chances of that prediction game? Because suddenly Lagno is back in action in this one.
I promise you that wasn't the breaking news I was going to give you. I had my Thanos gifts ready in chat. Obviously, I am the god of predictions here, so I know what I'm rooting for, but the breaking news here is something that you've probably expected for at least a little while. We have officially had a draw in the game between Goryachnia and Ju. Back to you.
David, that's a result I think we were predicting for a while, but Zhuzhina still managing to hold. She was the one on the back foot and had to defend for a long time in a good knight versus bad bishop. She managed to get that down. In this good knight versus bad bishop, will Lagno be able to do the same?
Yeah, that is the question. And she's trying. She's at least pinned back the white king now on the first rank. Poor Goryachkina, she keeps getting these promising positions, but never enough to put it in the back of the net, never enough to get across the finishing line, all those draws. And Divya will also feel frustrated if she draws this game. In terms of progress, it is frustrating for white that the rook is tied down to a3. So the knight on its own on d5 looks beautiful, but bishop will try to neutralize it, try to cover any jumping squares. And I think the plan might be a multiple step one. First, you need to get the king across, evict the black rook, take some pressure off the a3 pawn. Eventually, you might need to somehow cross the barrier of the second rank. If you could park the white king on b3, you free up everything there. You could start advancing some pawns as well. It's going to be a long, long journey to victory here for Divya. But Lagno just has to make it as difficult as possible on the way.
Long journey with little time on the clock, and that's a tough sword to balance right there. Now it's Lagno who's gone under a minute. She's got less time, in fact, than Divya does. That just shows how difficult the defense is. She can see Divya's king approaching the black rook, moving it away from the ideal spot there. Just easier to play white now suddenly. You know, knight d5, king c1, king b1 are all moves that you can make really quickly, while it's quite tough to come up with a defensive resource.
I think she just needs to wait. Like, keep the rook either on a2 or f2. Keep putting pressure on pawns from behind. With the bishop, just sit still. just sit on squares that the white knight, kind of take away squares from the white knight, either maybe d8, d6, somewhere, even if the bishop is passive. She just needs to move. 16 seconds. She's down under 20 for the first time in a while now, and she plays bishop to g5, it looks like. We'll catch up in a second.
And I think the point is she's just making it more difficult for the white king to march over. She really wants her rook tying down the white's rook to defending that a3 pawn. So takes away the c1 square. Bishop g5, at least on the camera, we can see it, David.
I'll put it on the board. And yeah, I'm expecting Divya to just finish step one. Step one that she began with all those knight jumps was to park it on d5. And okay, it looks like some more moves. She first... Okay, let's try and catch up. Here we go. Bishop g5. Knight a4 was the idea, to repeat the position once first. And now she brings her king across. Given a question mark, Tanya. She's blundered a tactic she saw earlier. Oh, she's blundered her
Bishop
full
takes
advantage.
pawn. Oh my goodness, will Lagno spot it now? The rook from a2 hitting that knight on a4. And king b1 runs into bishop takes rook. Oh my god, but Lagno, she slows down. She's double checking, she's triple checking, but she's definitely seen it. David, she misses it.
Oh my gosh. Both players saw it like 3 moves ago. That's the heartbreaking thing. Both players saw it. Lagno set it up by putting her rook on a1 and a bishop on e7. Divya got out of the way with her knight, but they forgot about it 3 moves later. That's how tense it is right now. That's how much both players are kind of focused in on the clock, on the stakes, and sometimes that makes you miss things. But Divya, how many lives, how many chances is she going to get to try and win this game?
And she better make the most of it, because that was a big, big save. That would have been draw on the spot with black picking up that pawn. And if anything, it would be white who'd need to be careful in that position. Unbelievable. And I think Divya realizes it. She's calmed herself down now. And right here, David, if you want to show that line really quickly, bishop takes pawn would have ended all of Lagno's trouble.
Yeah, bishop takes pawn. Suddenly, maybe the white rook would need to move, and wow, she'd be clinging on for dear life. But pawn takes on b4. Suddenly, you're right, Tanya. It is black who's better. Black has a mobile 2 versus 1. Black's king has a path in on the king side. White's pawns are going nowhere, and Divya might actually have lost that game. Lagno could have turned it totally on its head, but instead she missed it, brought her rook back. She's so focused on building a fortress, making a draw. And this is the life position. It's going to go on for a while now. John, it's as if they're teasing him with his prediction.
So much weight on this game, you know. Are we going to see a forever smug John Sargent with his prediction being right one more time? Or an even more smug David Howell after losing to chat but saying, you should have just listened to me. Listen to me, chat, every single time. I don't know which one we get today.
Me too, John. Don't worry. Great. Knight to c4. She's going to try and use every square on the board. Yes, I was going to say bishop d8, very important. The white knight was going to journey around and finally force these pawns to commit. If those pawns ever move, the white rook may be able to use the 6th rank a bit later. So the bishop tries to control the knight, and the rook hits that piece.
What a moment that was. And to think that it had been set up by Katrina Lagno just a few moves ago and then given that opportunity and not taking it. I wonder if she realizes it now, and it's probably best that she doesn't, because that can play tricks with your own mind. And we see her rerouting her bishop with the 2 square theory against the white knights, who just controlling any jumps forward.
Yeah, but it feels like Divya's got the perfect setup. Like, she's kicked away the black rook, and yes, it's annoying, but it's not doing much. And there we go. All of her pieces are on light squares, and now she's going to put all the pawns on light squares as well. That's great strategy, but also, Tanya, there's kind of a threat. Like, b5 will be followed up by b6, and that black bishop is running out of squares. If it gets caught on b8, it might get trapped.
Wow, this is getting super tense. And it feels like it's getting more and more difficult for Katrina as well. And, you know, there's this feeling when your opponent misses that chance. And it was clear on Divya's face that she spotted it. The moment the rook slid to f2, she sort of just calmed herself down and got back into the game, into her zone right now. And a4, this is Divya making progress. She's managed to kick the rook out. She's getting those pawns up the board. b5 coming in next. Lagno decides to fix the king side, never allowing f4. But this just means the white knight also has a beautiful f5 square, and the black bishop now will be behind not just one, but the other pawn as well on g5.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I'm a big fan of that. There's some endgames as well where it was really useful for black to be able to play like king f6, king g5, king f4, go active. But she's blocked off any active hope there. At least she knows that king and pawn endgames will likely be drawn. Like the f-pawn is not running through. If she can get the bishop off for knight, I think she draws this every time, Lagno. But it's not going to be easy. b5 is the big question. Does Divya push or does she wait?
And she's managed to build a little bit on the clock to figure out if she wants to go b5. Does she want to go a5? But with a5 comes the problem that you're kind of letting go of that break that you've been eyeing for a long time. You can try to set it up with your rook. The idea would be to target the b7 pawn eventually in a lot of those lines. So many plans, so little time for Divya. She's managed to create the best possible position with the pawns moving forward, the knight and the rook dominating the black bishop. Does Divya go in for it right now? With about under 2 minutes on the clock, David, she does it. b5 on the board.
I think this is a great practical decision. I did notice the computer was crying out for a5 rather than b5, but putting pawns on dark squares, the same color as the opponent's bishop, kind of walking away from a pawn break, felt wrong, felt risky. And look at this. She's been rewarded, Divya, for putting everything on light squares because black's got the worst bishop in the world. This has really been the round of good knight versus bad bishop. And now any rook exchange, white is winning. Any rook infiltration, check, white is winning. If the white king gets off the back rank, she should be winning. Divya has all the ingredients. Black's bishop has trapped itself.
This is a beautiful position. This is your picture perfect of that good knight versus bad bishop theme that we've been talking about from the start of the day. All of your pawns on the right square, all of your opponent's pawns on the bad square. And I'll point out, yes, that's an inaccuracy and maybe gives away some of the advantage. But David, I think we can ignore that. The only move to be found, rook f1 check, even if that is, I still feel the king just moves up and I don't see a problem in this position. You could go king c2, king b3 and just hide your king from checks.
Yeah, still fantastic winning chances. We should point out why Divya's move was given a miss. Apparently king to c1 was inaccurate because white could have immediately gone for glory by bringing the rook to a3 with a huge advantage because rook a7 is actually a killer threat. And now here black would be barely able to defend. But if we compare it to the game, Tanya, I guess the idea is that after some checks, if the white king is forced to b3, the white rook can't quite get active now. There's no infiltration. It would love to be kind of on the a3 square coming round, but it can't get past its own king.
And the problem with putting the king up to e3 to hide checks from where Divya is right now, by the way, she's gone this path, so we don't even need to check it, but the knight on c4 would have been destabilized with the rook landing up on the c line. So the white king needs to remain close to the pieces as well as she goes up with her king. Not going to be easy now to infiltrate with her rook. David, I think a lot of twists and turns lie ahead in this one. Divya might have to rework and reroute her pieces. She comes back with the king to d1, just repeating to gain some time on the clock.
Repeating, and she might even play a different setup. The black rook should apparently give a check. I think black is literally frozen the rest of the board. It is Zugzwang, like with her king and bishop. If the king goes away from the d file, the white rook comes in. If the king had gone back, I'll just quickly show this, king e7, the white knight now could have improved itself. Rook a3 as well, strong, but rook takes pawn would be impossible due to some forks. So the rook alone is running the show here. And we see more checks.
We do see more checks. I think we're going to see one more check on f2 right now. Again, if the white king was to step towards the center of the board, the black rook will start chasing the white knight away. And instead of going ahead with the check, Caruana starts with another plan, now putting pressure on b5. And that's quite a strong resource. It forces white to step up with the rook to d5 if you want to defend that pawn. But that would leave the f3 pawn tender as well. You know, the black rook going to b3. And then lateral attack, horizontal attack, not very easy for white to handle both.
Yeah, maybe that move we said was natural and totally fine, like that king c1, rather than going with the white rook. Maybe that was the one golden opportunity she had. Because now, like you say, the rook is... Okay, I was going to say rook to d5, almost forced, but knight a3, she finds another way. But suddenly she's had to put one piece passive. And the black rook's going to move. And if the black bishop ever sneaks out, then it could become quite a decent piece again.
Well, right now you need to take a pause and find a good square for your rook and then hope that you can go in with the plan of getting that bishop back into the game. She eyes the knight on a3. I think a key moment, the key plan for Divya to get her rook in was that missed opportunity. And will she find that time again is the big question to try to infiltrate with her own rook right now. Rook to c3 still runs into bishop d6 and bishop b4 ideas, so you really don't have time.
So unfortunate. Also, Lagno's built up a time bank. So for Divya, she needs to objectively find something. She can't just rely on nerves from the opponent. Rook here. And just to show your idea, Tanya, the knight is hit. No time to go hunting because of the pin. So the knight would have to step back.
Knight c2. Yes. What about knight? And then rook b1. Nicely done.
Yeah, although evaluation is still slightly optimistic here, which surprises me. Since it looks like White's about to lose her pawn back, she doesn't go for this. Instead, she puts her knight back on c4. Repetition.
Caruana Lagno trying to stay in control in the position. Both players now have managed to get a couple of minutes on the clock as well. Very crucial right now. And for Divya, if she's able to convert this game that she's played, most part of it being on the front foot, being the one putting the pressure, being up a pawn, this will be her second win in a row. Will put her at 4 out of 7. That was the winning score that Gukesh had in the Toronto candidates. For Caruana Lagno, it's the same story. But right now, Lagno is fighting for her life. A draw would be the biggest relief for her right now, just to stay in the race.
Yeah, and I've just been checking, Tanya. Apparently the best for Divya, the best bet is actually to put her knight back on a3. And that variation we showed, it continues. The rook could hit the bishop. Bishop d6 looks super strong. I don't blame her for wanting to avoid this, but after knight c2 attacking the rook, if the rook does go pawn hunting, then White goes active with her rook hitting b6. If b5 is captured, she has this move again coming back to a3. And due to the pin, due to the hit on the black rook, White has a big advantage here. She cannot move her rook on the b file anymore because knight c4 would win material, win the pin bishop. And therefore rook c5. And now she has a pleasant choice. She could just take. And okay, the queen side's gone, but more activity for the white pieces.
But I don't know if Divya has spotted this because she's moved her knight away and she's not rushing back into that alternative to be able to have that that scope to get the position. She changes the idea to defend the b5 pawn, not with her knight this time, but with her rook. She goes in with rook to d5. And David, now the problem of the f3 pawn.
Yeah, she's going to have to use her king to defend it. Only way now to avoid losing a pawn. I saw in the featured chat earlier that someone was hating black's g5 push. Me too. Like, just feels wrong to put pawns on the same color as your bishop. Giri showed us the way, opposite color to the bishop, controls more squares. But that being said, she's stopped any pass pawn potential. And yeah, it feels like she's defending grimly. They do say that even the worst bishop is a good defender against a knight, but I don't know. I'm still skeptical long term that Caruana Lagno can hold this. Divya just needs a plan though.
Yeah, and that's a big ask because suddenly the pieces have shuffled around for White in such a way that the White rook isn't really getting into that 7th or the 8th rank. The knight from c4 finding it difficult to reach the f5 point right now, looking for some coordination. e5 guarded by the king and the bishop. Divya hesitating to put her own king onto the defense. The only other move that she could be looking at is knight to e3 to block the attack. But does that really help the cause? Because the knight remains pinned to that f3 pawn. It allows the black bishop into the game.
Yeah, she's chosen. She has moved her king across. And I guess Lagno is just going to wait. Maybe she's going to harass the knight, try and kick it away to activate her bishop again. There we go. She does. And it is hard to make progress. She just needed that one tempo. Rook to a3, rook to a7. She had time, but not anymore. King d3, and this is going to repeat at least once. Tanya, maybe it has gone.
Oh my goodness. Now Divya has to think if she has to keep the game going, she can't go up with the king anymore. And if not, that would mean a knight retreat. And how happy are you doing that? Because black does have the idea of anyways checking the white king over and over again, and then eventually bringing the bishop out as well. No happy squares for the knight, David. Knight e3, you got a check on b2. Knight d2, the black bishop comes out. Is Caruana Lagno, does she realize that she's out of any big trouble here. Draw is within reach for her now.
I think she's getting confidence. The clock, I mean, Lagno was down to 10, 15 seconds not that long ago. Now she's got over 5 minutes. She's built up the bank again, and it's Divya who's playing on seconds. I do wonder how much she risks, because she wants to keep the game going. Of course, she's been winning for most of it, but if the knight goes super passive and the bishop suddenly activates again, the b5 pawn would likely drop off, and this could turn. Divya, ooh, she didn't run out of time. She's still got a few seconds left, I believe.
Oh, I'm trying to get a closer look into her clock right now, David. 20 seconds is how much she has. So not all that much time. And that one missed opportunity, she does bring that knight back. It is a good knight, but had she made that rook move, she could have called it and lights out, and it would have been a good knight for her. But right now, she needs to fight all over again. King e6, the knight just jumped back to f5. The bishop d6, sorry, under attack. Bishop c5 or a check first by Lagno.
Yeah, bishop c5 is such a beautiful square. She's kind of proven her risky strategy of putting the pawns on the same color as their bishop, because now she controls the dark squares. Oh, Divya gives a check. That will repeat if the black king just sidesteps. And the b pawn is toast. The b pawn is dropping off for white, so she might have to pull the break here.
Where are you sidestepping? If you go to f7, at least there's a rook d7 check to avoid any immediate repetition right now. King f6. Would that mean more knight checks to follow either via h5 or e8 in that position? And where does that lead you when your b5 pawn is hanging? David, I think for Divya fans, the answer isn't a very happy one. I don't think it gets you anywhere, any of those knight checks after king f6.
Black's king is just too good a defender here. There's not enough weaknesses to target, and there's not a great window of opportunity here either. Like you said, Tanya, all the checks from Black are going to be so difficult to stop, and the b5 pawn, once that drops, leaves White playing very one-dimensional game. Kingside, if you can't create a passed pawn, you have to win pawns or you have to mate the Black king, but it's not going to be easy. I think king f6, king e7 are the two most natural moves, and she does allow a check. She does allow a check. That's a very odd choice.
Very strange decision. I thought king f6 was such a natural move. You stay connected to the pawn, you hit the white knight as well. But king f7? Does this give Divya the much needed chance, combining the rook and the knight? And I'm wondering, where does Lagno want to move with her king after that? I mean, she's definitely seen rook to d7. King f6 runs into further checks.
Yeah, maybe it is still king f6, and she's hoping that she'll gain a tempo later with king e6 if the knight moves to hit the rook on d7. So maybe there's some logic to it, but it does make an odd impression, and the bar didn't quite jump, but it went from 0.0 to 0.1, Tanya. So if Divya knew, she would be loving it.
And 30 seconds for Divya Deshmukh right now in this position to try to make some chances for that win. We've been talking about the good knight versus bad bishop, David. Now this endgame has turned into a good knight versus a good bishop endgame, and that just means it's been progress for Lagno.
Great progress. And Divya, she just needs to give this check if she wants to win. Like dropping her knight back will repeat the position, but she does go for it. Check. She's living life on the edge, making moves with seconds left every time. Something I'm guilty of myself, but always nerve-wracking for the fans.
And for Katrina Lagno, she's managed to gain 5 minutes on the clock by playing fast. So now she's thinking, where does she want to move with the king? King g6, according to my engine, is the top move, which keeps the balance. Every other move does give a slight chance to Divya. If Lagno finds king g6, which I will say is counterintuitive, you're going away from your central pawns, you're putting your king on the side, not the easiest find. But David, apparently king f6 would run into some checks and the rook sliding over to attack the g pawn, and it will not be ideal for Lagno.
That would give the white knight some checks. She did allow some checks on her last move, so I have a feeling she might allow some checks now. But like you say, king g6 is the best. Also makes sense.
She goes for it.
There we go.
She finds it, David. She finds that king g6 played on the board, not allowing any checks from the knight. And now what does Divya have in her mind? The b5 pawn is hanging. And the thing is, if black picks that pawn up, David, suddenly the b6 pawn starts rolling up the board, time running low. There might be a scenario where Divya needs to be careful.
Yep, she really will need to be careful. How hard does she want to push here? I quite like the idea of running with the white king, but I don't know how far you run. Like, if the black rook ever moves running into the center, she drops her knight back. b5 will now be captured, surely. Rook and pawn endgames will not be winning for white. The knight doesn't really want to take that bishop. Rook takes b5.
Rook takes pawn, why not? It's a free pawn, no immediate repetition. Knight takes bishop, you can't be scared of that. Rook g7 check doesn't get you anywhere. The king just slides over, attacks the white knight in that position. With no check on g7, no way to win g5, something is stopping Lagno from rushing with rook takes pawn.
Maybe she wants to give a check first and then go and take the pawn, but I'm a bit skeptical about trying to improve the white king. I guess the white king has to stay honest defending its f-pawn. Maybe that's good enough as well. A rook check. But either way, she does have time, Lagno. And yeah, she has done the hard work. It does look like it is inevitable. That man, that prediction. Rook takes b5. Surely now. I don't really see it, Tanya. I don't see white's plan. Like, there's no mating nets. The black bishop actually does a good job of covering the f8 square, so white's knight cannot give any checks. And she does eventually take.
And with that, for a first time in a long time in this game, we see equal number of pawns for Caruana Lagno. It's 3 versus 3. Now, Divya just needs to be a little careful, David. And I think it's the moment where, as a player, you need to realize that it's time to pull the brakes. You can't really allow the b-pawn to start rolling up the board, the white king feeling a bit naked with the knight and the rook far away, all the checks that are lined up, f3 a tender spot. I mean, you compare, right, the 3 versus 2, complete clamp down on the right flank, while the b-pawn, the free one, and this is Divya pulling the brakes.
Yeah, good call, Tanya. I think it was the perfect moment. She tried everything she could. Lagno had the answers at the end there. And yeah, this is a dead drawn endgame. The black b-pawn can take on c5 if she wants to keep level material, but just for instructive purposes, taking the knight with the rook, even an endgame like this, is a dead draw. And now her g5 looks masterful, since white cannot make a pass pawn. This is a totally dead level position. But of course, she keeps the pawn alive, and yeah, it's going to be a draw either way. All roads lead there now.
Yeah, what a fascinating fight this has been. So much nerves on these two players, both putting pressure on each other. Caruana Lagno with a fantastic defense to just keep the game going. Divya Deshmukh questioning her at so many opportunities, but that one window that she had to get her rook in after she missed that, David, I have to say Lagno really putting a huge defensive effort there, and it's paying off. Now Divya wants to get her king closer to the c5 pawn, march up the light squares towards d5, but it's the f3 pawn that's going to be tender and coming her way on that winning attempt.
Yeah, a check here, check on b3 now. Would go after the f3 pawn. She's just calculating here, Lagno, what Divya has in mind against that. Is she going to run forward with the white king? Divya, yeah, she did look a bit emotional. She did look a bit upset with herself that she'd blown what was a winning advantage for most of the game. There we see it again, Tanya. We saw this quite a lot during the World Cup where she was successful, the emotion pouring out towards the end of games.
Divya, I think, is one of those players who is very expressive with the result of the game. Not as much during it. Sometimes you can see it when calculations don't go her way, but I think with good or bad results, she does tend to play them out. I think that's something that we've seen on Divya quite a few times, and this is no exception. She definitely realizes that she missed out on a big game. Pretty much from the middle game, David, I think around move 16 or 17 it was, where Divya won that extra pawn and had so many opportunities to convert it. You know, it was a +2 advantage for her. And missing this at this stage of the candidates, it definitely hurts. And one can understand the emotions.
Yeah, she could have been half a point off the lead with a win. But instead she'll be 1 point back. Still plenty of chess left. But it does feel like in the candidates especially, everything is amplified so much, Tanya. So every tiny half chance missed feels so much bigger. This was probably more than half a chance. But yeah, she's got to dwell on it on the rest day or use it as inspiration to come back even stronger as she moves her king to c3.
going into the halfway mark, half a point behind the leader, you just feel like your chances are completely wide open. It's anyone's candidates. You got 7 games to catch up. You're going to be playing the leader for a second time in this one. You know, you feel like the momentum is on your side with 2 wins in a row and being so close to that as well. So it definitely hurts right now, David. And more than any of it, it's been sort of the storyline and the narrative of the game itself, right? So much in her hands, so in control. And then all of it just slips away with endgame technique.
Yeah, and I mean, the clock was a big factor. She never had an easy move when she had a lot of time. Kind of the big moves, they came when she was already down to 1 minute, 2 minutes. But yeah, the endgame technique, there was a little bit lacking maybe. She was never fully in control until maybe that moment where she had rook a3, but the chance slipped away. Lagrave, great defense though, just really patient, not panicking after losing a pawn in the opening and maybe miscalculating slightly. She just knuckled down and dug deep, found all the right moves. And I think she's realized now, Lagrave, that she can just give away the c-pawn if she wants. She moves her king across. King f7, probably the only move just to stop the white rook going around and picking up pawns, but more than good enough.
And Divya will once again go up a pawn, but again, the 3 versus 2 on one side of the board make that a non-story in this position. Rook takes pawn, picked up by Divya with the black rook under attack. I think you could pick any square, David. You don't even need to be super precise right now. Rook d4, get it into defense with rook b6, keep it on the 4th rank, not allowing the white king up. Makes a lot of sense. If white gives a check, you fall back with the king. And you look at Lagrave, she knows she's done all the hard work.
Yeah, this is even more of a fortress than Giri's fortress. King on f7 or king on f6. And white's rook will never be able to attack the pawns. And black's rook will just annoy Divya for the rest of the game. Just check from behind, check from the side, attack pawns. Tanya.
David, are you ready for the John Sargent onslaught on us? This would be the 6th draw, and with 2 decisive wins. I mean, chat did have a feeling. You know, chat always knows, David, as I can already see John celebrating. He's just, you know, he's loving life right now. But chat could sense it. Chat knew it. They went 34% with his prediction, and both of us lost that prediction game.
I can't believe that only 16% thought that there would be 3 wins, and we came so close. There's so many chances this game, others, but somehow the crystal ball. John, buy me a lottery ticket, please. Like, give me some numbers. Like, I was hoping to be so smug today, Tanya. I thought today was finally the day, Sunday fun day, happy Easter, but no. Okay, hit me.
All right, okay, David, you're buying a lottery ticket. I've got some numbers for you. You ready? You gonna write these down?
I'm at your.
In fact, I'm gonna return the favor from some advice you gave me previously. Here we go. 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. See you later.
Wow.
I'd be lost without you, John.
You know, I'll say one thing, David. You know, Jon Snow might not know anything, but John Sargent, he knows everything, chat. And I don't see us winning the prediction game after what's happened today. Those lottery numbers, chat, do something about that right now. David, there was a rook trade that was offered. And of course, you don't even want to calculate any king-pawn endgames in this. You don't want to see if you're holding it. And I don't think you are. You know, the black king can get edged away. The white king can make inroads. So, of course, Lagrave keeps the rooks on the board.
Yeah, she keeps the rooks on the board because why calculate king of pawn endgames? They're the most difficult ones anyway, and especially a pawn down. White would get her king snaking around the side. We have officially passed move 100, Tanya, so I'm not sure if this is now the longest game of this year's candidates. I don't think in candidates history, but this candidates alone, I'm not sure any other has passed the move 100 mark. But yeah, I think by now the intrigue has gone. It is a draw.
I'm going to let chat dig into that one, David Howell. I'm not even going to pretend like I'm thinking about that. Chat, is it the first game to pass 100 move test in this one? I think there were a few that could have. You know, the Giri game comes to mind a couple of times, but no, I don't think. I think you're on point with that one, David. The longest game of Candidates 2026. And it has been an up and down one, and looks like it's about to end dead level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, normally that's the base requirement to enter Grind Like a Grandmaster. the history books, but also the literal book. It has to be over 100 moves. That's a real grind. Shows the stamina, shows the perseverance, shows the determination. But yeah, the players, they both had all of those in this game. It's just, that's how chess works sometimes. Attack versus defense. If the defender's strong enough, the game does fizzle out. And Tanya, you know Divya well. Do you think she's going to play on a bit longer? Or do you think she now knows it is destined to be a draw?
Divya is an absolute fighter. I've seen her play positions, commentated on it, wondering when will this end, and it doesn't for the next 50 to 100 moves. It happened in Tata Steel Chess India very recently against Harika as well, where Divya played this opposite color bishop endgame, where really it wasn't even that there was an extra pawn on the board. It just went on and on with it. So I think Divya plays this on. It's also her accepting, which I think it is hard for her as a player who's so fearless, who's such an incredible fighter, that she's let go of this huge opportunity to be half a point behind the leader. So while I think everyone's hoping that she does repeat, knowing that Divya, who I've known sitting next to her in team competitions, playing alongside her or commentating her games, I think this goes on for at least a couple more moves, David.
Yeah, and I'd be inclined to agree just the way it's gone so far. Just to show, she did set a trap on the last move for everyone at home. Rook to b8. If Black had given a check here, then things could have started getting a bit dicey. Still a draw, but if White attacks the rook, rook takes f3 now would be a huge blunder due to a check and a skewer on f3. And likewise, even if the rook had moved away somewhere, a rook check, the king has to show its hand. Suddenly it's not so clear. The white rook has the opportunity to take on g5. Probably still a draw, as f3 would drop, but Divya at least asking some questions. Not totally admitting yet that it's a draw.
And that's a really interesting point as well, because now wherever the king was to shuffle, because Caruana was relying on that, she's actually going for the f3 pawn, so allowing the rook trade, which will be, of course, declined by her. I think it was important to keep the king where it is, David, because the rook was about to go to e6 or g6, so keeping it as is, and now she'll just come back, not giving any time for the king to move forward, as again, f3 was hanging in that position. Divya, it's got to be setting in on her. I think it's been setting in for a while, and she's known it for a while, that there's no improvement to be made unless there's a big log no blunder.
Exactly. And just while we mentioned the word blunders, you mentioned it earlier, Tanya, but just to put it on the board, rook takes rook would have been a huge mistake. She kept them on the board. This didn't happen, but rook takes b3 would have lost the game on the spot as the black king gets outflanked simply. And just like we showed in a similar endgame earlier in the Giri battle, here black has to give way and sooner or later gets pushed to the side of the board and the pawns start dropping like flies. So wisely not even considering that. And yeah, I think the only chance for Divya will be at some point, Tanya, to go for kind of a king rush, but parting with the f pawn, this should just be a draw. Even without the g pawn, it is a level endgame, but at least this would test Lano slightly, maybe give a check and try to run with the pawn.
Yeah, and for Lagno, this result has to be a massive relief. I'm looking at Anna Muzichuk at 4.5. Her day ended super early, you know. She was the first in the candidates to draw today, David. But everyone still remains in the race with this draw as well. Both these players will move on to 3.5, just a point behind Lagno, which means that the leaderboard could get really compressed with every single draw at the top board by Anna Muzichuk. So I think a lot of plot twists and a lot of ups and downs ahead in the women's candidates, a completely different storyline from our open section.
Definitely. And it's not just the results, it's the games. Like, it's so unpredictable. We saw that in the Tanjong Yi game earlier, one move blunder here. Often a lot has been decided in and around the time control. And it just feels like somebody is going to try and take the tournament by the scruff of the neck. Somebody's going to go for it in the second half. But with that, they might give their opponents some chances. So definitely everything to play for. King f7, only move. The Eval Bar pointed out the blue arrow. But more than enough. She knows this formation. She knows the setup by now.
She just needs to control the e6, g6 square with her king, not allowing the white rook to land on any of those. And Divya doesn't repeat, to no one's surprise, but continues the game, trying to create some chances. If the king was to sidestep anywhere, it allows access to the white rook to start attacking the pawns. And now I'm expecting Lagno to continue with her rook shuffling, but it might not be easy to keep the structure. David, very intelligent thing here has happened, and I just realized it while I was on this rant. The rook c4, king b3, and suddenly there is a shift. Black will be forced to let the white king onto the 4th rank.
Mm-hmm. And it's going to be the you shall not pass strategy. The king will move, and then the black rook will sit somewhere on the c-file, and it's going to be cut down the board rather than across the board. Earlier it was cut on the 4th rank. The white king couldn't pass. But yeah, at least some progress. It's small wins. And I guess the goal, king b3 surely is going to be played. The goal will be at some point to kind of maybe cut the c-file for white, bully that black rook away, and then start to cross closer and closer towards the pawns. She's making some gains at least. But, oh, she doesn't even go for king b3.
There's this feeling that you can make that move at any point, right? She's got that structure where king b3 will be on her disposal for a while. So it's also a strategy to try to confuse your opponent. Shuffle around a bit, play similar moves, but never the exact same ones. What are the chances we reach 200 moves on this one, David Howell?
Well, we are now at move 111. The last capture was at move 98. So we've had 13 moves with no pawn breaks, no captures. So we have a long way to go before the 50 move rule. 37 moves to go. But there would need to be a pawn push or a capture in order to go deeper, Tanya. That means white would need to somehow win e5. I don't think she's ever pushing f4. And I think once e5 drops, maybe in exchange for f3, then play speeds up. So I'm going to say move 128. How about you? What's your prediction? We need to get some predictions right, surely, at some point. How long is this game going?
The only way to get it right is not to get John in on the conversation, but I see he's on the call and he's actually super ready to jump in on it. He's just waiting for his chance, David. Fine, let's see who gets it closest to the last move. You say 128. I say this goes on to... what move number did you say we were on?
111 now.
All right, I will say this is... I kind of like your pick. Okay, I'll go 135. John.
Tanya, I'm smug, but I'm not that smug. I know how to quit when I'm ahead. So what guesses have we got? We've got 128, and what did you say?
135.
135. I'm going to give myself the lowest percentage chance of winning by splitting the difference between the two of you and going 132. There you go.
Oh no! Just imagine the smile.
Just to make it interesting. Let's see.
All right, it's a close
Good luck.
fight. It's a close fight. Chat, what do you think? I want to hear the numbers from chat. How long does this game go on for? How long will Divya try to fight this out for the full point right now? Although Katrina Lagno is doing a fantastic job of holding this together.
Yeah, she's defending like a lioness here. She's bringing her rook back, keeping the white rook honest. The rook might come to f6 if white goes too far away. She brings her rook all the way back, Divya. Okay, we actually have a few moves, just catching up. And now she's ready to cut across the c-file. Step closer. Step closer with her king. If she gets to d5, okay, then I'll start to sing a different tune.
I can't help but think and feel that I made the worst prediction out of the three of us. I'm most likely to lose again our prediction game at 135.
I don't know, Tanya. I think you've got quite a good number there. And also, if it goes anything beyond 135, you've got all that covered. Like, you'll be the closest. And Divya's clearly playing on. She's clearly intent to try. She's got until move 148 before the 50 move rule kicks in. So unless she's going to be the one making that eye contact that we were talking about earlier, initiating and saying, okay, draw, then, I mean, Lagno's not going to be the one offering. So you never know. I think you've got good odds here.
The rook just came back from that, David. She's just gone rook to d8. That's exactly where it was. King f7 and the position repeats for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
For the second time even.
But yeah, she's just testing Lagno. She's not going to repeat for a third time, surely. There we go. Black King
Oh
goes
my
back.
goodness. Because just like your theory got everything covered beyond 135, you've got everything covered below 128, right?
Yeah, but I'm running out of time. I've only got 14 moves left. This is now only 13
Come
moves
on,
left. This is
Divya, let's
115.
fight. Just keep fighting. You're up a pawn. You know, your rook is active. So much to play for in this position.
Oh gosh. I think all king moves here are fine. Probably on the 6th rank. Okay. I'm running out of variations to calculate. I don't really think there's much to work out here, but if in doubt, just keep the king between the 2 pawns. There we go. Come on, Divya. Agree a draw in 9 moves time. Do it.
But
wait,
while she
13 moves time.
contemplates, yeah, you still have a little bit more margin than that, David. So we'll see. We'll see who gets that. I want to talk a little bit about Anna Muzichuk right now because, you know, while we're talking about catching up the leader, trying to get to that scoreboard of being half a point behind Anna for Divya if she would have won, but ending the day being a point behind. But Anna herself, right, as a late replacement to Humpy, coming into the tournament with, I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say barely any preparation, just not expecting. And David, you know, her path to the candidates was through the rating qualifiers, I believe, and then she was number 9 on it, or maybe it wasn't the rating, but according to the FIDE qualifying spot, she was number 9, and the point was that the top 8 were already qualified. They were the 8 candidates, and Humpy withdrew, and that's how she got in. So imagine the odds to actually play this. No preparation. By the way, King F7, is that a 3-time repetition already question?
No. Oh.
David, are you sure?
King B3.
It's been played.
It is. It is. It would have been. She didn't claim it.
But she didn't claim. She did not claim. King F7, this position has happened thrice.
I'm never going to win a prediction. If she just stopped the clocks and claimed that, I would have been the closest. And look, now she's looking at the score sheet, Tanya. Only now, after making the move, is she putting the score sheet.
She's going to realize it. She's going to realize it, David, because it wasn't too far off. This exact position did happen. David, it's happened twice before. I have rechecked. And Caruana Lagno with a missed opportunity to claim.
Yeah, and I think she might have looked at the score sheet, but forgot that it's 3-time position, not 3-time move. And if we just quickly go back, this is where it started. Black played the move rook to c1. So it started with rook c1, first time we saw this position. As you said, Tanya, a bit of a dance with the rook and the king. And after king f7, second time we saw this position. So first time after rook c1, second time king f7, then a check. And the last time is the most obvious, king back to f7. But she realized too late. And Divya, she's going to continue, or is she going to repeat? I know what I want, but I have a feeling she's going to fight on.
The good news is that for Caruana Lagno, the position still remains very much in draw territory. It's hard to even mess this up. So a missed claim there. You know, I look at Divya, I think, David, the draw is incoming soon. I think she realizes it. She's tried everything she's tried to play on. She's reaching for the king, so she won't allow the 3-4 repetition. She'll switch things up. Oh, and she changes her mind. She comes back all the way, rook to d3.
Okay, the rook's also been there, but I believe just once. So it won't be a 3-fold repetition yet. Oh, or will it?
Wrong claim, wrong claim. But this is the wrong one. It's happened twice, David, with, king f6. I've checked with king to e6, it's happened twice. But king to f6 is what Lano is saying, that she puts her king there, and this position has happened thrice. Let's take a look.
I don't think it's even happened twice. Last time rook d3 was played, she went king e6. Now she's gone king f6, totally different square. And it definitely hasn't happened 3 times. So the claim is wrong. Divya's going to get given extra time. Lagno's going to be penalized slightly. I think she was frustrated that she didn't claim it on the previous move and decided to claim it now. I don't know if that's going to affect her, but she clearly is impatient for this game to end, Tanya. Some small drama here at the end of round 7.
Drama never stops. It truly is absolute cinema at the candidates. Even in this position, David Howell. She's not going to be given the draw. It is a wrong claim. I knew that king to e6 has happened before, but king to f6, not even twice like you're confirming. And just to move before, Lagno had the right claim. To mess this up, will this play with her mind a little bit? We'll find out as the players have gone in with the arbiter to check on the game, to replay the last few moves. Do you think Divya's just going to be like, okay, this is a draw, it doesn't matter, the claim's wrong, let's just shake hands?
Yeah, I think deep down she was like, oh, it feels weird to offer a draw here. We talked about chess etiquette. Like if you're on the defensive side, you can only maximum make a draw, then you wait for your opponent to make that draw offer, let them burn out and try everything they can to win. But I think this is the next best thing, right? Just claim the draw. Maybe Divya doesn't want to go through this whole procedure, and then they shake hands and peace. But yeah, she's probably going to be forced to sit back down and play a few more moves, and psychologically, maybe it's a bit annoying. It's still such a drawn position that it shouldn't affect anything. But Tanya, top players are terrible at this. I've had at least 3, maybe even 4 2,700 Grandmasters claim wrongly against me, including Fabiano once at the London Chess Classic. Top players, they don't understand the rules. They struggle with this. I've even had FIDE arbiters at Olympiads not understand basic threefold repetition. It's the one that everyone should know, but they don't seem to.
Wow. Yeah, and that can be pretty rough and frustrating as a player, sitting there. But hopefully that will not be the case here, David, as they're checking. By the way, the fact that Divya went rook d3, it makes me feel like she would have been happy for a draw. Had Lagno just played king f6 and then waited, I think Divya would have repeated. You know, this exact same position with the king going back to f7 now has happened 4 times already. So let's see what happens as we see the players coming back. David, what do you think? I don't see the makings of a draw with their body language just yet.
No draw. They go on. There was a bit of a bit of a spring in Divya's step as the game continues, and she's going to get, I believe, 2 extra minutes on the clock. Lagno, I think she realized as soon as she claimed it was more in hope than expectation. But she just wants this game to be done. She wants the rest day.
She wants the rest day. She wants to have her dinner. I will point out that if Divya goes with her rook to d8, king to f7 would be the 5th time that we would reach that position now. Or at least the 4th time. So that would definitely be the right claim. If Divya suddenly got this fresh feeling of motivation after those extra 2 minutes have been added, then she will not choose the d8 square for her rook, David. And she doesn't. Like, I'm going to go for the win now.
She'd be trolling so heavily if like she puts her king on b2, then starts doing that thing with her rook and does 2 times in every position, depending the king on f7, king on f6. Then she puts her king on b3, like she has been doing, do it a couple of times. Now king on b4, she might start repeating with the rook again. I think we won't see a second claim, even if it's a right one. It's got to be scarring. I remember claiming wrongly myself once when I was like 12, 13 years old, and I don't think I've ever kind of risked a claim unless I'm 100% sure ever since that, because it just feels a little, not humiliating, but you know, mixed feelings if you're wrong about the claim.
One thing is the humiliation of it, David. It's also just not pleasant to deal with it in your own mind going forward in the game. Even if you know that this should be a draw, it can play tricks with your mind, and especially in the 6th, 7th hour of play. So I think Katrina Lagno, it's a good thing that she's paused herself. She's getting back into it, calming things down, because nothing's really changed with king b4. It's not like it comes with a big threat on the board, and pretty much any move holds. But it's Katrina who's on a hold right now, kind of just making peace with everything that's happened. And then she plays the king move, a very obvious one in this position, and keeps things under control. Divya, does she have a plan? Maybe she does now offer the rook trade, as we were talking about, also building a bridge for the white king to step further into the game.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. The king sneaks closer. Still unlikely to get past the black king, but just to put that on the board, rook c3, black, again, should not be taking this because she gets outflanked, and the sideways opposition this time. White forces black to give way. This position with white to play draw, but black to play loss. So definitely a possibility to set another trap. Tanya, I want to give a lot of credit to the arbiters because that was very efficient. Like they left the room, they checked. Within a couple of minutes, they were back out, they were playing again. I've been through like 20, 30-minute procedures where the arbiters are like, oh, but you only wrote down rook c1 twice. And I'm like, no, it's 3-time position, not 3-time moves. And they don't understand. Yes. And you have to go and check with the chief arbiter. And it goes round and round in circles. It's like VAR in soccer, in football. But this was quite a quick one.
Yeah, the arbiters at the candidates, they're absolutely at the top of the game. And coming to that, it is pretty tricky actually, because a 3-4 repetition can often be direct with the pieces shuffling around. A 3-times position repeat, a totally different animal, because it could have happened over a period of time. You could have had it about 10 moves ago and then another 7 moves ago and then now. So it makes it that much more interesting. And I've seen players be so incredibly sharp to even follow it up after that position has come for a 3rd time after about a 20-move gap, David.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's extremely impressive when the pattern recognition is so good that you remember something from 20 minutes ago and it happens to be the same position. But yeah, in this one, I'm still looking at the numbers, the prediction game. I'm running out of time.
Where are we?
1-1-9.
And you're still in winning realm there. I mean, yours was 1-8, so that's about a 9-move margin that you have. I'm feeling slightly better about my prediction, I won't lie, but I still think it's going to be John Sargent again.
It could well be, and we might have to bring John in shortly to ask about his arbitering background and asking how he would have dealt with this. I'm sure he would have dealt with it in the exact same way, very professionally. Tanya, you mentioned earlier Anna Muzychuk qualifying, being the 9th in line and the top 8 already, or at least being the 9th in line, the top 8 already being qualified. I guess that might include Wenjun, who's already up there, already world champion. But do you think that's my best bet, to hope that the top 45 or 46 players in the world just suddenly magically withdraw from the candidates next time round? Let me in.
We've been calling John Thanos, so maybe he'll just take a flick of his fingers to make that happen for you, David Howell, if he does it. But Tammy, I know that, you've been so close to making it to the candidates. It reminds me of your Banghouse story, the Grand Swiss run, a fantastic event for you that one was. It came down to that last round. What do you think? Do you want to try this year, David? And actually, I have a question for you. Will you be playing the Olympiad?
Oh, put me on the spot, Tanya. No comment. You'll find out in September.
What?
Maybe. Personally, I haven't decided. I haven't been, I don't know when selection for the England team takes place, but I haven't been very active. I've only played a handful of rated games in the last 12 months. So I wouldn't begrudge someone more active playing in my stead. I think they would deserve it maybe a bit more. How about yourself? Will you be there in Uzbekistan in September?
So I would need to, again, play a tournament before, I think, May or June maybe, to make it to team. You need to play a certain number of games as well. And I'm not sure if I want to, again, and it's also, I think playing for India has been one of my biggest motivations in chess. It's been what's kept me going in the game and working for it for so many years. But after the performances that we've had in the last 2 Olympiad, we got the bronze in 22, we got the gold in Budapest. I just feel very much at peace at where I am.
Oh, it's a good place to be. Like, when you've conquered Everest, why try to climb again? I mean, yeah, it was just incredible watching the Indian teams in 22, 24. Like, maybe winning it on Uzbek soil is going to be extra satisfying after the Uzbek Open team won that one on Indian soil. Is that some motivation, Tanya?
I'm telling you, I'm still undecided about it. If I have to make a run for the team, then I need to at least play one tournament. I think by rating, I'm still around, and if I have a reasonable tournament, I would be in. Again, the team selection hasn't been decided, and it will be in a few months. But I know that I'll be a part of the Olympiad one way or the other, either on the board or maybe calling the action. I'm also happy to do it on the sidelines. I do enjoy commentating. And I remember the Chennai Olympiad, David, you were there as well, and you had quite a run yourself in that one.
The glory days. Thank you, Tanya. I promise everyone at home I didn't pay Tanya to bring that up, but yeah, that was the peak for me. Probably the last gold medal I'll ever win.
Why would you? This was going so well. Why would you lie to the chat like that, David Howell? I mean, that was not called for. I can't believe he just did that. He totally. My invoice is already on the way, chat. He's got my bank details.
That's what it takes these days. Not winning gold medals and bribing co-commentators to talk about them. Historic from years and years ago. But I mean, on a serious note, though, the England team, I was looking the other day, like if I played and the top 5 players played, I think actually at the top 6 English rated players, the average age is 42 nowadays. So I think it's about time I stepped aside. I'm no longer, I mean, I might be the youngest of them, but I'm no longer spring chicken. It's time for the kids to come. England actually has a 12-year-old number 1 in the women's rating list. Yeah. So
Bodana.
The future's bright. Bodana.
I mean, she's doing incredible things right now. It's awesome to watch her play. Even in faster formats, she's just such an incredible beast on the board, David. So it's going to be interesting to see how the women's team performs for England as well. But I remember the 22 Olympiad very well for both of us for all the good reasons. And sad, it's true, he didn't pay me to say this. It was a fun one, and then the Budapest one as well. Do you miss being an active player?
Yes and no. Like when I watch games like this, I'm like, I miss the feeling of grinding, those long battles, just wearing down your opponents. But there are some games where I'm just like, oh my God, it's so messy, it's so stressful. The one thing I don't miss, Tanya, is sitting with a computer for hours every morning, hours every evening, trying to prepare, nervously covering every hole in the repertoire, wondering where I'm going to get hit by a novelty against some young player with Stockfish. And yeah, that's the one thing I don't miss, the opening stuff. That's why I quite like freestyle chess. But I don't know. I'll come back someday. I'll make a proper push again. But maybe not for a little while. How about you? What's the thing you miss most about being in the heat of the action?
I think the adrenaline of it is completely unmatched. The purpose that you feel when you're preparing for a tournament, a big one, and then playing I think it's a different kind of kick for me, and I really enjoyed that. But I do feel that I'm at that stage and phase where the amount of hard work it takes, the pressure and the expectation around performance as well, it feels like for me, while I love the game, I don't know if I love playing it as much. The joy of calling the action on it, it's at least equal to the days when I really did love playing as well. But at times, I do miss the rush of it. Winning games, playing those time scrambles, preparing for those openings, all of that. I think while I love the job of commentary and calling the action, especially, working with the crew that we are right now, I do miss playing sometimes. So who knows? Maybe I'll be back when I miss it enough.
Okay, hot take. Exclusive. You heard it here first, chat. We'll both be back
David,
at some point.
At some point, but maybe this is the point where Divya goes in with things. The Black King has moved so much towards the queen side now. I'm wondering if this is the moment that the rook can reach out. I was going to go one step further into b6 and try to get to that g pawn eventually. But instead, Divya puts pressure on e5, inviting the king to e6. I don't think this makes progress anymore. But the problem with rook b6, maybe we can have a look at that Lagno would have sufficient counterplay against the f-pawn. Rook c3, you could start with it immediately, maybe throw in a check, but I don't think it makes a difference. And then you end up swapping the f-pawn with either the g-pawn and say that now my king is close enough, king steps in, or even rook f4. Rook f4 feels very strong. Just rook takes pawn, curtains.
Yeah, the white king is just on the wrong side. If you could pick up the white king and put it on like f6 now, then serious winning chances. But yeah, the king is stuck on the edge of the board. So she's played rook b5. Should we try and figure out how narrow the path is? Can black do the same as we just showed? Or should she be guarding? I think she wants to do the same thing, by the way. Like now she would give a check. And if the black king wants to stop rook to g6, then maybe the rook can shield the king and it starts to creep closer.
Again, yes, the eval bar remains as it is, but it doesn't matter. As long as you're making progress and putting pressure, at this hour of play, strange things can happen. But she does go for the most direct line, David. She does attack the f-pawn. So rook takes pawn, rook takes pawn. There's a second pawn hanging. I do think this works in Lagno's favor, and she's calculated it all the way through. You put pressure on both the pawns with the rook stepping up. She even first, very professional, drives the white king further away before picking up the pawn.
And Tanya, I think, like, I'm going to be so gutted. I think John might win this, you know.
Again, David.
It suddenly becomes so forcing that it can't continue that much longer. So I think it's going to go beyond 3 more moves. That's my limit, 1, 2, 8. The king's now on the edge of the board. Rook takes f3, rook takes g5, and like black's going to find a way to pick up one of the 2 remaining pawns, probably bring the king closer. I think this goes on another 7, 8 moves minimum, and it's that sweet spot that John called. Or maybe it's...
He called 1-3-2, right? And you called 1-2-8. So what happens at 1-3-0 is what I want to know.
Oh, good question. Call it an honorable draw. We round down in chess.
I think with a marathon game we've had, a peaceful result between you and John would not be the absolute worst. So rook f3, and what is the linear line that we're talking about? So if Divya was to grab the g5 pawn here, the rook steps up to f4, you're hitting e4, you're hitting b5, g4 at the same time. White can still push the pawn forward to e5 in that case. David, I don't know if we can have those moves on the board. We might see this being played out, so we can let the players show us the path.
Yeah. Rook to f4 looks sensible, or the black king sneaks closer, one or the other. She can be really sneaky and hope for some checkmates if she plays king c6. I'm not sure if that's something she wants to go for, but it just feels like the king's too far away here, Tanya, for any realistic winning chances for white.
I think you're just in time to pick up the pawn, combining the rook and the king. And like you said, it's quite a forcing line here, David. If you do attack the e-pawn with the rook stepping up, white will be forced. And I think we're seeing this being played out. Divya will push her pawn. The black king will march forward to stay connected to that pawn via e6. Divya will try to rush her own king back with king to either b5 or b6. The black rook lines up against it. The king moves closer, but not in time. Rook takes pawn to follow, and the black king closer to the white remaining pawn. And this could be the end of the day.
Oh no, it's going to be exactly move 1-3-2. Oh my gosh. How is this happening? How is this happening? That position we showed, Tanya. We've got to hope that Divya finds a different way.
It's happening. It's happening on the board, David. e5 played, king e6 on the board. Chat, watch this unfold. You know, John, you really should have gone out and picked up a lottery ticket for yourself, because turns out, even when the players try, you're the one who's right here. But maybe she'll offer a draw at this point, David. Maybe there's hope.
Come on, Divya. Like, this is it. 1-2-8. Last chance. Oh, she looks like she's about to offer a draw. Come on. Surely.
I think she plays. I know Divya, she's going to do the whole king versus king stuff going on here, David. She goes in with the king. Now the black rook lines up against that pawn, picks it up. And Divya plays still king versus king. That's going to be... I'd be very surprised if at this point she decides to go in for a draw. Although she looks like it, David. I think this is a closer fight between you and John than it is between Divya and Katrina.
You need to save the trees, save the score sheets. You don't need to write down more moves. Save the environment. Score sheets have suffered long enough. This is it. Move 1-2-9 now. And maybe she keeps the rooks on the board. I guess she can play on a bit longer, but with the white king so far away, the g-pawn will never run through. Actually, g-pawns are the worst ones to have, even with the white king on g3, h4. It's always going to be a draw.
What move number did you say?
This is move 130. I'm out of it. I'm done. It's your John, Tanya.
But it can't be, because the pawn's about to... Ooh, Divya's still fighting on. She doesn't go for the king versus king. Maybe I'm in the fight. I'm in the race.
This is fantastic news for you, Tanya. It's as if she heard you, your countrywoman, doing you proud.
She's my teammate, you know. She's my one true teammate right now. David, how does it feel to be the only one to not win a prediction today? Or maybe I'm speaking too soon. I should wait, Chad. I should wait before I get too smug about this.
I'm waiting for the playoffs. The playoffs. We've got 14 rounds and playoffs. One day I'll get it right. Like, I'm optimistic. One day, surely.
Wow, Divya's still fighting this position as well. That is... That's classic Divya, I will tell you. And it usually does work for her. You know, it's exactly this fighting spirit, and it might not be today. But this is what makes her opponents crack so many times. She just never stops. You have to earn that draw. David, I think you could pick up the rook right now. I think king takes rook still draws. King takes rook, king takes rook, king g7.
Looks drawn to me, but why risk it, I guess, is the question. Oh, Lagno. It's now move 1-3-2. Oh, I see John.
So I said 1-3-5. It's only the next move. John wins if there's a draw for on the next move.
Is this it? Oh, nothing said by Divya. No eye contact yet. It continues. This is the most drawn rook endgame I've seen in a few rounds.
Oh my
To
god.
A4.
Okay, 133. Rook a4. And now Caruana, I think she's equally surprised, but I am not at all. I mean, I think seeing Divya fight this out, it's one of her biggest strengths, really. And yes, it might be something like it's not called for in this position, but this is what works for her so many times. She does push the pawn, and I want to announce that this might end in a draw, but I have won the prediction game against John Sargent and David Howell.
Imagine Tanya winning the prediction game, and as a reward, this goes to 200 moves.
Oh, g6. She gives away the pawn. Is that the
And that's
draw
going to be a draw
offer?
offer. That is. King takes pawn. And that's it. Just like that, on move 135 with g6. Divya Deshmukh versus Caruana Lagno ends in a draw. What a marathon of a fight, but it is Lagno who is the relieved one. And for Divya Deshmukh, bittersweet feelings. This has to be disappointment. Winning, well, not a winning advantage, but pushing for a win pretty much throughout the game. She can't be happy with this draw, David.
Exactly. For around 120 moves, she had an advantage, or she was a pawn up for most of that. And in the end, it just wasn't enough. Lagno, too strong a defender, too consistent, too tenacious. And Divya, as you said, Tanya, she might play that position 100 times. She might only win once, that type of rook endgame, but that gives her the extra 1% that kind of gives her that elite status, that elite mentality. So very impressive fight from both. As a grinder myself, I can appreciate it. I was only disappointed it didn't go king versus king at the end, but I think the players after that marathon do deserve a rest day.
Yeah, I noticed how I think Lagno was also quite frustrated with how long she had to defend and had the game going on from a dead draw position. Gets up and leaves. It is time to get dinner for everyone. It's time for us to get in, John. I believe this is the moment as we go into all the results, 3 draws and a win in the women's section.
Thank you very much, Tanya, and hello again, everyone. Tanya not only winning that side bet, but absolutely nailing it to the move as well. So congratulations there. There definitely wasn't a part of me thinking that, if Tanya's going to win this bet, I hope she gets rewarded with this game going on to move 220. But hey ho, there we go. These are the results from the women's candidates. Vachier-Lagrave getting the win over Tan Zhongyi. Otherwise, we have 3 very hard-fought draws today. Let's take a look at what that does to the standings. Tanya, based on that incredible prediction in that final game, what does that do to the overall standings? What are we looking forward to after the rest day?
It's closer than where we started the day, right? Because Anna Muzichuk had a point lead over the rest of the field. Now it comes down to a half a point over Vachier-Lagrave. And what a comeback story this has been for Vachier-Lagrave, similar to what we saw at the candidates in Toronto, where Vachier-Lagrave went on this insane 5-win game streak right there. I mean, at the start of this tournament, few would have expected her to be at 4 points going into that halfway mark, but it's a close pack. Right after her, we've got 4 players with 3.5. Again, I think it's the same storyline, same narrative. We can't say it enough. The women's candidate remains a close fight. It's one for anyone to take.
And it still remains that it's actually quite a different story in the open section as well, because when we take a look at those standings and those results, ultimately, David, we don't have Sindarov being caught today, although he was held to a very credible draw by Anish. Fabiano remains 1.5 behind.
Yeah, just as you said with the women's candidates, this was also very hard fought in all of the games. Sindarov pushed Giri to the limit. ultimately a draw, a fair result. Giri's defense, very impressive. Praggnanandhaa, Caruana cancelling each other out in a really fascinating encounter. Bluebaum testing Hikaru, not quite making it. I guess good news for two players, round 7. It was Sindarov, just because he's now one round closer to his goal of winning the candidates, but also Wei Yi, who might be 3 points behind, might be trailing still, but finally picks up his first win and hopes that maybe the momentum will continue after the rest day.
Well, let's have some closing thoughts before we close out the stream today, but I'd like to carry on that point with you, if that's all right, Tanya. Wei Yi picking up his first win. If you're playing a tournament, you're maybe not having the best time, you do get that first win. What does that do to your momentum? How significant is it beyond just the point on the scoreboard?
I think you start living again, right? You start feeling like things could turn around. Seven more rounds to go. The rest day coming up. You go into the rest day with a fresh mood. You're happier about things, getting that first win. There's no doubt. And I think we saw Wei Yi with that interview with Mike Klein as well, that he realizes a 3-point gap with the tournament leader is a massive one. And it's going to be hard to imagine him going all the way, going on a hot streak, and then Sindarov fumbling along for Wei Yi to have any chances. But, it's a start. It's the most that he could have asked at this point. And I also want to touch upon the other big result that happened, John, which I think has quite a lot of shaping to do into the next part of the candidates, the draw between Fabiano Caruana and Praggnanandhaa as well. Because, while that's stable on the score sheet, it's slippery on the standings, because for both these players, now the margin to make it closer to Sindarov, that gap is getting shorter and shorter. It's now, I know it's strange to say, but only 7 games remaining and a huge lead for Sindarov, a 1.5-point margin.
David, I'll ask you for your closing thoughts as well, but also piggybacking off what Tanya just said. You don't lose any more ground to the tournament leader. In most circumstances, we would consider that to be, that's a nice result. Let's see if we can do it next time. But the reality is, Sindarov has done so unbelievably well that a draw almost feels like a loss for some of the players from the standings point of view.
Exactly. The tournament is a marathon. It is 14 rounds, but we're halfway through that. We've already run through half that marathon, and time is running out. Fabiano will have it in the back of his mind every move now of every game that he might need to take a little bit more risk. That could backfire, but it also could work well. Traditionally, in the candidates, we've seen one of two storylines play out. Either it becomes really close, a really fascinating race down to the last few moves, or someone runs away. And I think just as we enter the second half now, we'll find out. We're at that sweet spot. Fabiano still has some say in it. He will have the white pieces against Sindarov in the second half, and I think that might be the most important, monumental game that we can look forward to in the second half now.
So that wraps things up for today's broadcast. Remember, we head into a rest day tomorrow, so there is no broadcast, but we are back same time, same place the day after. So have a good rest day. For those of you who have a holiday tomorrow, enjoy that. And on that rest day, we will find out, will Fabi get to play paddle against Vachier? Will Mike Klein sneak into the Players Hotel and have a dip in the pool at midnight? All of these answers and more will be revealed in 2 days' time. Take care, everyone. Stay safe wherever you are, and have a great rest of your weekend. Good night.
Zero Forest, nie wchodzi do komputera.